Your privacy is under attack. All right, let us go ahead and move on. We were looking at, here we go. This is from the Book of Five Rings. Truth is not what you want it to be. It is what it is. And you must bend to its power or live a lie. And that's pretty much what we're seeing right now. A lot of people are living a lie right now. The world stage is based on lies. I would say that this live stream, this channel, might actually be the only channel out there not based on the assumption that all of these major worldview shaping lies are real, are true. Now, as far as this reset concept, if you haven't seen it, Time magazine, and they're always super prophetic, all these magazine covers, but they did one recently worth looking at. It says The Great Reset. And then it says time, which of course time and reset together. And this is right after we had our daylight savings. So this comes out and you have a globe that just needs one more piece put into place. And I liken this to the capstone on the top of the pyramid. But the Great Reset, the idea that there's something being completed. And I've had this notion since really coronavirus that what we're looking at is something that was probably planned 100 years ago. Like for sure, 9/11 wasn't something that Dick Cheney and George Bush thought about a couple years before it happened. Those towers were featuring a Baron, a Dawn, a trip to Russia, time travel, 1893's Baron Trump's marvelous underground journey, and 1896's The Last President. Well, the one called The Last President is the one that I find more interesting because the opening scene, and again, this came out in 1896. The opening scene to The Last President is a Tuesday, November the 3rd. And it's in the wake of a contested election and everything falling apart. So, very, very predictive. And how? How would you predict that many years in advance? And this is only just a small example of how Trump's persona, his character, has been written into the narrative. And I think he's specifically written in such a way to be hated and loved by the different halves. Like, he's not meant to be a uniter. I think he's a made-to-order divider, which is not a bad thing. He flaunts all the values that the political left hates. It doesn't mean he's a bad person. Like, am I a bad person because I choose not to recycle? That I deliberately put glass in the plastics thing and the recyclables and the non-recyclables, that I purposefully flaunt the system? No, I'm not a bad person. All right, let's see what else we have here. We've got, I'm going through my tweets, I'm just showing you, Release the Kraken, at least 4 months ago, was being force memed into the mass consciousness. And I did find a peculiar resemblance here to the word Karen. I say before, I'm not really big on numerology or numbers and stuff, but I do look at patterns and memes, and I just do find it kind of curious here. Kraken and Karen do have a very close, in terms of how they're spelled. They're kind of anagrammatically related. Might be something to it. Okay, the new film Songbird. I'm not going to play the clip, but I wanted to talk about this for a minute because this is the thing about it. I don't have high expectations for Big Brother. I don't believe there's going to be a third wave. There are people who are like, there's going to be a third wave and it's going to be worse. It's like, what do you mean? We haven't had a first wave. I'm still waiting for that. I haven't had any evidence of that. And I'm being told that we're living through a second. I'm still looking for the first. And now we're told to worry about a third. So it's way worse on TV than it is in real life. You don't know anybody in real life who died from the Kung flu. Getting kicked, it's like as though they were kicked in the head and they just fall on the ground. You don't, I don't, unless you count Tom Hanks, which I don't. That wasn't the Kung flu. With Tom Hanks, that was the sniffles. The soon-to-be-released film, Songbird, is the first major project out of Hollywood since the lockdowns began, and it smacks of predictive programming, trauma-based mind control, and a disturbing blurring of the lines between fact and fiction. Now here's a quote here from Alan Watts. Predictive programming is a subtle form of psychological conditioning. provided by the media to acquaint the public with planned societal changes to be implemented by our leaders. If and when these changes are finally put through, the public will be familiar with them and will accept them as natural. This will lessen the public's resistance and commotion. And he's right. Just before, if you remember, leading up to this COVID-19 lockdown, like I think it was like in the weeks leading up to it, we had a series of documentaries that came out on Netflix called Pandemic. It was like a 5-part series. And this blending of fiction and fact, many examples of this. A good one on Netflix, again, is the one about going to Mars, where it goes from CGI and fiction and movie sets where they're on Mars, and then it throws in real scenes from NASA, quote, real launches, and then it goes into cameos with people like Elon Musk, and then real documentary footage mixed in with the drama. And it's so well done that if you didn't know any better, if you were in a coma for the last 10 years and you were to watch it, you might walk away from it thinking you just saw a lot of people living out their lives on Mars. Okay, this is from greenmed.info. A songbird is not only deeply disturbing because it stretches the imagination into unthinkable territory, but it sends chills because it speaks to what many are already horrified to have seen and they believe they'll continue to see. All in the name of protecting us against the deadly virus. So this movie is about mandatory lockdowns, about people being forcibly removed from their homes by medicalized, military police or military police in PPE. So if you look on the screen here, I have an image from Wuhan, and this is what I would call the Kung flu. So you see here, we're supposed to believe, just looking at this picture, and this is how absurd this stuff was, but people bought it at the time because they were emotional and scared. We're supposed to believe here that this individual was just walking along, being a good citizen with his mask, and then COVID caught him, and he fell on the ground. Is that how the flu gets you? Is that how COVID gets you? Do you know anybody who was just living their life like normal, and they walked down a sidewalk where somebody had sneezed an hour ago, and they caught a COVID, and it just knocked them down, out of breath? No way. And we saw dozens of these. In fact, it was a lot of fun just kind of laughing at the crisis actors in China before they locked us down. We were making fun of it. We're like, look, they must have hired Gene Rosen from the Gene Rosen School of Crisis Acting. Some of the worst crisis actors I've ever seen have come out of Wuhan. It was a joke. There were some scenes where they were running bodies through hospitals, like really fast, and you hear the director say, cut, cut in Chinese. Then they would stop running. So, again, this whole thing is staged. There's no such thing. So I'm waiting for the third wave, but I'm not going to hold my breath. Going through comments here. Echo Charlie says, Hanks got a close-up during Ricky Gervais's Epstein Hollywood ties rant. Okay, when Tom Hanks caught it, remember this. Tom Hanks catches COVID. Then he goes to Australia to be a volunteer fireman or something. I mean, I don't know what the story is. So Tom Hanks is like, yeah, climate change is happening, so I'm going to Australia to fight it, whatever that means. Because Australia was on fire. So the place is an inferno. Hanks, the first COVID patient in America, goes to Australia. While he's there, he gets quarantined. He's quarantined because he found out that he's got the COVID. Someone pointed out to me that there's a Dan Brown novel called Inferno. And the Dan Brown novel, Inferno, has a movie starring Tom Hanks. Inferno is about a pandemic. It's called Inferno. It's a super virus. And the protagonist, played by Tom Hanks, wakes up in a hospital in Italy in the book Inferno. So here, again, at the time that Tom Hanks is in Australia under quarantine, Italy goes into lockdown. That's where his character was, in the hospital, when the Inferno breaks out. And here he is in burning Australia. I mean, none of these are coincidences. They have these characters who play on the movies that gain your trust. Everybody loves Forrest Gump. Everybody loves Tom Hanks for some reason. So then he's able to convey, hey, look, he's able to convey convincingly that he's going through this stuff with everybody else. And I noticed a lot of the lefties did this. They would, like, if you look at the Daily Show, they're not getting haircuts. They're acting as though they don't have decent clothes anymore. And they're purposely looking disheveled. And it's in a very calculated way. So we think that, oh, look, they're actually sacrificing their hairdressers. And no, they're not. It's all just an act. Echo Charlie said, mask attacks started against naked-faced people like zombies. I knew that would be the zombie predictions coming true. Oh, wait until the cannibalism. No, I'm just kidding. But that is probably more symbolic than anything, I hope. Lane Dion says, life is like a box of COVIDs. Brendan M says, the Wuhan scenes were pulled from the Korean film The Flu. It looked like it, didn't it? And we're supposed to believe that they're welding people's doors shut. Like, I just don't buy any of that. Like, they would do that here. Like, oh my God, they're gonna weld our doors shut. Like, most people here would be happy. It's like, oh, Jeff Bezos will supply all my needs. So I just got to sit at home and watch Netflix. Okay, so again, this was the story, though. It says people were being removed from their homes. They were soldering doors shut. So fake. Now it says here, and this is from Green Med Info, it is conspicuous that Songbird received approval to be the first film to be made during the COVID-19 in Los Angeles when all the other major products were forbidden. I said this too. I said, if you're a writer and you want to produce films, if you want to get contracts, you want to get gigs, get into cli-fi, or basically a pandemic fiction, climate fiction, tsunamis caused by anthropogenic global warming. I could do a movie where global warming caused the migration of bats who brought their coronavirus to Wuhan. I mean, you could make these plot lines and you could probably get through all of the regulations, cut all the red tape, and they'll throw money at you to make it. So it says the movie has top investors including Chinese company Tencent and many others. Oh, look. Now that's interesting. So it also has connections to a multinational technology conglomerate holdings company that has medical and artificial intelligence divisions with investment ties to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It says, in the terrifying thriller, the COVID-23 has mutated and the world is in its fourth year of lockdown. Infected Americans are ripped from their homes and forced into quarantine camps known as Q zones, from which there is no escape. A few fight back. It's dystopian. Okay. Now, this is again playing upon a big fear that I don't believe in. I don't believe that there's any Q zones. Your Q zone is your living room. That's where your Q zone is, where you self-monitor, you charge your own self-monitoring devices, and you maintain your own quarters. You don't fight or organize with other inmates. So no, your home is your Q zone. Nobody's going to take you. And that's why I think movies like this will easily fail. At least for me, fail to have any real impact or attraction because it just doesn't reflect real life. Now, if this really was like the Wuhan flu and there were bodies on the streets and the homeless were dying and the cats were dying and birds are falling out of the sky, yeah, this would be a good movie to watch with your family and just think about the threats that we have around us. But I'm going to go ahead and go through the rest of this article to see if there's anything else in here. So he's talking about CDC guidelines. Listen to this. Guidance for the prevention of COVID-19 infections among high-risk individuals in camps and camp-like settings. That's why I don't think camps make sense. If you put people in camps, don't you just... Like, I was thinking, what happens to Flat Earth F-word? They throw him in jail because he's contravening the quarantine mandates. He goes in jail and he catches COVID. So what? And then they'll let him go because there's too much COVID? So I think it makes the most sense to just leave everybody at home. And I really think that people who believe in this, like if you wholeheartedly believe in the virus, I think you should stay home all the time. Like, why should you ever leave your house? Do you realize how brave you are? Like, pat yourself on the back if you believe in the virus and you walk around with a mask on, because you're staring down certain death and you know it. The rest of us aren't. We know it's bullshit. Okay, let's see here. Commenter says Jim Carrey starred in a movie called Number 23, and there's something significant about that number, hence COVID 23. Right. Well, the number 23 is based on the Cosmic Trigger by Robert Anton Wilson, and it all references the dog star, Sirius, which is interesting considering Jim Carrey's in The Truman Show, and he wakes up to the fact that his whole world is a show when the dog star, satellite, falls from the sky. The number 23, according to the author Robert Anton Wilson, is synonymous with the goddess of chaos. It has to do with, I believe it's the number of chaos. I think he said the dog star references the dog as a guard dog that warns against the floods. So, in other words, 23 could equate to chaos and order, which follows. It's just an Illuminati code word or something. But in the movie, he loses his mind over trying to figure out what it means. And part of the book, though, gets into that star in particular and its significance to various individuals. You know, I mean, every Masonic temple has a star on the wall that is a reference to this particular one. And I was talking to someone very well researched in astrotheology, and he was describing a number of things about that star. Specifically where it is on midnight on New Year's. So this is an interesting one. So directly over your head, this is the alignment. So the connection between the star Sirius and New Year's Eve on Earth. So at midnight on New Year's Eve, we are directly downstream from the brightest star, which is Sirius. So it's deeply embedded into our cultural celebrations of New Year's Eve is a celestial synchronicity. Now, this site calls it a synchronicity. I think it's much more than that. Like it's intentionally planned. You know, the ball dropping in Times Square. It has to do with this. So here is the synchronicity. And it has to do with where it is directly over our head. And it says, when at midnight on New Year's Eve, a Sirius is directly over us. So I'm going to get past the new agey stuff and just find out exactly why they would start the year. Here we go. So as the ball drops over Times Square on December 31st, so does a blast of energy from Sirius, the Shining One. This year at midnight, December 31st. Anyway, this is a kind of one of these woo sites, new agey stuff. I don't know, but its position on New Year's and then its trajectory thereafter for the rest of the year is highly significant. But yeah, for some reason, all the cults are based around that particular star. Jedi Master says Karen should be named Times Person of the Year. Yeah, I was thinking COVID-19 or Rona Real maybe. Have you seen Rona Real? Jedi Master says, I wonder if they've ever measured this energy. It's a good question. You know, is there any objective measure for it? How would you know? I've wondered the same thing. Everything within the whole New Age concept and belief in magic, all of it presupposes some sort of energetic exchange between the lights above and the perceivers below. That these aren't, you know, dead stars or distant light sources. Now, Rona Real, let me bring this up really quick here. This is the dumbest thing. You know how propaganda is. They have to reach everybody. And how do you make Rona or coronavirus cool? Like, how do you make the coronavirus appealing to the youth so you can properly scare them? And so what they've done is, and this is out of Michigan, and this is a trademarked character. They actually have a character named Rona who, he looks kind of like a knockoff of the Kool-Aid Man. I hope they don't get sued. Michigan's infectious little mingler. Always down to turn up. So you're only allowed to have two in the car. If you have 3, Rona can show up. That's kind of how they're showing children how to be wary. So, for example, you wanted a new boo to meet your parents. Don't bring Rona home too. So you're going to bring your girlfriend home to your parents? Well, make sure she doesn't have the Rona. But this is out of Michigan. And I was thinking Rona Real would make a great person of the year. It's either going to be Dr. Fauci or maybe even Colin Kaepernick. Although Governor Cuomo got an Emmy Award for his performance. Oh, here's a good one. Rona loves a sick party. 6 feet and covering up helps keep Rona away all party long. They need to do duck and cover for Rona. Duck and cover drills. Because anytime you go to a restaurant, they say, well, you can walk around with your mask on. But if you're going to eat and take your mask off, you have to sit. So I guess the idea here is that if you're below 5 feet, like you're sitting down at a table, the Rona will just go over your head when your mask is off, which means that it's probably safe then to say that duck and cover would protect you from a sneeze, for example. You're in a crowded restaurant, somebody sneezes, maybe without a mask on, just go under the cover of the table for a few minutes until the Rona has flown out the window. 5 Minutes of Fame says a Chinese lander has entered the moon orbit. You know what NASA and JAXA and ESA and the rest don't do is they don't share their CGI tech. China's moon landings always look so fake. You got to, I mean, they're not on the same sheet whatsoever, or they have lower standards, or they just don't have the same level of criticism that the American media gets. But for all the crap we give NASA, they're a lot better than what China gives us. Cheap Chinese space program, cheap Chinese space junk. Look at that. Looks like aluminum foil. Shower curtains. I could have made that out of products from Home Depot. $50. So what you're looking at here is not the moon. And this is always the case. Whenever you look at lunar photography, ask yourself, where's the moonscape? Like, go outside and look. Do you see past your neighbor's house and the world just ends? No, it actually goes on as far as your eyes can see. And if you notice, a couple of things. Here's the lunar rover thing, and I'm like, clearly it's CGI, but as low as it is to the ground, and you can look at the shadows here, you can kind of ascertain for yourself. We should be seeing several miles of moonscapes, and we don't. So that's just something to watch out for. China sent a rocket to Mars. It's called the Long March 11. A lot of interesting things about this one. The Long March 11 is kind of a code, if you ask me. The communists have used the phrase, the long march through the institutions, which is to subvert the minds of the property owners so they're willing to become good commies and go live in a space gulag. So I find it interesting that they call it the Long March. And what's more, it's the Long March 11, as in 3/11. COVID-19 cover for this communist revolution. They're even saying your money carries COVID. Like, this is literally about destroying everything, about owning everything. If you've paid attention to the Great Reset, they say you won't own anything. Well, COVID-19 is an attack on your property, specifically you, but it's an attack on pretty much everything. But that is a big part of it. So the Long March 11 happening to be the name of the rocket that China is sending to Mars. And to me, sending Americans to Mars, sending anybody to Mars, represents the total success of this multi-generational mind control operation, where people are so entranced that they are going to believe that, yes, people are going to Mars. And I might just go too, and I'll leave behind my car, leave behind my smartphone, my individuality, and I'll go up there and join this collective. I mean, it's really that. It's gulag life. Property owners into happy slaves. Riley Still says, Tim, did you ever see how they make aluminum foil? They take a giant piece of aluminum and run it through rollers like pasta. I have a link here. Someone had left a message about the Executive Order 1776. Let's see what we have here. By the authority, and this is from November the 2nd. Executive Order by the authority invested in me as President by the Constitution. I hereby... Let's go see what this is about. Section 1, Purpose. The American founding envisioned a political order in harmony with the design of the laws of nature and nature's God. Now, what am I looking for exactly? I'm not going to go through all of it, but what does this executive order, is it 1368? What does this executive order actually do? What does it have to do with 1776? It just sounds like more hopium. And so many people are addicted to this stuff, hopium. Like maybe tomorrow they're going to finally lock up Hillary Clinton. They're finally going to get some truth out of Ghislaine Maxwell. MoodTube says, rare Christmas star, event happening on 12/21. I've heard a lot about this. People keep saying when Jupiter and Saturn go into conjunction, Jupiter is going to lay down the hurt on planet Earth, dropping lightning bolts, plasma apocalypse, melting everything on the surface, frying all the electronics, short-circuiting human consciousness itself. So we've got about 4 weeks left. No, I'm sorry, 3 weeks and 3 days. And then what? Everything gets... I mean, are we going to be amnesiacs afterwards? Are we going to remember any of this stuff? Is it that kind of a reset? Executive Order 1368. Presidential Executive Order on restoring state, tribal, and... Yeah, please let me know, because I'm kind of missing out on what exactly the significance of that is. 5 Minutes of Fame says, don't use foil, you get dementia from aluminum. They're supposed to be tin foil caps anyway. Tin foil. And for the 5G phobics, it's tin foil underwear and tin foil caps because they believe that it can sterilize you. Don't eat the aluminum. All right. I want to go through the headlines of the week. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. You get to vaccinate your mind against non-mainstream views. Big UN agenda, big push by the UN to get us to stop thinking aloud. So it's not enough that you put a mask on to block the words. You put a mask on to stop the spread of droplets. No, now you actually need to put a mask over your mind, over the words that you spread. So you have the UN saying, join me in taking a pledge to pause before sharing and spreading misinformation online. So let's go ahead and see what he has to say.
The COVID-19 pandemic, the wrong information can be deadly. Take the pledge to pause and help stop the spread of misinformation.
Help stop the spread of misinformation, because misinformation matters so much. You know, they have 110,000 volunteers called information volunteers, IVs. These IVs will be going into spaces on the internet, which they define as, well, places where people talk or chat. So right here, we're having a gathering. I mean, wait until they start limiting the number of people in chat rooms. That you have to have 6 blank spaces between every chat. Oh, you can't comment until the moderator puts 5 blank spaces. You got to space your chats apart. Like, they're trying to treat the internet like it's having its own pandemic. And they're using the pandemic model to advance the cause of censorship. They've been doing this from the beginning. When I first saw the mask, I knew it. I said, that mask is going to be an emblem of, you know, don't spread it. It basically means I trust the scientists. I won't speak out against them. And they've been saying that English spreads COVID more than any other language. Have you heard that? So what are we supposed to speak? Mandarin? I mean, do I have to learn how to speak Chinese or something? Because apparently the words that I'm using, and I bet the word hoax, I bet the word flat spreads it more than anything else. I bet fake does. Here's from Forbes. Speaking English. New research suggests English speakers put more droplets into the air when they talk. That makes them more likely to spread the devil virus. Research shows that speaking English can spread COVID-19. Yeah, wash your hands if you sign language. Right, exactly. Upraised middle finger can spread COVID-19. I'm surprised they haven't said that it comes out of your eyes and goes into other people's eyes. But I have seen some articles or some signs. Like there was some signage, some bar in the UK, some pub, and it's like, don't make eye contact with anybody not at your table. Like, what? Because eye contact can lead to social distance violations, friendships. And having friends is akin to having a terrorist cell if you're in a pandemic, where a few of you gathered can actually represent an existential threat to the human race. So I'm waiting for them to mandate. So right now they have the masks. They'll probably add the helmets for space junk once the scientists say so. And then they're going to say, oh, we got to put black goggles on, opaque to stop the droplets, and opaque to stop you from seeing other people's eyes and leading to communication. They should just go ahead and bring out goose stepping. Yeah, goose step, dunce cap, diapers. Just see how far they can get it to go. I mean, really. Aku says, they said it enters your eyes, hence the visors. Right. Jordan says, maybe only short-fingered sign languagers, less flinging. Right. No flinging gestures. Like the upraised middle finger is a very flingy gesture. You can't do that anymore. Yeah, just put us in white robes and hoods. Put us in Tyvek burqas. I said this back in March. Like, yeah, you're going to see all those on the right, the extreme xenophobic right, who are worried about a stealth jihad taking down America. The ones who thought that Obama was like the Antichrist and all this. Like, oh, there's going to be a stealth jihad and they're going to have us all in burqas and washing our hands 10 times a day and praying to Mecca. Well, here we are, Tyvek burqas, washing our hands 10 times a day and banging pots and pans towards the NHS, which is the Mecca of this thing. I'm like, yeah, I would say they did it. Stealth jihad accomplished. Only it's a combination of Islam, Christianity, and scientism. That's really what comprises this new world order religion, with a refashioned version of eschatology, global warming, sin, virus, evil, systemic oppression. I mean, they figured this out. It's all based on a template. We're in a world-spanning doomsday cult, and we're in the minority. We're apostates. We're not exiles, which is worse. Because, I mean, it really is. We voluntarily left, and we know better. See, if you're ignorant about it, they can save you. But if you know what it's about and then you leave, well, then they have to destroy you. Lloyd Miller says, English spreads COVID because English is the international language, the language of propaganda. Right, by that rationale, COVID's actually spread by the television. Like, if nobody watched TV on September the 11th, 2001, I don't think it would have had the impact. You know, time blunts the impact. Information blunts the impact. It's the uncertainty that they need. And that's why I don't think that the second wave or third wave will work, because we haven't had a first wave. 5 minutes of fame is a great business concept. Uber Eats, Uber diaper collection. Oh, wait till you see Uber Vax or VaxDash. VaxDash, imagine, you know, you're like, man, I'm not feeling too good. You know, you have the sniffles. Same symptoms that Tom Hanks had, so you're worried. So you go to your phone, you hit VaxDash out, and Bill Gates shows up at your door with a COVID-23, COVID-24, COVID-25, whatever you want, whatever you need. All black market. None of it's FDA approved, but he'll take your money. He'll take your dirty COVID-laden money. No, English spreads more dangerous thought crimes, mind viruses, than any other language, I would say. You know, flat earth, what an inconvenient meme for Big Brother. Auto hoax, fake. I mean, we do have an entire lexicon dedicated to calling bullshit on the MSM. We really do. Crisis actors. They're probably. I mean, look, there are so many words that have been invented to describe the nature of the labyrinth that we find ourselves in. That, yeah, of course they're going to want to ban it. Which is another reason why I think it's important to use our own words or appropriate words. Like, I recently appropriated conspiratainment and conspiratained for my purposes because I feel like they want to demonize people who are entertained by critical thinking. Yeah, critical thinking is very entertaining. It's very entertaining to engage in a rational parsing of the facts, deconstructing mass media events, analyzing the various dominant world paradigm shaping news outlets. It's very entertaining. It's very entertaining when we find evidence of conspiracies or the appearance that they're trying to make us think that there's a conspiracy. Like whether or not you think that Tom Hanks eats babies, you cannot say that there hasn't been a concerted effort by Tom Hanks and everybody around him to make us think that he does. So my question is why? And I'm very entertained by it. But they don't want us to even discuss these things. You can't even spread it. And that's because if somebody sees it, the idea, they can repeat it. And ultimately, this is about thought control, reality curation. And we've gone over the rails. You have a number, like, look, why is it that, we'll take, for example, the Deftones guitarist Stephen Carpenter. Stephen Carpenter said that the earth is flat in an interview on a podcast, or he thinks it might be something else. He also doesn't believe in vaccines or COVID-19. So Deftones guitarist, he looks like a heavy metal performer would, outsider, nonconformist. Nothing about him says that he would be walking lockstep with all the conformists. Kind of like Dee Snider, we ain't going to take it. You have these rebels out there. But with Dee Snider, he was pretty mad when he saw mask refuseniks using his song as an anthem. He said, no, mask up, morons. Well, this guy from Deftones is suggesting that he doesn't believe in this stuff. Well, they don't give him the freedom to do so. So you can be in a rock band, you can sing about any topic, you can broach any subject, but if you go into this one, nope, they draw a line. They pulled him back from the edge. You could sing death metal, you can sing about every form of atrocity imaginable. Sing about sacrificing babies to Moloch. You could write a death metal band about the Hillary Clinton body count, and that will all go through. But no, you can't sing about this. And he didn't sing about it, he just mentioned it. Imagine if it was a song. Now, Green Day did a song called Flat Earth, but it was sort of a Bauhaus ripoff, highly unoriginal. The video was kind of good. Not as good as a Chief Crow video, but they did it as a joke, as a self-conscious parody. So they weren't saying the earth is flat. They're saying the earth isn't flat, and people who think so are obviously dumb. I mean, it was a mockery. All right, let's move on here. I'm going through these UN comments. COVID-19 is not just the century's largest public health emergency, it's a communication crisis. Yeah, communication is a crisis for them. They don't want communication. That's why they want to get rid of your mouth. Your mouth is now an obscenity. Like I said the other day, taking your mask off in public is just like walking around in the nude, according to these technocrats. Commenter says, crazy that you think hiring information volunteers to push whatever you tell them is going to go over well. Right. Information volunteers, I mean, we've dealt with these before. I think we used to call them here troll flakes. Basically, people who are just very offended. Like for a living, or just they love getting offended. They troll you over things, they flag your content, but they're also very fragile. Like Kim Kardashian doesn't want to live in a world where there's memes on the internet that are unflattering. So she's self-quarantining in Facebook. And you can't underestimate the importance of Kim Kardashian freezing her social media. Because what they're conveying here is that the internet itself needs to be subject to more regulation against ideas and memes that are deemed dangerous. Commenter says, David Prowse, the guy who played Darth Vader, died today at 85. Okay, I thought he already had. I remember watching a couple of pieces on him. Interesting character there. Darth Vader is a modern archetype, represents Saturn. Okay, David Prowse. Okay, yep, exactly. That's right. The voice was James Earl Jones, but this is the man behind the mask. All right. I was talking about this the other day because you can look at the star, I'm sorry, the planet Saturn, and you look at the moon, and it looks exactly like the Death Star. Not a coincidence. Saturn's moon looks like the Death Star. Darth Vader just means, Dark Father, Vader's father. He's the father of the sun, the Skywalker. Luke is light. Lloyd Miller says, maybe we should defame the Masonic elite as moron believers in astrology. Yeah, they certainly do. They certainly do believe in it. Everything is coordinated based on it, and we can prove it. Like, this is not a conspiracy theory. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. This is not even conspiracy conjecture. These are just the facts. I mean, you can have your own opinions, but you're not really entitled to your own facts. And it is a fact that Derek Chauvin did not kill George Floyd, and we can prove this. They probably lived together. Maybe they took up residence in that golden domed temple at Epstein Island, hanging out with RGB and Tupac. But whatever the case, no way it happened the way we were shown. In fact, there was one witness who contacted me through a YouTube comment, and I'm trying to track this person down. They claim they know someone who walked up to the scene and saw a training dummy, and they were told, oh, they're filming a video to raise awareness about police brutality. So I don't know if that's true or not, but again, there's too much about that particular event that we could deconstruct it. I mean, Derek Chauvin, 9/11 to America, kneeling for 8:46, a clear reference to 8:46 a.m. when the Twin Towers were under attack, starting at 8:46. The sun set at 8:46 in the Twin Cities on that day as they were entering Gemini, the twins, Twin Cities, Twin Towers. Sun setting 8:46, suffocating the guy 8:46. The sunset represents the death of the sun in these various rituals, the death of the sun god. And the sun god Osiris was being played in this Freemasonic ritual by George Floyd, which is why they put him in a golden casket and had 4 funerals, one for each of the 4 directions. This is ancient ritual in plain sight, and it's clearly connected to astrology. Lloyd says, we're examining their religions in a spirit of awe. Is it a mistake? Are we allowing superstitious morons to rule us? No, I would say it's actually a science. I think there's a science to it, and maybe it has to do with nothing more than just keeping track of time. But there's something behind all of this stuff that we're not privy to. I mean, there's a reason that this stuff is veiled. You look at these secret societies, everything is allegory. Everything has meanings hidden behind meanings, and the inner elect are given the true meanings of these things, and I don't think we have the real information about any of this stuff. They must know what the stars really are. I would look at the character of John D. Edward Kelly, specifically, for some idea about what the elite think about the stars. There's something about John D. I found really interesting. So he's of course, he's the one who was the 007 spy for the Queen Elizabeth I, but he coined the term British Empire. So it's not a nobody. So John D. coins the term British Empire. He was an advisor to the voyages of exploration, the English voyages, like Mercator. He knew Mercator. So you look at your globe, the Mercator projection with all of its flaws and distortions. Well, this was his advisor. But I found a couple of interesting things about John Dee's version of Christianity. And this is all kind of curious to me. Because you're familiar with the Trinity. But he didn't have a Trinity. He actually had a 4th person added, or 4th, whatever you would call it. And it seemed like this was kind of like what he and the inner elite were into. So it wasn't Christianity as we think. He did believe in that angels could be invoked, and he used black mirrors and telescopes to communicate with angels. And somewhere along the line, angel gets conflated with the stars. And it's all very much a religious concept of the world based on the idea that the stars are conscious beings and that you interact with them by bringing their light into your ritual chamber with a telescope. Of course, John D. Edward Kelly were often seen. You find images of these individuals in graveyards, raising the dead, talking to spirits. One other point about this character is that if you looked at Aleister Crowley or the modern occult movements, everything they do, Wiccans even, ritualistically, derives from this individual and the format that he brought forth. So, whatever people think about this individual, he's really into this stuff, was really into this stuff, talking to angels or whatever. And supposedly he was told about the apocalypse, that he let these beings into the world. I mean, I don't know how much of this stuff is just fiction, delusion. I mean, who knows what else? But he was an astronomer, astrologer, occultist, and alchemist. And the fact that he was a political advisor for the founding of the English colonies, all of this is very, very interesting. He was also instrumental in the Gregorian calendar being implemented, something people resisting the calendar. Why would they resist that? Well, I think it's ultimately about time control. You talk about Orwell's statement. He talks about the use of the media to control the present so you can write the past, rewrite the past, control it, and therefore control the future. And that's time control, if you ask me. Lloyd says, science does not support astrology. All references must be banned from the mass media. Real Red Dragon says, those are cosmic entities. I've had personal experiences. Well, I'd like to know your thoughts because I've read a lot of their stuff. John D. Edward Kelly, they called it scrying, where one of them is looking into a crystal, supposedly dictating from an angel, like Ouija board style, and the other one is just writing this stuff down. And out of this, they created a body of work. And out of this body of work, they created a system of magic for invoking and evoking angels. Commenter says, I've seen the stars moving many times, which should not be possible, obviously. But something else too, when you look at many of these older religions, they all seem to be based on the same exact template. Like you can find some interesting comparisons. Take a look at the, go Sunday, Monday, Tuesday through the week. You got the sun, moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. So we have these 7 celestial bodies encoded into our days of the week, and those all correspond with major deities that all the various religions seem to pay homage to, and they worship these various deities by the same iconography, even if it differs regionally, which seems to suggest that there's some kind of common origin. Strawberry Blind says, astrology chart is flat. Karen Sent Me Flaccid says, it's no different than Joseph Smith and the Golden Tablets. Good comparison. So Joseph Smith was also like John Dee. In fact, I wonder if he would have known of his work, because if you look into Joseph Smith, we're talking about the Mormon church. Joseph Smith was both a Freemason and a practitioner of planetary magic. They say he died with his Jupiter talisman in his pocket. So anyway, there's quite a lot there about Joseph Smith and his beliefs, but he was essentially a con man who led people on treasure hunts. I'm not sure how it works. I think the way it works is you stash some treasure, you have a couple successes, you sell a lot of tickets, you have a few, there's a ruse here. So here he is selling treasure hunts, and he claims that he's walking through the woods and he sees some frogs. He follows the frogs, and the frogs turn into angels. One of the angels' name is Moron, and Moron says, dig a hole. So he digs a hole and he finds golden tablets. And he's told by the angel, hey, take these tablets and transcribe them, but don't let anybody see them. So he puts up a curtain and he reads the tablets while his wife transcribes. That's the story. And I read the Book of Mormon. I tried to, and it's a brain killer. I was not impressed. The Quran is readable. Commenter says, stars are UFOs, in my opinion, aligned in form of the matrix around this realm. Well, you have the fixed stars and the wandering stars. And so the fixed stars, and this is like in the Bible, how they describe it, would represent the angels that are obedient to God's plan. They stay in their place. They know their roles. And then you have the wandering stars representing the fallen angels. These would be the planets that they follow on their own course. They don't follow any rules. Those would be the rebels. The other day I was talking about angels and satellites, how like literally everything about our modern concept of the world is templated off of the previous, the archaic. Like I said before, sin, virus, global warming, eschatology. The rockets are the modern obelisk. Well, the role of the angel, it's all about paranoia. The role of the angel is, yeah, you're being spied on. You can't see them, but they can see you. You may as well confess because they told God anyway. So you're always being watched by these hidden spies that can report to central authority. Same with satellites. You can't see them, but they can see you. They can measure your carbon footprint. They can tell if you have COVID, and they can snitch on you. So you have these snitches from up above. They've reinvented these. But I find it kind of interesting that when you look at the concept of the orbiting satellites, the ones that stay up there in perpetual motion, well, they're in perfect order with what? Gravity. They're not too far, and they're not too close. See, if they get too far away from the Earth, from the center of gravity, they will be flung into the outer darkness, which is where the angels are in the book of Jude when it describes the stars, the wandering stars, outer darkness, away from God. Now, what happens if they fall too close to the Earth? If they fall out of their fixed appointed place, if they disobey and they fall too close, well, they burn and they fall to the earth and they can't go back up. And that's the story of the fallen angels. If you read the book of Enoch, once they transgress, they're stuck until the end of time. So you have this idea that unless they remain in their perfect position, they can either become too worldly, which is what happened to the fallen angels. They fell for humans. They wanted human contact. And so they lost their position, never to regain it. And of course, the other ones would be those that stray too far. And I'm just suggesting that God, in this modern paradigm, is really gravity. That gravity is the thing that holds this together. That the wrath of God is expressed through global warming. That's your eschatology. The devil is definitely COVID. Sin is the virus. Your original sin that you're born with is your carbon footprint. But I think gravity is ultimately the magic that glues it all together. Okay, let's see. Lloyd says the planets are gods too. Well, sure, in a way. I mean, you think about it. Space is the modern concept of heaven. And what do you find if you go up to heaven? Well, that's what the gods are. And so isn't it interesting that the place where you go when you get into the obelisk to the heavens, because the obelisk is the sign, the symbol of the God of eternal life and resurrection. So you go into the rocket to go to heaven. And when you're up there, that's where the gods are, eternal life, sustainability. I mean, they have literally reinvented the paradise of old. I mean, just the other day, this is how you know it's fake. About a few weeks ago, we were making fun of this story from 1954 where an asteroid fell through a woman's house, through the roof, bounced off the radio, and hit her on the hip. And it was obviously fake. And I said, I'm so glad that we're not with the rest of the people who have to believe in these ridiculous stories. And they would never try this today because it wouldn't pass muster. People would mock it. They wouldn't believe it. Well, no, not so fast. It turns out, look, right after I mentioned it, 1 week ago, in fact, New York Post put out the story, man becomes millionaire when a meteorite busts through his roof. A 33-year-old man named Joshua of Indonesia has a casual relationship with death. He's a coffin maker. So you have a coffin maker. Business must be good, though, if COVID's real, right? But apparently for him it wasn't. So he was not doing too well, but luckily a $2 million, 4.5-pound meteor fell through his roof. He said it was warm. It was 4.5 billion years old. I don't know what bank you take it to. He says, I've always wanted a daughter. I hope this is a sign I'll be lucky enough. This life-changing occurrence has made him into a local celebrity. The meteor sent shockwaves through the scientific community. So he was reportedly paid the equivalent of 30 years of salary for his find, which he'll use to erect a church for his community. But this is part of the idea that, look, space is like heaven. Streets are paved with gold. They also say that it was warm to the touch afterward. Mooney Make says, has anybody watched the Tyson fight? I meant to see how that went. Did he win? There's also a Jake Paul fight. If you don't know who Jake Paul is, that's the brother of Logan Paul, who hosted the Flat Earth Conference. And it apparently seems to be the case that Jake Paul has gone full-on auto-hoaxer, COVID denier, and mask refusenik. I don't know if it's authentic, if he really knows the stuff is all bogus and he's just being paid to set a bad example, or if it's real. But it was a Tyson fight was a tie. Paul won the fight. Okay, well, anyway, Logan Paul, I believe, was an agent. I believe that he was put there to help set the precedent that it's time to start censoring the masses, to ramp up the censorship. So he goes out and he starts making a career on YouTube out of tasering rats, filming dead people, running around naked, and doing a bunch of jackassy stunts. Specifically, achieving popularity with a young audience. So the danger was this guy can corrupt the youth. So then he becomes a flat earther and he takes over the Flat Earth Conference. And now they say this is too much. He has 20 million subscribers. Most of them are teenagers. And he's feeding them misinformation for fun and profit. So he was used as an example for why we should censor the internet. So I find it very interesting that his brother would now be taking part in the looting. I think that was in Arizona. But also calling, quote, 98% of the news fake. I mean, that's a pretty good statement. Look, Jake Paul calls COVID-19 a hoax. Claims 98% of the news is fake. Like, he's right about that. Could you be any more right? Maybe he's about 2% off, but that's about as right as you can be for being this popular. YouTuber turned boxer Jake Paul said Wednesday he believes COVID-19 is a hoax. And he believes 98%. See, that's giving the media too much credit. But I know where he's coming from. He said this during an interview with the Daily Beast. And the Daily Beast is always there to attack free thinkers. That's their gig. So it says, it's a controversial subject, but he says that the country needs to open up and go back to normal. When pressed, he said he believed it was time to move away from the lockdowns. He says, quote, there are people losing jobs, small businesses going bankrupt. There are millions of people unemployed. People are turning to alcohol and drugs to cope. This is the most detrimental thing to our society. COVID cases are less than 1%, and I think the disease is a hoax. Paul continued, 98% of news is fake. So how do we know what's actually real and what we're actually supposed to do? When the interviewer, Marlo Stern, pointed out that the virus killed 260,000 Americans, Paul said, so has the flu. He says, no one answers. Our leaders are failing us. No one answers. but I personally am not the type of person who's going to sit around and not live my life. Now, he got into trouble because he threw a house party at his mansion, and it looked like one of these speakeasies or something. So, make of it what you will. I think those are probably his authentic opinions. How can you not have these opinions? If any of this stuff was true, those guests at his house on Halloween would be dead, would they not? None of them wore masks. I don't think any of them believed it was real. Lean Dion says more suicides, apparently, than reported COVID-19 deaths. Well, I think it's pretty obvious now. Like, if I threw a big party at my mansion and I invited 200 of my friends and we just disregarded the rules, and I would never do that, but let's just say I did, then I would feel responsible if even one person came down sick. And I find it noteworthy that not one person is suing Jake Paul for catching COVID. And they all partied at his house. Now, something else too. His brother was, again, a host of that Flat Earth conference. So maybe he just caught the Flat Earth mind virus unintentionally. I mean, that's their thinking. I brought this up the other day with Virus of the Mind, the new science of the meme. Totally worth looking at, because this book, I think, Science of the Mind, I think this, and it's by the programmer Richard Brody. I think this is where they really started to get the public acclimated to the idea that there are such things as mind viruses, ideas that you can catch without consciously wanting them. Like, you can't just wake up one day and decide, okay, Allah's Akbar, I'm going to blow up a building. Like, no, you have to be radicalized into an ideology. But when it comes to something like COVID-19, no, you just catch it from somebody else, just by contact. You're just going about your regular business. You lick a doorknob that somebody else licked, and now you caught COVID. I mean, it's so easy to catch it. But that's the idea. They want us to think that you can catch viruses like this. So this is an idea that was really popularized too by Dawkins, Richard Dawkins. Evolutionists love this stuff. And I think the reason why is this. If they can get you to equate a piece of information with an actual virus that can be deadly in its consequences, then you can convince people that you need to treat it the same way. And that's why I said it's highly alarming that the pandemic treatment model is being applied to free speech. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're treating our speech like it's a virus. All right, let me move on. I got to bring this up once more. Victor Glover. This is being shared all over the internet. So this guy is inside of the Dragon capsule, and he decides to show us the Earth. It's 2020. Is it about time you can finally debunk Flat Earth? All it would take would be one thing, and we've been saying this for some time. Take your cell phone. In fact, I said this like a month ago. Maybe they were listening. I said, take your iPhone to the space station and record the globe. Just put your hand up to the window and do it. How hard is that? Well, apparently it's impossible, because what he does is he puts the camera up to the window incompletely, so you see a small sliver of the Earth, and then he flips the phone upside down really fast, so you think you've seen an entire ball. And then he says, I can't tell you what it looks like, it's too beautiful. I can't even describe it. It's like, and I'm looking at it as quite obviously you're looking at an LED screen. An LED screen less than 20 feet away from him. Now watch how he turns it upside down. So he turns the phone upside down, and then he tries to keep it pressed up against the wall so we don't notice. And I think he goofed. They should have done a second take, because he pulls it back up to his face and he's sideways and then he's upside down. But, nice try. I mean, it's his first trip to space. First time space faker.
It is pretty amazing, though.
Nice LED screen. And I see a reflection here. I'm not sure what it is. It might be one of those Venetian masks. It's like Tom Cruise in a Venetian mask. I don't know. There's some shady reflection down here. But that is not a planet. That is not outer space. Where's the stars? Where's the space junk? Where's anything? And why are we only peeking through a sliver like you're locked in a janitor's closet? And why does he flip his phone? Come on. God. I mean, they need better special effects. It's pathetic. Does anybody believe it? Well, sadly, that video has been viewed 2.1 million times. And if I were to scroll through here, let's see if anybody here doesn't believe it. Fantastic footage. Thanks for sharing. It's a beautiful planet. Okay, no skepticism yet. I always ask myself, does this beautiful and amazing land deserve all those wars? They call that the overview effect. Supposedly, when you've seen the Earth, it changes you. You no longer see boundaries between nations. You just see one big world. Brandon M. says a floating disc. Yeah, it does look like a disc. It does not look spherical whatsoever. Okay, let's see what else we have. This guy here says, it looks so flat. Just kidding. It's a joke for the Trumpites who think the Earth is flat. No, it does look flat. It looks objectively flat. That looked like a screen. And this is what I mean when I say that people today are visually illiterate. They don't know the difference between real and fake. Okay, let's see. Sometimes I have a hard time believing that's what Earth looks like. Just wow. This guy says, pure jealousy. I am hating you right now. Congratulations on a spectacular accomplishment. What do you mean? He's on a Disney ride. That's not an accomplishment. I mean, what an amazing sellout here. And he could have flipped the phone. He could have showed us anything. This guy says here, that's not a sphere, that's a circle and it's two-dimensional. Where's the continent, says Ten Horse. Now that's a good question because all you saw was a white cloud, blue ocean, no continents. Not seeing anything here. Nothing. Napping Lion says, from this video, I'm totally convinced now there's a God. Because if man can build a spaceship and travel that far, there must be a superior being out there. So according to Napping Lion, this is proof that God is in space. And I told you space is the new heaven, and they believe it. This gives them a belief in a transcendent safe space that they can have faith in. Nothing. Okay, someone here says, genuine question, how come we never see stars when people shoot videos or take pictures in space? There's a few different answers to that depending on who you ask. But quite obviously the reasons why they don't want to show you stars is the more they show you, the more likely you're going to see through it. So they have to keep everything minimalistic. And that's been the case with the space station for years. There are things you will never see those astronauts do. You know, they can't spin. Like they can't spin around, like as in turn around, puree. No ballerina moves on the space station. They'll get tangled. They'll literally hang from the harnesses. Aku says they're doing too much. It doesn't seem like it's worth the effort. Yeah, I want to know where the space junk is. There's 30,000 pieces of space junk orbiting this thing. 30,000? And we don't see one single little light. No, but we have debunked this thing ad nauseam. There's nothing else we can really say. The space station is a movie. It's a science fiction production. And it's been going on for several generations. And just so you know, they're about to upgrade. They're about to move people into enclosed safe spaces, gulags. They're moving people into sustainable habitats. That's what the space age is about. They want to get rid of the idea that you travel anymore. Traveling's a thing of the past. It's not sustainable. All right, I want to say thanks everyone for joining. The phone lines are open again. They were closed before. I had to catch up on a couple of things, and I finally got around to turning them back on. So you can leave messages at 833-311-1984, and we will play those messages live. Also, if you want to get text message notifications, go to infiniteplanesociety.com and sign up. Text message notifications, email notifications, and of course you can get notified if you join our Discord server. And if you join our Discord server, you'll get live notifications from the people there. And you can actually take part if you feel like it. We have a little bit of a collaborative project. If you haven't seen it, I may play it after. It's called South Pole. And South Pole is pretty much our take on the Earth, the brainwashed denizens of this plane, as seen from the perspective of outliers, like penguins in particular. So we're producing this weekly cartoon. We premiered the first episode on Thanksgiving. The next one will be out next Thursday. And the third episode, which is in production right now, will be out the following one. So anyway, thanks for joining. This is Space is Fake AF by Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. One more thing before we go. I'm going to put a link in the chat here. A few people wanted to get onto that text message alert, so I just started that again. So I put
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You really believe that?
It's all a lie.
The sickle, ladies and gentlemen, symbolizes Saturn, also known as Kronos Saturn, or as the Greeks called it, Demiurgos, the operating engineer of the universe, as opposed to the creator of that universe, Lucifer. Reign of Saturn, we see exorbitant building and modeling activities, and this is reflected in the Masonic reference to their god as the big builder or architect. The Tower of Babel. All this guardian of those names and what they stand for. Saturnian Masonic Edifice Complex. Not edifice, but edifice complex. Ultimately, building against the grain, against nature. What's wrong with that? Well, you'll stick with me and you'll see. The Tower of Babel. Lucifer, through his agent Satan, set man free, knocked off the chains with the gift of knowledge. And through the use of this gift of knowledge, man himself will become God. That is the story. There's so many people fall for this deception. For no man, I can assure you, will ever be God. Ever. No part can ever be equal to or greater than the whole. That's one of the greatest lessons you can ever learn.
And they kind of give it away. I mean, 2020, Mousegate really made it clear that this thing is a massive joke to them. Where on the mission, when they started sending genetically modified mice to space, people started seeing actual mice on the Merlin 5 engine. So you have an engine called Merlin, and you've got a mouse on it in space. And clearly it was CGI, but this shows us that if they present it to the world as live, people will just ignore these little glitches in the Matrix. Right, let's play a little bit more here. This is from Space Force.
The Air Force, our joint services, and the private sector. We aren't just getting ready for the near future. We're getting ready for the 22nd century. When our enemies ask, what if? We will have an...
Like, is this the future? Is the future all of mankind basically living through video interfaces in a simulated reality? I think this is the case. I think we're entering into a simulation. Lloyd Miller says, didn't Disney have a cartoon with Merlin-type magicians and a mouse? Oh yeah, speaking of which, I mean, Disney was friends with Werner von Braun, Mars Project, who authored the character you know of as Elon, the first guy to colonize Mars. He was written about in a book by someone who was very close to Walt Disney. So yes, there's some overlap. And even if you want to debate the shape of the mouse on Mousegate or the fact that it was walking like a mouse, if you want to debate it, which I'm willing to, but you can't really argue against the video. Whatever you think about it, it is impossible to distance that from the fact that this was the exact mission where they were sending genetically modified mice to space. So it's obviously an inside joke. There's a story to it. Okay, so let me go ahead and continue here. It just looks like maybe the human race is being conquered through fantasy. That as people get filtered into the different planetations, their moon bases, their Mars bases, essentially where I think we're being divorced from reality itself. And this is something I've been noting, is that there's a big discrepancy between the world stage and the world view that it's based upon and the real thing. And the real thing gets censored. And that's pretty much what we're looking at here, reality curation. But the specific way that reality is being curated is that it's putting people into a false paradigm. And it's like the Matrix, only it's purely a mental construct. It's a cult in a way. But the blind faith in the leadership is getting people into this position where they believe the darndest things. And if they're told that humanity's survival for the future depends on moving into enclosed, endomed sustainable cities to protect you from space rocks, who's going to say no? I mean, you can't argue away the mask because of the fear of the sheep. When they say helmets are mandatory, you're not going to be able to argue that away. I mean, it's just a process, I think. But anyway, the fact that the military is now using these, I mean, they always have, but this Space Force is like the next level. I mean, this is insane, if you ask me. We're talking about cartoons, weaponized, militarized cartoons. Let's watch some more of this.
An answer.
Like if you can't look at some of this stuff and reverse engineer it or call it fake, should you even be trusted with a gun or any kind of munition or any kind of power? I don't know. I'm really kind of questioning that at this point. Maybe it's just a lack of access to the right materials, but it's all there. I mean, it's not like it's been that censored. So we're going to have to make a point to really just show how easy it is to point out the fallacious nature of the whole space program. It's insane.
When foreign powers can build bases on the dark side of the moon, when private companies are inventing a new economy beyond our planet, we need to stay one step ahead of the future. The future is where we'll make history.
Okay, let me move on here. The future is where we will make history. Interesting statement. History, has been written in advance. All of the early science fiction has come true, not because they were, prescient, but because that was the script that everything is being conformed to. One of the points that I've been focusing on lately has been the absence, the lack of a Terminator. So I'm waiting for someone to show me the Terminator. And this doesn't count. You can't show me footage from fake space because that's not how sunsets look on the ground. And if they don't look like this from the ground, then we're not on a ball 25K circumference being bisected by light. No, not at all. So it's a deal breaker. All right, let's play a little bit more here because there's a scene where it looks like a shot from Willy Wonka or Star Trek. See, you have an astronaut who is going through, I guess, a wormhole to an exoplanet 6.66 trillion light years away to a place where there's no Republicans and they don't rely on fossil fuels. It's all solar panels. So if you look, though, it looks like she's going through one of these tunnels. Not a coincidence that all of the major space programs, space agencies, are heavily invested in Hyperloop tunnels, digging holes to China, SpaceX, Virgin Galactic. That's all they're doing. And it looks like something out of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory when they go through the tunnel to the magic place where everybody looks like Joe Rogan painted orange. But it's not unintentional. Elon Musk himself has taken a bizarre interest in Gene Wilder, even bought the guy's house. He even talked about starting a candy company. So he's trying to associate himself with this Mad Hatter, Willy Wonka type who will send people to other worlds. That's just one facet of his character. The other facet is he's been equated with Tony Stark. And, weirdly enough, Robert Downey Jr. modeled his persona off of Elon Musk so he could play Tony Stark in a movie. So it's like, wait, where's the movie? And where's the reality? They purposefully merge these things. They're doing this they have been for some time, but it's getting even worse. So anyway, the reality impaired will go into space flight simulators, and they will go to gulags, probably beneath Siberia, and they will think they're on a Mars base. They will think they're living like the Jetsons, even though they're a bunch of slaves. That's my theory about where this is headed. I think the whole space program has been a multi-generational ruse to inaugurate a new era of feudalism, where people are locked down, small geographical areas, totally brainwashed, propertyless, and this would accomplish it perfectly. Okay, let me go ahead and play another 40 seconds here. Space Force Origins.
We won't just think outside the box. We'll think outside the atmosphere. In one of the most challenging environments ever known.
Okay, there you go. Think outside the atmosphere. The sky is not the limit. So what are we really seeing here? Well, it's just a slick piece of propaganda. It's not from NASA. It's from the military. It's strange to me still that people aren't asking questions. It's like, look, it's 2020. Why don't we have any pictures? Why are we always given these beautiful paintings? Just show us what it actually looks like. It's like they can't. That's the one thing they cannot do. In fact, it's so pathetic. The newest astronaut there, one of the new ones over at the Dragon, showed us the Earth to debunk flat Earth because a lot of us said it looked fake. Well, he put the camera out the window and he only showed you a sliver of the Earth, and then he flipped the camera 360 degrees like a wheel. He made his phone do cartwheels. So we would think that this thin blue line and some fake looking clouds on an LED screen a few feet away was the planet Earth. I mean, it was pathetic. Okay, let me read some comments here. And then I have one other little interesting tidbit about this video. Oh, look at this. Raphael says, how about you use real footage instead of a fisheye lens and a bunch of CGI? 90% of the commercial is fake. You need to be more transparent. We don't need another 70 years of lies. Trump 2020, where we go one, we go all. Someone else says Psalm 19.1, a reference to the dome. Let's see. A lot of people here are doubting it, actually, now that I'm looking. Sally Hoover says, oh, she believes it. Nowhere to hide now, Deep State. God bless the Space Force, and God bless you, George. Now, George, this is an interesting one here. Here's the little side note. So this is uploaded by George News. Well, George News is actually the news, or rather the magazine, started by JFK Jr. So many of the subscribers to the channel that I'm on right now are under the impression that this is JFK Jr.'s channel. George News is JFK Jr. It's the weirdest thing, but I've been following this for some time. But anyway, I'm going through some comments, and it's kind of staggering to see what people actually believe. Nick Q Patriot says, I love this. Lovely Swan 17 says, when foreign powers can build dark bases on the dark side of the moon. And Full Flash says, yeah, it's true. There are dark side moon bases. Okay, so apparently the Russians or the Chinese, they have moon bases on the dark side. I've actually heard some QAnon diehards suggest to me that the reason why they're faking the space program is to hide the real space program with the real moon bases. So maybe that's the case. I don't think so. I mean, that's just layers and layers of cognitive dissonance built up. It's just like, it's all fake. It all has to come down. Otherwise, you end up like this. You have people tweeting emojis of flexing arms saying, Space Force, Space Force. Space Force was created to protect U.S. citizens. Thank you, Donald Trump, says JLT. Let's see. Oh, this is good. Lucinda says, thank you, George News. Can't wait to see the Pleiadian technology and the Nikola Tesla technology. God wins. Where we go one, we go all. So here's where the time travel comes into the whole equation, I think. Because I mentioned earlier how Donald Trump's character is intertwined with time travel. You can't really separate them. Well, it turns out that Uncle Joe, as in Donald Trump's Uncle Joe, had access to the notes of Nikola Tesla. And supposedly these notes have something to do with explaining Donald Trump's apparent time-traveling son, Barron, who looks like he time-traveled back to the 19th century and it was depicted in a book or something. My thinking on this is that it's engineered to look this way. This is how the story is. We're looking at a long-term play, but we'll see. But anyway, yes, a lot of the true believers think that there's Pleiadian tech and Nikola Tesla, time travel, life extension, all the stuff. You know, I mentioned this before, how when you really break it down, you have this revelation script that was attached to the election Great Awakening, Revelations, sealed indictments, unsealing the indictments to create the Great Awakening. You have the idea of the white hats and the black hats. Now you can't see them fighting, but it's happening. Well, that's like the war in heaven. It's the metaphysical struggle. We're all waiting for this savior. I mean, it was pretty much the case, I think, that this biblical Revelations metascript was definitely employed in this election. And part of the revelation, though, was that when, I don't know how the second coming actually arrives, but when it arrives, it will arrive with Pleiadian technology and maybe time travel. Okay, Pamela says, stunning, excellent, Godspeed, Patriots. Jonah Freedom says, we should leave space alone. We'll ruin it. That's a very common statement. I hear that from a lot of people. They don't want Walmarts on the moon. And I've said this before, if you go to Mars, it's going to be a commune. It's going to be a gulag. Hayden says, all space is CGI. Now listen to this guy, ZX. I read this comment earlier. He says, on the dark side of the moon, there are 2-mile-high towers with hotels on top. And from there, you can see the Earth on the moon's horizon for 2 hours each day. It's magnificent. See, that's the type of comment that gets thumbs up. If you say the Earth is flat, they send the secret police to your house and they kick you in the teeth. Comment here says, foreign powers can build bases on the dark side of the moon, and private companies are building new economies beyond our planet. Well, did you hear about the 33-year-old coffin maker who was experiencing hard times, which I'm surprised. I would think a coffin maker would be especially busy during a pandemic. But apparently, a diamond from space fell through his roof. It was kind of warm when he picked it up. He took it to the bank and it was worth $2 million. A 33-year-old goes to the bank, walks out with $2 million. All right, I've had enough of this video. I'm just bringing this up because it's just shameless propaganda. And this militarization of space, or the idea that there's any sanity to this is absurd. It's like they discovered water on the moon, so we're going to see a space navy next. I read that on the Babylon Bee. You know, the Babylon Bee actually put out a post today suggesting that you're not going to get into heaven unless you've been vaxxed. Oh, look at this. This is local. So where I live, we now have terror alerts. So if you've been following this channel, back in March, I was talking about 3/11 is the date to look at as the key date in this mega psyop, just like 9/11. If you look at that date, and then everything after 9/11 was the post 9/11 world, and there was a specific set of agendas. And 3/11 was the date we entered into a new world, the post 3/11, the COVID era. So when we started examining it in this context, I said, well, we're going to have terror alerts like the Homeland Security Advisory System, you know, severe, high, elevated, guarded, or low risk of terrorist attacks. Only they're going to do it based on COVID level. Well, we have that now. Now in New Mexico, we have red, yellow, and green level, which is, again, just a daily reminder of how dangerous it is outside. And my contention is that if you really believe it, then you're just brave or dumb for even leaving your house. Flat Fact says, the guy who allegedly walked across Antarctica was 33 years old. No windburn, sunburn, cold burn. He had a really good sunscreen. Yeah, that whole Explorers Club is questionable. I think Buzz Aldrin's a part of it. I mean, it's just a movie. And it's sad that the military is getting involved with it. You know, it's like, wait, you know, you could do something tangible. I mean, it depends. What is Space Force doing? Is Space Force doing CGI? Or are they actually, I mean, what can they do? That's probably all they're doing anyway. I remember a couple years ago, before they started landing the fake rovers on Mars, JPL was hiring. And I was like, oh, cool, they're going to get some engineers and get ready to land on Mars. And it's like, no, we need CGI experts. We need CGI experts to land on Mars. But I've been watching the SpaceX landings, and almost every single time, it looks like it's landing on a pile of pixels. Like the screen glitches out every single time. It's so convenient for them. So I'm like, well, space is obviously made of CGI. Like, what are we in? Some kind of a realm where it's only real for the first 60 miles, and then once you go up beyond that, it's just all pixels, like Minecraft. And maybe they're going up there to mine pixels, just invisible, transparent cubes or whatever that they bring down, and they pad the barge where the SpaceX rocket lands or something. I don't know. I mean, it's all fake as far as I'm concerned. They're using AVR, augmented virtual reality. They're not even sending blimps up half the time. They're probably just doing it all virtually. So this was sent to me, well, this was tweeted by UFObot, one of my favorite channels, but this is coming from the perspective of someone who believes in aliens. So this is what the average normie, the new normie, thinks this is what outer space looks like. It's the ball, it's like a piece of rotten fruit covered in gnats. I mean, it's just completely covered. The whole area is saturated with space junk. This is what we're told. But you cannot find one single video, SpaceX, ISS, Space Shuttle, not one, where you even see the hint of a piece of space junk. And it's almost too late now. We've called them out long enough. They should have started sooner. Because if all of a sudden we start seeing space junk, well then it'd be a little conspicuous. Not that I think they can fake it competently. And who's really paying attention besides the people who are just deconstructing it anyway? You know, back in March, there was actually in February, there was a UFO, a flying saucer. It wasn't a saucer. It was shaped like a tortoise shell. It flew alongside the ISS for 26 minutes. They were being followed, supposedly. And when this thing, it passed them after 20-some minutes, and it sped up, and it arced up and away. And when it did, there was a beam of light behind it. Now, it looked 100% fake. But my point is, look, NASA films mystery UFO following the ISS for 20 minutes. Mystery object filmed near the ISS. So it's the usual type of footage. It's the outside camera, and it's just stationary footage, as fake as can be, just as per usual. But the object looks like a tortoise shell shaped object. And when it leaves, it doesn't even leave dramatically, but there is a beam of light behind it. So I suspect that this was probably planted there to start rumors about Space Force having something that nobody can talk about. And it did appear to signal to the astronauts. So that was one. And there have been a few other little sightings from the ISS, most of them just ridiculous. Like, I was asking, when are we going to see Starlink satellites from the space station? And they did present us with one, but they forgot something. This is one of the issues. Every one of these different agencies does it a little bit differently. They each fake space a little differently. I have to say America does it the best. We give them a lot of crap, but out of all the space agencies, NASA screws up the least. And it's because they're kind of minimalist about it. They don't overdo it. They don't give us too much to analyze. Like right here, this is supposedly a still shot from a time lapse, from a camera. You know, it's not MS Paint like it looks. And what you see there is supposedly the Earth, and the arrow is pointing to UFOs. So this is what you're supposed to believe are UFOs. Anyway, what you don't see is the planet Earth. The Earth is transparent, and you can see stars through it. And as it moves over the horizon, you can see those same stars. So I don't know if it's just some kind of miscommunication, or somebody forgot to reveal a layer before they rendered, but they forgot to put the Earth in there. So it's like, okay, you convinced me UFOs are real, but that's not near the Earth. So, major glitch. Not the only one. We never run out of glitches. Now take a look at this. This is something else I pointed out a few times, but this is worth looking at again, since we're talking about space. So on the left you have dark matter in space, or rather a CGI representation of what dark matter in space looks like, because dark matter is not really I mean, this is a scientist's conception, an artist's conception. On the right is a human nerve cell. So they're equating the two. This is done quite a lot. There's a lot of this. I think it's the Hermetic doctrine, as above, so below. But it's a very common thing where we're being given these images of deep space, and then we're given, like, look, it looks just like your DNA at the smallest level. Like, there's a reason for it. And to me, it's all ideological. And we'll get to this, because I have this new theory about outer space. Because there's just too many indicators here that even though we talk about outer space being fake, I think they're doing something. Just not sure what. You know, is it all just bad movies and trying to guilt trip people into going green? Or is there something else? And I think there's something else. Deep space could quite easily just be a nice way of saying, or a euphemistic way of saying, deep underground. And the very concept of outer space, from its inception, it actually, you could trace it back to Lewis Carroll through The Looking Glass. That author came up with this idea of drilling tunnels to connect the continents. So you'd have these openings at the antipodes of the Earth, connecting various continents. So it would be Swiss cheese in it. But you take all the oxygen out of the tunnel, and your craft would free fall, your pod, from one side to the other. And it was calculated that it would take 42 minutes to go through the Earth. Then if you look at Alice in Wonderland, kind of a time travel book too, but it has that scene, the opening scene where she falls down the tunnel, 0G, and then lands softly at the bottom. Well, he had posited that if you did have such a way of traveling through tunnels, that you would accelerate free fall, and then you would decelerate for the other half of your journey. So you would just softly land. Anyway, I'm just finding this to be very intriguing. This notion that this entire time we've been looking up and they've been working below. And if you're interested in this concept, I recommend the movie Orbiter 9, because it deals with an entire generation of people who are, if this movie were true, it'd be like, imagine people being farmed in fake spaceships below a military base in Colorado. Like, we're talking decades long mind control experiments where they're not in mental homes, they're in spaceships. Commenter says the filtered words are quite revealing. Yes, well, look, phones are open, 833-311-1984. If you're on a platform that's being censored, you can always call in and speak the filtered words, or you can double the consonants. Easy way to just get around it. Okay, let's move on. Have any of you guys heard the Rittenhouse theory? That if you throw a rock into a crowd of Tifas, you'll hit a pedo in the head with it. I've only seen it tested once, but yeah, it seems to be true. All right, let's move on. A couple of other things to get onto here. Oh yes, we're talking about this space farce, the Space Force thing, and I'm just finding this all to be very curious. Okay, now here's the interesting thing about George News, where I found this article. So on this article, it turns out that this Space Force thing, rather, on this video, Space Force Origins, it's coming from a channel called George News, which most people who follow it think that they're following JFK Jr., who might actually be QAnon. A lot of the times they say, thank Q. You know, subtle nod, like, I know you're Q. So it's the strangest thing to me, because I know who this person is. So it happens to be a New Zealand-born actor and filmmaker who does a lot of work for the White House Communications Agency and manages these social media accounts under the name George News, and somehow got some really nice gig working at the White House. And so the strangest thing about it to me, though, one, that he produced as MGTV World a documentary on Amazon, a Flat Earth Awakening movie. So this is a friend of Eric Dubay who co-created a movie with them on Amazon. Look up MGTV World. He now works for again, the White House Communications Agency, and he's pumping out Space Force propaganda. I mean, this was someone who is trying to really spread flat Earth for years. I'm like, well, that's the strangest thing. How do you go from that extreme to the other? So it explains why I'm blocked on all the Twitter accounts. And but anyway, these are just facts. I'm pointing it out. I'm like, this is such a strange confluence of events here to find not only that, but this is the same individual who originally started the David Hogg crisis actor conspiracy theory. So if you remember, David Hogg was outed as an actor because he appeared on some other news broadcast on the other side of the country. Well, the uploader, and this is what caused crisis actor to go trending, the uploader was the same individual. So it's like, this individual is the one who actually started the David Hogg as a crisis actor conspiracy theory, and now he's pushing Space Force and he's working at the White House. Strange. I don't know what else to make of it, but I thought I would bring it up. Okay, here's another interesting coincidence. Just the other day in New York, there was a black van at a high rate of speed that crashed into a statue of President McKinley. The statue of President McKinley was 113 years old. So I'm like, wait, okay, let's look at this President McKinley. Is there any significance to it? Woman killed after speeding minivan plows into a 96-foot high Buffalo monument. So it's a very well-known monument. I have some pictures of the crash. I don't have any footage of it. I'm not assuming it to be real. The police were there within 45 seconds. It says the vehicle's engine was on the opposite side of the marble monument. The fatal wreck marked the 4th incident of damage this year to the 113-year-old monument. So we're looking at a monument that's 113, a monument to a President McKinley. Looked into him, and he was assassinated 119 years ago. So I'm looking at the symbolism here, not assuming this to be real, but I'm like, okay, I could see a remote operated van carrying out a symbolic act of ramming into an obelisk, a 96-foot tall obelisk that's been there for 113 years. And again, 113, the number, the date, this release the Kraken thing I was talking about earlier, it's all seemingly related to the same basic story. Because again, we're dealing with a monument to a president who was assassinated 119 years ago. So you have 113 and 119. And if you follow the patterns when it comes to predictive programming, these things are often used reversibly. So 9/11, 1/11, same difference. Commenter says, Jesus is the Alpha and the Omega. Is he making a second coming? Or has it already happened? My take on the second coming, by the way, is that it was a psyop. That the whole thing was a psyop in order to divinate the ruling elite, the imperial cult of Rome. The idea of revelations like War of the Worlds, where the angels come down and wreck the place, that's not going to happen. That's a science fiction remake of Revelations. Now check this out. Prince Philip. Now, if you know who Prince Philip is, he wants to die and come back as a more virulent strain of AIDS. He wants to come back as COVID 666 and destroy the world. I don't know if you've heard about Philip, Prince Philip, and I don't know how he got away with saying that. I mean, maybe there was a time where it might have been a little more fashionable to talk about reducing the population, but here's what he said. He said, in the event that I'm reincarnated, I would like to return as a deadly virus. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim. How's it going? I called in once or twice before. I never knew who you were, but I did some history, and you're quite the man. So,
oh, cool. Hey, what do you think about this release the Krakenwood? Have you looked into any of this stuff that I'm talking about tonight?
Oh, boy. Well, I just got off work, and it's been a very long week. I have not had a chance to catch up on all today's events and kind of the I don't even know the word for it, but the ethos in the air. But I just noticed a tweet, and I just had to bring it to your attention. I'll keep this short, but I'm gonna read it. It's right off Trump's Twitter timeline. You know, they had the whole Arizona thing and everything today, whatever, and everybody seems to be going against him, like deep state or whatever you want to call it, the coup. It says, this was 3 hours ago. It says, thank you. A lot of senators and House members are very happy that I came along. Think I'll stick around for a while. You know, and I was just catching up on you talking about Space Force and all this other stuff. But that, to me, that tweet right there, I think it just says everything. What's your thoughts?
Well, there's a couple of things. I at no point thought that this was going to end up as anything other than another psyop to divide the nation and make sure that the left hates the right, which is make the left think they have it and then take away their pacifier. So I kind of figured this would be the case. And then on Saturday when he came down with the boot on his leg, you know, he twisted his ankle. Now he's wearing a boot. I'm like, wait, where have we seen that before? So
McCain, Hillary, even, you know,
right.
We've seen it. It's pre-programmed to us. So I think we were looking for that, and it oddly enough happened. Right? Isn't that interesting?
Right.
I'm telling you, I'm all worked up about it. Not just the boot, but everything. Like trying to follow all your I don't want to call them conspiracies, but your theories, because they're not conspiracy. There is truth to. There is some truth to every conspiracy. I'll say that.
Well,
and,
what we're doing here is, you know, it's critical thinking. We're analyzing the media and the big stories.
Well, exactly. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, and one thing too, conspiracy theory is like only applied to people who are politically conservative or on the right who deny the science or the fake science of the left. Nobody ever calls the left out as being a bunch of conspiracy theorists when they come out with these ridiculous theories. A lot of them are.
Well, I mean, you know, the whole thing was weaponized by the CIA a long time ago. You know, if you believed in UFOs or say even flat Earth or whatever, you were a conspiracy theorist, and that was instant. Just it's like calling you white supremacists. You know what I mean?
It was, but now if you don't believe in UFOs, you're considered to be unscientific and you're a flat earther.
Well, see, it goes full circle, doesn't it? See how they weaponize it?
Yeah, it's completely
like what you're saying. It's leverage against leverage to make you hate each other, and so I guess.
So what do you think, though, with the boot thing, though? Do you think that boot is a way of signaling to the people in the know who might lose a lot of money if they don't find out sooner that, hey, we're going to lose? Or do you think it's something else? I mean, someone else suggested to me they think it's a tracking device and that he's wearing it as a humiliation ritual on orders of Trump himself. Have you heard that one?
Well, you know, I've actually considered it since I saw the thing, but you know, when I'm at work, we don't get anything but CBS News updates, and it's like President-elect Biden this, he's picking his cabinet, and it's like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? So I haven't had a chance to normalize yet. I've only been caught in the insanity realm of the MSM. So, you know, I'm not one to speak on it, but
did you hear what Kenneth Copeland said about the media declaring Biden the winner?
I did not hear her exact quote. No.
The media.
Yeah. Kenneth Copeland. He's he basically.
Kenneth Copeland Ministries.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh, now it gets deep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play like 10 seconds, okay? Because this is what he said.
Okay.
The media said Joe Biden's president.
Okay, and he goes on for about a minute and a half, hysterically laughing himself off the stage until everyone else is laughing at the idea that the media just stands up and says, "Yep, he's the president," and it's true.
Right. Well, but at the same time, you know, I'm not going to knock Kenneth Copeland because I don't know him personally, but I watched a lot of his things, and you know, a lot of these big ministries always seem to be about, you know, pray for God for $1 million and a Cadillac and this and that. So, you know, I'm not going to even touch on it.
Well,
I have no credence.
I've listened to him, though. I've listened to him a few times here and there, and his rationale is that since he has his own private jet, he can go anywhere. He can preach anywhere. So he can reach anybody in the world. So he can justify his fleet of jets because it's basically how he does the Lord's work. And it's hard to argue with that logic.
Well, it is, because it creates division, because it, at one point in time, like if you read, the New Testament, it'll say that the gospel will be spread around the world, and like there's nothing you can do about it. But at the same time, it's like, what measure do you do that? So to me, it's almost like a Greta Thunberg style performance, and I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking Christians. I'm certainly knocking the climate change folks, because I studied geology for years, and CO2 was like 4 times the level it is now, and everything survived. In fact, plant production was bigger. We could go off on a big tangent about that, but I won't go there.
It is actually relevant, though, because this whole idea that we are destroying the world has given the environmentalists like this excuse here, with COVID, to say, hey, look.
Well, yeah, and they're back to trust the science. Well, at one time,
Well, no. Actually, one of the things that I'm finding them saying is that look at how cleaner the skies are. We're dropping, like the skies above Wuhan were reported by NASA to be far cleaner after just 2 weeks of a lockdown, and they said more lives are saved from clean air than are lost to the virus.
But that's over Wuhan, China. I mean, that's like one of the dirtiest fucking places on earth, right? Sorry, I don't mean to cuss, but we've all known that, right? Even Trump says it. He's like, why are we changing all of our environmental codes? Yeah, I mean, think about U.S. Like, you can't even sell a car in California unless it's got California compliance, right? I mean, I work on trucks all day long, right? So we deal with it, but like, why are we paying the most when we're actually pretty much the cleanest? I mean, think of Indonesia, China. I can't even go out. Russia. Who knows what the hell Russia does?
It's a way though of what's happening is the world church is selling indulgences, and God could just as well flood the place because of what you're doing to it. But if you're willing to give a cut to his priesthood, they will spare you. So yeah, they're actually selling indulgences. The whole idea of carbon taxes, it's the same old scam. And the fact that we've already,
I get what you're saying, Tim.
We're already.
But see, I think the difference here is, I think their God is not Yahweh of the Bible. I think it's the light bearer. Lucifer.
See, I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of questions about that because when it comes to the elite and who they worship or whatever, because it seems like the more I look into it, the more they appear to be making use of astrology, which I find to be very strange. Not the
gematria too. Gematria too.
Specifically gematria, word magic, by their definitions, sigil magic. There's all kinds of tricks that are being used that would fall into the rubric of lesser magic as well as the greater kind. And for example, I was looking today. Someone had sent me these pictures of various mass shooters, and how often their very first image doesn't look like the image we're later shown. And what someone put
it's funny. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but it's funny you say that, because one of the CBS headlines today on the radio was there was a mass shooting. What was it, Mississippi or something, with some I want to say right-wing far group, and all they had playing on the radio was the soundbite of like multiple shots, and it's like, it's psyop.
Well, listen to this one. So the very first time we saw Jared Loughner, the one who shot the congresswoman, well, they blamed that on Glenn Beck and right-wing hate. And the very first picture of him doesn't look like subsequent photos. So someone pointed out that it looks like they took this kid's photo and merged it with Uncle Fester and Glenn Beck.
Oh boy. Oh boy. They really stretch themselves sometimes.
Well, look. I'm looking at it though, and I'm like, wait a minute here though. If you wanted to create an enemy that would resonate, as in it's a fake shooter, wouldn't you want to evoke certain archetypes? We've seen these Joker archetypes applied. I would say Nick Cruz is very much styled off of the Son of Sam. Bowl cuts are very popular among shooters, but this one I thought was very quite likely intentional.
Yeah, I'm looking at
And
it
then-
right now.
and then
but,
check
but
this-
see, it's,
check
it's
this-
all in the eyes. You know what I mean?
Well, then look at this
if you
one
look
too.
at all these mass shooters, the eyes, they're all very hypnotized. You know, I wouldn't say MK2 or MK Ultra because what project did they move that onto? It was like Project Orion or something like that.
Well, I'm under the
Maybe.
I'm under the belief that these shooters are all just actors, and in this case,
Oh, me
when
too.
when we
Absolutely.
when we first saw, like, look, MK Ultra. Here's what my MK Ultra theory is that the idea of handlers who have programs, who have slaves, who have multiple personalities that each have their own program. I think that's just a way of saying you got a director, an actor with multiple scripts, and they're playing roles. I don't think it's actual mind control. I think it's acting and directing of actors and agents in the field of this Psywar. But you look at James Holmes, and the very first picture, it looks like they actually merged him with Jack Nicholson. And the significance there is they called him the Joker shooter. And who played the Joker before the Heath Ledger? You know, you had Nicholson.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I can see it in the photos. Yeah, absolutely. It's unreal. It's unreal. I swear they programmed my ex-wife. No, I'm kidding.
Well, they probably did. They probably did on some level. For example, you look at the Disney series Frozen, and they admitted that Frozen 2 is based on Greta. And the whole plot is the youth are saying to the parents that they destroyed the environment and they're taking over. So it's an eco-fascist
Fuck
youth-led.
you, boomers. That's basically was their whole message. Fuck you, boomers.
Yes.
You should all die. Yep, that's exactly what they said. And that's exactly what Greta comes out and says. You know, how dare you? That kind of thing.
And then you compare the physical appearance of Greta with the ponytail to Elsa, and this is what told me to look into this. I was like, wait, there's no way that Elsa isn't subtly selling the youth on Gretaism. And sure enough, not only are they based on the same character, but you can find other Disney characters where they had Rapunzel, same hair, quarantined on Corona Island. You have Saint Corona, long hair, same exact thing, looks like Greta. They use archetypes, and they've been doing this our entire lives. And so I think we all are literally more or less mind controlled unless you've actually reverse engineered it. I mean, until you reverse engineer it, the default, I think, is you're somewhat spellbound.
Well, see, what's amazing to me is how much these three-letter agencies compartmentalize things, that you can, like, if you were just a rational person with logic-based thoughts and you try to deprogram all this or, you know, back engineer it, you'd go fucking insane. Like, just all the thought or the thinking, you know, how do I say it? All the think tanks that have engineered this with all their evil thoughts and figured out little, you know, say section 1.2 or section 1.5 or whatever. I mean, it's enough to drive a normal person insane. I can't believe that these people still walk around and maintain themselves normally. I don't think it's possible.
Well, I tried something a couple of years, right after the Parkland event. A friend and I did a thought experiment. What we did is we set up ads for crisis actors, and they had to respond to a little bit of a survey. And we wanted to find out how cheap could we employ people to lie in the news and fake dead or fake injuries to advance gun control. And you could find hundreds of people within 5 miles of you who will do it for $50. So no, there's a lot of sellouts. Like, I don't even think that there needs to be a forced mass vaccination when most people will just do it for a universal basic income.
Well, and there you go. Socialism, man. Socialism. They just want that socialism, and it's never worked. And it's like, you fucking idiots, wake up.
Well, socialism will end up, that is their thing, I think, ultimately, but it's going to work under the premise of it's necessary to save the planet. And COVID-19 is giving them an opportunity to reset, as in, let's not go back to the way we were. And that's why they're pushing this reset meme so heavily. They want us to look at things from a new perspective.
You know, but I totally agree with you. But, you know, if people can't see their desired outcome, look at the Georgia Guidestones. I mean, they spelled it out for you. They always, we know this about the occult, they always put the shit in your face so that it's like you accept it. Because, you know, as a Christian or whatever, we like to think we have dominion, but if they sit there and, you know, dangle it in your face like that insurance commercial, oh, I got you $1, or oh, I got you a vote, like, you know, and you try to grab it and you're now the sucker, like, you're fucked. You know what I mean? Sorry for the language, but
I get the idea sometimes that, yeah, it's likely that we're in the grip of some sort of, well, I don't know, a cult, a world-spanning cult, one way of putting it. But, but it's deeper than, I think, just physically controlling people. There does seem to be something diabolical behind it. Something, but whatever that is, I'm still digging. In fact, I have a lot of interesting research today I came across. And one of the things I came across was I was researching, why is it that the north side of the Masonic Lodge, which is or the temple, is kept in the dark? And in my research, I came across a few links describing someone claiming that there were apparitions in the dark side of the lodge. And I was like, well, that's kind of fascinating. Like, are we dealing with, you know, that kind of, I don't know, that kind of sinister forces at play? You know, is this some sort of spiritual battle, or is it just politics and metadrama?
Oh, no. It goes. I think it goes way beyond just the human realm. I mean, think about like Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Why would they name it that? You know, we could talk about Nazis on the moon or Nazis on Mars, whatever, but they go full beyond the physical realm. I mean, you know, think about like MK Ultra, or like, what do they call them? Remote viewers, how they get into the psychic realm. I mean, think about Hitler. He's been doing this since the 30s. The Vril, they were psychic realm. So.
Right. Yeah, that's right. That's another area I want to look into as well, the Vril, because I was looking at the depictions of them in some drawings, and they resemble the aliens in the movie Sputnik, which were basically a space virus-born parasite.
Oh, a parasite. Now, see, I could get on with that because, I mean, think about. Hold on, buddy. Dude, I'm on the phone. Yeah, those are cool. So I was thinking about like, there was a certain aviator that supposedly went to the North Pole back in, I want to say, the mid to late 30s, and he said that, you know, oh boy. My kid just got my train.
Oh, that's fine. Well, if you look at, I brought up parasites because if you look at the movie Sputnik that just came out in August, it's about a virus that gets into the cosmonauts, and then it's a little parasite thing inside of them, and it actually causes them to thirst for human blood, adrenalized blood. So it ties in the adrenochrome thing. But they,
oh boy!
But they actually
seen that before.
They manifest themselves as these grotesque alien creatures that look like these Vril creatures I've seen in drawings. And the reason why they show themselves.
Describe the drawings you've seen, because the way I would imagine them, and I've witnessed multiple UFOs and stuff over my life, I would imagine like reptilians, you know, reptoids, that kind of thing, shapeshifters, to put it calmly, bluntly.
Right. Well, in the movie, I would describe them as, yeah, I would say reptoid in a sense. They look like reptilians. They're definitely in the shape-shifting thing because they're sort of like merged with the person. But when they actually show themselves, they do so in such a way to instill fear, to get the most adrenaline in the person, and to scare the crap out of them before they eat them. But if you look at the creature, I put it on the screen, it looks sort of like a reptilian with like a cobra-like hood.
Okay, I see that. Well, think about Joe Biden, his weird, creepy reptile smile where he's just ear to ear. It looks like all you can think is Satan. But at the same time, like, so that aviator that went to the North Pole supposedly saw these Pleiadian beings, right? This is a whole other realm where they're light, frequency, this and that. Well, isn't that kind of the same deception as the light bearer? I mean, frequency is one thing. You know, chakras, we could go into many different details, but if it's not your
oh, by all means. I mean, all these things are on the table right now because we're looking at the external side of their rituals, their dramas, the symbols. They're telling these stories. I'm talking about these like this character, this alien I'm bringing up. It's a reoccurring character, but I think there's some deeper meaning to it, and it has to do with this harvesting of human victims and these sacrificial death rites. And in the movie, even though it's a science fiction about aliens, it turns out that the American government or the governments of the world were actually feeding prisoners to these things in exchange for information, like technological.
Well, that kind of goes along with the supposed underground wars that Trump's been, having. And, underground tunnels, all these bases and everything else, like train lines that go from the east to west coast underneath the ground. You've been to Denver Airport. Please tell me you have. That is some weird shit.
Yeah,
I've never been so scared in my life.
There's plenty about it, and they play with people's minds there too. They even put up posters, like Illuminati posters. But I've heard about these things like Dulce and underground, I guess, wars with alien beings. But it's far more likely, whatever people think about the scenario, it's far more likely that it would be happening beneath our feet than up above, because space is fake.
Well, absolutely. Hollow Earth theory. I can't give credence. I studied geology for years, and I could never give you credence on that. I mean, think about HARP. HARP. It was an antenna array to supposedly, discover oil and deposits. But you add an AI supercomputer to that with different wavelengths and stuff. I mean, you could see whatever the hell you wanted to see underneath the ground, as far as mineral deposits and dude, I could go on and on. But I'll leave it there, Tim.
Okay,
you are fascinating, and I love your show. So.
Thanks. Well, hey, Colin.
And your listeners are very smart, too.
Yeah, we've got the best think tank chat room, and many of them have been here for several years, and they're all as informed on this stuff as I try to be. So, hey, thanks for the call. Call back anytime.
Absolutely. Thanks.
All right, so let's see what else. We were talking about these aliens from the movie Sputnik, and yeah, they're actually tying in to the adrenochrome conspiracy theories. And the Sputnik movie came out on the same day that Putin released the coronavirus vaccine called Sputnik. Sputnik named for the first object in orbit, if you believe in orbit, and it was sent up there 10/4/1957, 63 years ago. So look, there's a few things about this. One, the name of the actual vaccine, Sputnik, came out the day this movie was released in August. But the movie was actually supposed to be released in April, but it was delayed because of the pandemic. So the pandemic was already part of the story of this movie's release. So it says, during the last hot period of the Cold War, and that term Cold War these days really stands out to me for a few reasons. One, Call of Duty Cold War has just come out, November the 13th. Very significant, I think, because when I see Cold War, I also think of the word flu. And it seems like the game here for decades has been a covert war to convince the world that it has the flu, because then you could install a medical tyranny. And that's just on the assumption that there was never any war between these nations. It was always the war of the elite against the masses. And so Cold War just seems like an inside joke. So 2 Russian cosmonauts engage in orbital research missions, and they find something inexplicable. They see something outside their shift. One of their cosmonauts survives and brings it down. What they find is an extraterrestrial life form that's living inside of his own body. It comes out at night when the host is asleep. So they have a symbiotic relationship. They never really say or show how it goes in or out of the person. So that's kind of left to your imagination, but I think it lives in the esophagus of the astronauts, so it's like they're vomiting it out every night. But it goes out to eat live humans. But listen to this. The horrifying truth. The creature does not feed from whatever Konstantin eats, that's the astronaut, the host, but it prefers to eat live humans, and the military has been feeding it prisoners. The victims are shown the creature in its entirety, which augments their fear, to make their human brains release cortisol, from which the alien obtains its nutrition. Disgusted and horrified by this, she confronts her superior, who says that their only reason why they're doing this is they need to find out how they can turn the alien into a weapon they can control. So now here's where it gets sinister. So we're talking about a movie that's 113 minutes long. Again, another 113 reference. This movie is about weaponizing a virus that's actually an alien. And this is being done by the Russians. So this is the underlying story. Then here we are. The movie actually comes out on the day that Russia releases a vaccine for coronavirus called Sputnik. So then if you look back at the term corona, the very first instance of corona intersecting with this story would be Roswell. 1947, Roswell UFO crash. In the world stage drama, that would be the first time that aliens reached us. Well, they landed in Corona Field. Shortly after the space race started, we have the Corona spy satellites that were sent up there. Then you have the Men in Black series, which is all about a covert alien takeover, aliens working with the government. And that movie has its culmination in Corona Park. So the term Corona has actually quite a lot to do with some sort of internal invader. And this is something I've gone over a few times since it came out a few months ago. One of the covers to The Economist says, "The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World." So what you have here is a cover that looks like outer space with planets and satellites, but what you're actually looking at inner space, and it's being taken over by viruses. I think the one here is AIDS. You have some COVIDs, but the bacteria look like rockets or lunar landers, and this is all very, I think, intentional. Like if you look at the lunar lander, it looks like a scaled up model of one of these bacterium, and I don't think that it's unintentional. I brought up earlier the microcosm being conflated with the macrocosm, as above, so below. They show you deep space, dark matter, and say it looks exactly like nerve fibers. I mean, this is an intentional merging of outer space and inner space. A couple of other things that tie into this: Space Invaders came out 42 years ago, most influential video game of all time. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy came out 42 years ago. I've been thinking about this term Space Invaders. And I think that what we might be looking at here, we've been looking at this notion of a alien invasion taking over the world. Well, what if it's not outer space invaders, but inner space invaders? And how would you get the inner space invaders into somebody? How would you get the aliens, the corona, whatever they are? Well, you would deploy them with a vaccine called Sputnik, which is the name of the satellite that won the space race. So it kind of got me thinking, when we look at these astronauts of the past, are we looking at guinea pigs being injected with injectable nanobots? Like, are we looking at a massive, like orbit, for example? Well, maybe orbit is really just a euphemism for circulating in a living person's stream. Like, that's what I mean by inner space invasion. Could just be that's kind of where I'm leaning with this right now. Whenever I see this type of imagery, I'm like, there's a reason for this. And I'll show you more along these lines, because here's the idea, is that the person who is infected is now a host to a parasite alien, which makes you an enemy of the state. You're sick until proven healthy. Your presumption of innocence is gone when it comes to this COVID, when it comes to the pandemic. Your presumption of innocence is gone. You have to go have your brain swabbed. So this here is kind of pointing out, though, that anyone who contains the virus is like an alien among us, which would require what? Well, obviously quarantine, obviously segregation, separation, and isolating the spreaders. Okay, someone says, why do you think they all have the black eyes? The black eyes of the X-Files was creepy. I've looked at that as that's a very common representation of the aliens from the beginning. Whitney Strieber started that. And I always got the idea that we're looking at some type of goggles. And I'm surprised they haven't mandated opaque goggles to go with your mask, because eye contact can lead you into the activities that cause you to break social distancing measures. Okay, I have a couple more things here related to this, but so Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War came out, and they also have a zombie version. So if you don't have enough vicarious mass murder in your life, get your Black Ops Cold War zombies. Predictive programming. Now here's an example of predictive programming. This is from Project Runway. So it's a modeling show. And in the show, one of the models, his name is COVID. And he wears a mask. He puts on a mask, but his name is COVID. And this is from April of 2019.
Did you mind putting your mask back on? Thank you. I had not noticed COVID's detail, this 3D application.
COVID's detail. This is COVID, the model.
It's sick. Brandon said it, but you must be hot. You should probably take the mask off.
I'll play it one more time. They're complimenting COVID on his mask.
COVID's look. Did you mind putting your mask back on? Thank you. I had not noticed COVID's detail, this 3D applique. I mean, it just gets better. What do you guys think of this mask?
What do you guys think of this mask? And there he is. This is from April the 4th, 2019. I mean, it could just be a coincidence, right? And people have been picking apart the predictive programming on this for a long time. But, you know, it was the same with 9/11. A lot of people had noted predictive programming with 9/11 after the fact and for years later. But it doesn't really explain it all. You know, what it does show you, though, it does give you some insight into the nature of media itself. Someone sent this to me, and I had to do my research. I'm happy to entertain any ideas, but I tend to Google things like reverse image search right away. They said Jan Michael Vincent of Airwolf disappeared off TV at the same time Melania arrived in the USA. Like, obviously it's probably a joke. So I'm like, okay, I'll look into it. So I looked into it today. And yeah, it turns out that Jan Michael Vincent of Airwolf actually looks like this today. So you're not going to convince me that he made that kind of a... It's kind of like that... Did Aleister Crowley, you know, put on a wig and a dress and become Barbara Bush? Like, I mean, it's an interesting kind of connection, because then you got Barbara Bush, father of George Bush, is Aleister Crowley, and many believe that George Bush played Charles Manson. So you're like, wait a minute, are you telling me that Aleister Crowley was Charles Manson's mother? So it's kind of, you know, when you get into the logic of it, it kind of falls apart. More news. I've been following this story, if you care about it, but as I kind of predicted, it would be looked at this way, and it's going to become a bigger issue as the days move forward. McGlennon's former teammate cited the quarterback's career as evidence that Colin Kaepernick is being blackballed. The talk is that he is the greatest example, the most prominent, visible example of systemic racism, and that is what is keeping him out of the league. And, you know, good luck changing minds on that. And I'm bringing that up because I get the idea that the public is being set up for yet another major psychological operation, which we'll get to when that happens. Here's a little clip. David Rockefeller talking about the Great Reset.
The negative impact of population growth on all of our planetary ecosystems is becoming appallingly evident. The rapid growing exploitation of the world's supply of energy and water is a matter of deep concern. And
so he was deeply concerned that the world's going to run out of water. This is David Rockefeller. They've been gloating about this future, this Great Reset, and it would have worked, I think, if they really did have a pandemic. And, you know, despite all the negativity about 2020, and people are always talking about how bad it is, the good news is, you know, what are we really looking at? Just bad drama on TV. Like, at least nobody's really dying. And the Film Your Hospital's website is being updated because that is another trend that's popping up again. And it happened last April and May, where people noticed that the news reports did not relate whatsoever to what we were actually seeing in the streets that could be verified by independent observers. And it was very helpful that we were having footage to show us that no, these trucks are empty. These mass graves are empty. The crematoriums aren't so full that they're backed up and the skies are turning black from all the smoke. We were able to rapidly debunk a lot of that stuff before it really, you have to. If you don't automatically vet the information and you just respond to it, then you're left in a state of, well, constant terror, fear, overreaction, which is what they want. Just wait until they say mask mandates aren't enough. Mask mandates can't stop space junk from crushing your skulls. And this was a joke months ago. I remember months ago, somebody put one of these dog head coverings on a waiter, and it was meant to be a joke. But this actually is real. They're selling these face shields, and instead of wearing it on your forehead, it mounts in front of your neck. Just another way, that they're getting people to comply with the new norm. We're turning into insects. A lot of these costumes, these protective suits that people are wearing, they look like insect exoskeletons. It's a carapace. Look like cockroaches. And they're putting windshields on them. So it's like walking around in a bubble, quite literally. Commenter says, I never get notifications for this channel. Damn YouTube. Oh, it's intentional. YouTube has tried to bury this channel. In fact, they terminated our 86th channel just a couple weeks ago over hate speech. And they didn't say what it was that was hate speech. And most of the videos on that channel were 30 hours long because they're just non-stop streams. And they don't tell you, oh, this week you said something very offensive, so we're going to take down your whole video. It's like, if you could just tell me, just give me a range, what day was it? They don't even tell you. Because if they could tell me specifically what it was that was getting me banned, I could correct my behavior. But they don't give me that opportunity. They don't tell me what crimes I'm being charged with. Twitter's just as bad. We know these platforms. But like I said, this is my 86th channel. It doesn't make a difference to me. I remember after the first one was taken down, they send you a letter and it's like, you can no longer use this channel, this platform. You're never allowed to open another channel. Don't watch YouTube. Don't watch it on your friend's TV. Like, they try to exile you 100% from YouTube, and it just doesn't work. Listen to this. This is a Las Vegas Raiders player who is tested negative, but he got a call that he tested positive. And listen to this. This is a very interesting story, and it's just one of many like this I've heard.
So I just want to be clear. I do not have COVID, and I get tested every single day for my work. I just got a call from the Nevada Health Department saying that I tested positive for COVID. The Nevada Health Department receives every single COVID test, positive or negative. They receive the results. And obviously, my organization would have been the ones to know if I had received a positive test before this organization, the Nevada Health Department. When I told them that I get tested every single day for my work and that they would have known prior, and I told them that I played for the Raiders, they began to feel all flustered and realized that they got caught in a lie. When they got caught in a lie, they told me to ignore the phone call, to act like they never called, and to pretend that this never happened. To me, this is 1,000 a political stunt, and they're trying to. And just so
he called it 1,000% a political stunt, which is pretty much it. That and he said many others experienced the same thing. So I don't really have confidence in Big Brother's ability to maintain this psyop for very much longer, but they're trying to maintain the illusion as best they can. The UN has just hired 110,000, quote, information volunteers. Like, there might be an information volunteer listening tonight. I don't know how, I mean, it's 110,000, and their job is to scour the internet and listen for dangerous misinformation, to lurk in those chats, and who knows what, contact trace everybody. Everybody here is going to get contact traced. Commenter says, tech succeeds. Trump, in my opinion. John T., Assange, and Tesla. So that's, again, along the line of thought that when Trump beats the deep state, we're going to be seeing technology introduced to the world. From the Pleiadians, from Nikola Tesla, something like that. I'm interested in hearing more if you want to call in on that. 833-311-1984. I have a couple quotes here. The beginning of wisdom is to call things by their proper name, Confucius. Right, see, you can't. That's called hate speech. You call it what it is, it's hate speech. Oh, that's a propaganda piece. That's a crisis actor. That's fake news. That's a superstition. I mean, you can't call things what they are. Of course not. That's exactly what is getting my channel banned. All right, let's move on here. A couple things. I was talking to the previous caller about these faces. So now this is just a theory, but it really stood out because I've arrived at a similar conclusion. Now, if you look at the face of Adam Lanza, in many ways it constitutes a symbol. Adam Lanza's face is like Osama bin Laden's face. You know, they represent part of an aspect of the Psy-War. So you see Osama bin Laden and you think towers falling, jumpers, losing all your security, everybody's in a state of panic, we have to go to war. But there are all these ideas that are attached to these various faces. So when you see Adam Lanza's face, you see the face of someone who murdered a bunch of people in a classroom right before Christmas. It's one of the worst atrocities imaginable. Well, they overdid it, you know, in so many ways. They probably overshot, no pun intended. They probably should have just done 5 or 6 deaths. That's at least sort of believable. But my point is, the actor that played Adam Lanza later resurfaces as David Hogg. And I'm looking at that thinking, well, why would you do that? Why would you put the face of mass murder as the face of the Children's Crusade, marching against it, March for Our Lives, the activist who's leading the charge against what he called this, he called it the mass shooter generation, and he called it a war on the youth, and he described it as such, a children's crusade. Why would you use the same person? Well, it makes sense in the context of Stockholm Syndrome, where the captor is also the savior. The terrorist is the rescuer. And this is creating a trauma bond, an unhealthy trauma bond. And that's what you see when you see the blind faith believers in big government. You see a lot of trauma-bonded citizens. They're held in place with all these fears that they need these leaders to protect them, like Trump to protect us from the cosmic threats. We need Al Gore to protect us from the sky falling. We need Dr. Fauci to protect us from the devil virus. Well, anyway, this particular picture is fascinating because if you look at Jared Lee Loughner, the photo that we were shown does not look like his original photo. And listen to this. The original is claimed to have originated from the forensics department and not from a booking department. Is it possible that a photo manipulation protocol was commenced? So it's being suggested that after he was taken in, or at some point they deliberately modified the photo. And this, to me, is something that we're seeing all the time. Especially the more I look at the Antifas in Portland, the more I'm seeing, I think, evidence of they're blatantly making up people in the news. So here it says, it becomes clear that media psyops are using entertainment notables such as Glenn Beck and Uncle Fester of the Addams Family. The point is, why didn't the elite mainstream media channels investigate the authenticity of the image? Why have they not retracted it? Yeah, and this picture was never retracted. It's kind of a mysterious picture. But when you analyze it, yeah, it does look like they just grafted Glenn Beck's smug smile onto Jared Loughner, who they blamed Glenn Beck for Loughner's shooting. And there is an Uncle Fester look in the eye, which I think, yeah, that makes perfect sense. This probably is their protocol. Now, let me show you this. I mean, this is one of the Twitter channels that I follow. And, you know, I've been following a lot of these riots. I stopped recently. I got kind of bored. Is anybody else here experiencing riot fatigue? Well, anyway, this is Andy on Twitter. He's done documentaries on Antifa, but he's always posting pictures of the mugshots. So here's 3 of them: Alexander York, Audra Hughes, Daniel Hutchinson, and Nicholas Stacy, 26, 32, and 26. So they're kind of young, but none of these individuals look real to me. Like, this one's bizarre. I see 3 lights in his right eye, no reflections in his other eye, which is also facing the wrong direction, which, you know, could be possible. But look at that luscious hair. I mean, there's so many things about it's just so much of it just is incongruent. Like, is that even his hair? Let's look at the next one. Okay. Who would intentionally do this to themselves? The shaved eyebrows, the bowl cut. Again, it says Multnomah Sheriff's Department. So I'm wondering, is the Sheriff's Department just working overtime in their Photoshop lab, just making this stuff up? Maybe it's to take away sympathy. I have a hard time believing that any of these characters are real. The hair doesn't look real to me. None of it looks real to me. There's incongruencies within the shadows, the lighting. You have to look closely, which is not easy to do, admittedly. This one here, like, I'm afraid that this image just gave me COVID. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, so I just called. That was your last call, but showing these Portland things. I live not too far from Portland downtown. I just want to say, as you can look at each one of these eyes, each one of their facial expressions, all their pox all over their face, they're full of meth, my friend. It's like their new deep state monetary system meth, heroin. Look what just passed in Oregon. They decriminalized literally meth, heroin, LSD, ecstasy, all this shit. Like, this is how they're paying these people off. And I think this is what a lot of our voter fraud comes from.
Wow, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense now that I think about it.
Well, hear me out on this. So Portland is filled with a lot of Mexicanos, like legal, not legal. We're not even going to go into that realm. But they're all Catholic. They all love family. They all love, like, wholesome lifestyles, right? How in the hell are you going to tell me that they're passing, abortion is legal? That was 2018. Like, up to past 9 months. Like, pull the baby out, put him on the operating tray, and keep him comfortable till he dies. Really? No. Guarantee you. Did not pass. But this is where this voter fraud thing comes in. And I just had to make that assumption. Like, nobody. So Ted Wheeler is literally making downtown into a no-go zone, just like, say, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, with the Islamic bullshit. It's a no-go zone if you don't have a mask. And so we could tie a lot of things together here, but, you know, I just had to make that.
I know what you mean. I mean, I've had a number of people bring this stuff up. I mean, it's pretty obvious how many of these rioters are bussed in or paid, which, you know, going across state lines to riot's a big deal. But I've been told that Portland was that it was already this bad. Would you say that it's worse?
You know, but it wasn't. It wasn't. Their whole motto was keep Portland weird. So there was a lot of LGBTQ, that kind of thing. But it wasn't extremism, you know what I mean? And you know what sits weird with me is the whole Proud Boys versus the Antifa BLM thing. Like, it's a national like homage to look at Portland and be like, oh, look at the division, you know, and it goes right back to what you said about division.
Okay,
That's
with
all
that,
they're doing.
I see Soy Boy and Proud Boy. I'm like, okay, boy and boy. And they're fighting for a favor from daddy government. I don't know why people get involved in that. Even the Proud Boy that was shot, J. Aaron Danielson, on August the 29th at 8:46 p.m., I think that was fake. And so I think that...
You know what? I've heard you talk about it, and I've seen other, you know, snippets on Twitter or just independent media that kind of concludes the same thing.
Well,
so, you know, I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but it certainly raises red flags in one's mind.
It raises a few. I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that it was at that time, 8:46, I might have glossed over it. But then you look at the shooter interviewed by Vice.
Numerology, my friend. Numerology.
It ties it together to multiple events. And then, of course, the shooter was interviewed by Vice before he was killed, pretty much on camera. And then he says something about why he did it. So he admits to murder, which doesn't make sense. And Vice is always there whenever there's some type of a psychological operation to cover, to interview. Yeah, they're deep state. They're
it's like the Men in Black showing up at your house if you see something weird. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Well,
I mean, the psyops are relentlessly taking place from Channel A to Channel B. That's why I said full circle last time. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I call it the psyop entertainment complex because this is how it's always been. I think religions have always used psychological operations, and the best example of the world that we're in, as far as movies go, would be the movie The Village, where you see how the people are controlled by the adults doing dramas. They're dressing up as devils and running around in the woods at night, so the kids think you can never leave, and it works. And that's kind of how we are. That's just a microcosm.
Yeah, it's kind of like Children of the Corn in a sense, but at the same time, think about this, Tim. Where the fuck did the Hollywood movie budget go? I know we killed them in the box office because they put out shit movies, but you know damn well they're all trust fund babies or trust fund heirs. Where the fuck are all these billions going, and why? Why?
Well, when people say Hollywood, they speak of it like a monolith, so I have to get a little more specific. But I kind of think that the movie industries were kind of moribund themselves as the home theater was replacing it, much like universities. A lot of these old institutions just have to die just because they can't be as competitive. And in a lot of ways, COVID might be putting a lot of them out of their misery. And that's kind of how the Great Reset types see this. They see this as now is the time to get into a more progressive way of life and get rid of these outmoded business models.
Okay, so I will agree with you there. As far as the COVID shutting their industry down, they did it to themselves. But at the same time, you know damn well they have all these royalties flowing in off the backs of, like, say, Forrest Gump or Men in Black. Or there's billions of dollars, and all of a sudden it's being shown as being bankrupted. But I don't think it is. I think it's think of it like Trump. Like, he had X amount of $1 billion, only he could only account for 4 or 5 billion of it. I mean, think about where it went. It went into the Tesla research and that kind of thing. I'm convinced of that. That's just my opinion.
Where does that go? That go? Tesla research, because people are asking. So the story is Trump's uncle John, or is it John or Joe, gets a hold of
John.
Okay, John gets a hold of Tesla's notes. What does he know?
Well, you know what so this is just personal, and I could be completely fucking wrong. This is my understanding of it. He got it, realized there was technology there. Army, military, just we'll encompass it in military, wanted to know if there was weapons there or time travel, that kind of thing, right? Because Tesla had the first wireless power, right? I mean, I put my phone on a wireless charger at night, and I'm like, oh, this is Tesla shit right here. Who the fuck would you tell if you knew you had a time machine, or if you knew you had some kind of quantum fucking missile or energy source that or perpetual energy for that matter, and I'm not trying to get like ecstatic,
so Biff Tannen, he's Donald Trump's character in the Back to the Future.
Biff Tannen, yeah.
So he catches sight of the time machine. 1958. He grabs a sports almanac. He uses this insider information in order to win bets and achieve a lot of fame, wealth, and he has this Trump Tower-like edifice built to himself, and so it looks like where we are right now. So is that what actually happened? Is Biff Tannen president?
Well, I would say not necessarily, because it's all about motivation. Like, what is your intention by harnessing this technology? Like Biff Tannen was obviously, he wanted to be a big shot, right? I mean, Trump, he's always been a big shot. He's probably sick of it. I mean, hence why he, doesn't take a salary. I mean, at one time, he probably wanted to be the big shot, saw the fucking, I don't know. This is just all speculation. We could go in the weeds. But
88 miles per hour. Why 88 miles per hour? And the flux capacitor, 1.21 gigawatts. What's the deal with that?
No idea. No idea, man. But
okay, I have an idea.
Parallels.
Look, I have a theory. Right? I have a theory here. 88 miles per hour could correspond to the 88 constellations, because time travel is, I think, more related to timelines and the characters on the world stage. Like, I think there might be something to time travel, but I'm thinking it might be just more of like a metaphor for inserting fake people into the real world. But I'm interested in what you're talking about, because it would explain some of the weirder stuff, like the Baron Trump's time travel adventures. Like, what do you think about that? Do you think that would...
Oh, dude. Yeah. So, well, not just Baron Trump's time travel adventures, like, because there was the book, Ingersoll Lockwood was the author, right? Sorry, I've had a couple drinks, but there was The Journey to the Center of the Earth with Baron Trump and his dog. But you know what sticks out to me the most is the book, The Last President. And that's why I called earlier and said, did you just see Trump's tweet about, I think I'll stick around for a little bit.
Okay, yeah. And for people who don't know, I mentioned that earlier, though. The Last President is the one that starts off with a reference to a Tuesday, November the 3rd, in the midst of a contested election.
Yeah, we'll see. The last little homages of the book that I read was about the 2016 election, where they predicted Antifa on Fifth Avenue and all this crap. Right? Have you seen Neon Revolt's little tweet? It was like 2 years ago, I want to say, but it was a whole thread about why, like, say, Jared Kushner, all of them bought the Trump Tower on 666 or what is it, 555 6th Avenue. It was something to break their symbology, and oh my God, there's so much to take in. I'm just trying to keep it concise, but there's a reason they did that. As far as Trump Tesla, I really see it being probable, just in my own mind, my own self. Think about the chain of custody. Chain of custody came up a lot in the election. Chain of custody of technology or notes or evidence would be very important to military. And now think about, Space Force. But not just Space Force, Tim. Think about this. This was the most important take back from Space Force. It wasn't Space Force itself. It was space traffic control. I mean, if that doesn't blow your mind, I don't know what to say. Because the most, think of the aircraft industry. It's not what fucking aircraft you're flying in and out of the runways. It's all about ATC, air traffic control. Like, you control who comes in, who leaves. And I'm just a peon, but I've died once when I was young. I know that time and frequency outside the body are completely different. And I've also seen the Great Lakes big triangles with the American fucking flag on the side. And that's no bullshit. My mother saw them back in the 70s. And I tell everybody I know this, if they really want to get involved. But there is a fucking link somehow, some way. And maybe it goes to Hollow Earth. Maybe it goes to, reptilian. It could go to all of them at the same time. Think of the Q map. And I'm not saying believe in Q. I'm just saying think of the Q map and how vast it is and how many intertangled webs there are. It's phenomenal.
Okay, so you mentioned this before. It said over Great Lakes you saw a triangular craft and it had a USA flag on it. So it wasn't...
It's huge.
Okay. How big was it again? I remember you mentioned it. You said you estimated it to be what?
Well, I would say it was about 200 feet off the ground. It was, I would say, at least 100 yards wide and moving 20 knots, like literally a walking pace. Didn't make a fucking sound. And it had windows on the side where you could see, you know, this was 2000, 2001, like right at the edge of the year. So I was young, but it was very real. We all witnessed it, you know. And this wasn't the first one we had witnessed, but my mother had also witnessed things like this in the 70s. And
right.
Anybody that's in the Midwest will probably attest to it. They've probably seen them too. You just see a star dancing and then it shoots into the atmosphere, like in a blink of an eye, and then shoots back out of the atmosphere, and then you get to like kind of follow it. I mean, it's indescribable. I don't have a way to describe it.
Okay, so back in, I think it was in March or April, the Navy had released some information where they were showing this recording radar screen, and you see these TIE fighters going up and down, and they said that these would be otherworldly craft because they were making maneuvers and moving at speeds that would be impossible for a human being to survive moving at these rates. So to me, I'm like, well, what's more likely? Some bizarre craft or a simulation? So, you know, I still need to see it. I don't discount it, but I think it's more likely that it's human than it's from somewhere else necessarily. I think it's kind of bizarre to expect any kind of otherworldly beings to just show up so in such an obvious way, unless it were part of a bigger spectacle. But
I promise you that all four of us that witnessed this saw that American flag on the side. But it was anti-gravity, like snap your fingers, it's in the atmosphere to out. I grabbed onto the car, I watched the clock because I used to listen to Clyde Lewis way back in the day, and I'm not very old, but I was always intrigued in it because my mom had told me about her experiences as a child. And so I was very in tune to it. And maybe that is what drew it to me living in Ohio. I don't know. But I can tell you it's very physically real. The physical realm of what they can manipulate as far as space-time, and having died once, I can tell you it's all about frequency. And I don't mean like chakra frequency, that kind of thing. But when you're outside your body, frequency means nothing. Frequency is like a 3 gigahertz computer, and you feel every moment of your life that you ever lived. Like you feel every moment you've ever lived or every decision you made in about 5 seconds, tops, done. It's I don't want to get too deep here.
Okay, well,
let's bring it back.
Now, what about aliens? Do you believe in these aliens, whether they're from somewhere else or not? Do you believe that there are some sort of beings that may be, I don't know, working covertly with our government already, like in that movie Sputnik?
Absolutely. And you know what's funny? I've never been visited by Men in Black, but I'm really surprised I haven't. So perhaps I'm just kind of programmed, but I do believe in alien grays. Okay. You know, typical gray, almond eyes that are black. I think they're kind of droids. I do believe in reptilians because I've seen one shapeshift. And I also believe that the Pleiadians, you know, I hate to take it to Pleiadians, but you could take it to Aryans, you could take it to all kinds of bullshit. But I do believe there's blonde hair, blue-eyed things that the Germans used to worship that had something to do with, like, so take Pleiadians and look at the dark side of them, like people that have turned or fallen angels, whatever. The Vril, that's what Hitler used to channel, right? And so I think there's multiple avenues there.
Okay,
Does
so
that make sense?
Yeah, so because what I'm bringing up here is, like, in the movie Sputnik, the aliens had landed or interfaced with man, and that there was some type of agreement where they were handing over a certain number of human victims in exchange for advanced information. So it's like for example, my iPhone 10 here, how many humans were sacrificed to get the information to make that, like the technology? Like, is that what we're looking at here? Some sort of trade-off where we're getting better technology at the expense of trading with these beings who might in fact be parasites? Or do you think there's, like you mentioned, reptilians and greys? Are they are we looking at parasites? Are we looking at benefactors?
Well, I would say benefactors because I can't attest to that, but I have heard stories or read like blogs of, you know, victim eyewitnesses of this shit. Not necessarily like the human trafficking aspect of it, but people that have, I don't know, man. If you have space and time on your side, you know, and if you are an adrenochrome junkie or some weird thing, like, can you discount it? I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
Let me run this by you then. Like, if this is all true with Trump, time travel tech, alien technology, etc., and then the deep state is another part of it, are we going to see some sort of deep state versus patriot war with the reptoids on one side and the Nordics on the other?
Well, you know, I'm surprised it hasn't come to that yet. But 2020 is not over yet. And I just saw some guy come out on Twitter today. He was like, he's some old crazy dude, but he's logical. He's like, yeah, you know, 2020 is not over. Like, you're going to see the rest of it. Like, you're going to see the rest of the simulation. And see, I think of it as a big entangled spider web. I think they're all fighting against each other. I know that sounds like maybe schizophrenic or paranoia or what, but who the fuck are we to judge what's really fucking real out there? I mean,
well, we got 2 weeks.
You know what I mean? I'm trying to keep it a lighthearted contest.
No, wait. In 3 weeks, excuse me. In 3 weeks, we've got the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction.
Yeah, about 3 weeks.
Yeah, and they're saying that hasn't happened since the Middle Ages. So some think that when Saturn and Jupiter have this alignment, that we're going to be, I don't know, I guess plasma apocalypse, maybe something like that, but that we're going to see something here in about 3 weeks that's going to be the great awakening we've been waiting for, or some have been waiting for. What do you think about that great conjunction?
Well, think about this, Tim. I've been thinking about it a lot this last week. So the Mayans predicted December 21st, 2012 was the end of civilization, right? It's all felt like we've lived in a simulation since then. I will promise you that, because shit's gotten weird in my life and everybody else that I know. They're like, what the fuck's going on? But think about this. What if they got the mirror image wrong? Instead of 2012 is 2021.
Okay,
because it's all December 21st. So you know what I mean?
So
that's just kind of an example.
So 2020 is 2012, and Mark of the Beast was Mask of the Beast all along. Like, those two little errors would explain everything.
Well, see, I'm just a peon, dude. I'm just a peon, but even us real people can see this shit now. Like, what if that mirror image was wrong? I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's just a gut feeling.
Well, we'll know. We'll know here in a few weeks. You know, in a couple of weeks, we'll know who the president is, and in 3 weeks, we'll know if the world's going to continue. And they were predicting an asteroid was going to hit us on November the 3rd. I mean, you can hear it in their proclamations that they're hoping for some catastrophe to take advantage of. So maybe you're right.
Oh, they celebrate every catastrophe that comes to. Never let a good crisis go to waste. That's the left's motto. And it has been for years, decades almost.
Well, one thing to keep in mind moving forward in the short term is that we are living in a Tom Clancy novel. 9/11 was a Tom Clancy novel. We're living in The Division, Dark Winter, and it's supposed to happen or start soon. So, yeah, I'm expecting another, at least at a minimum, another major psychodrama bomb to drop in the next month. I'm almost willing to place bets on it. Anyway, I appreciate the call very much, and we will be watching very closely over the next couple of weeks. If you want to call in during the conjunction, you should.
Hey, yeah, I appreciate it, and I will leave you with this, people. All you people in the chat, like, they've been playing their deception on deception. Like, they've been trying to deceive you via deception. Like, trust your gut. You know what's right and what's wrong. So, thanks, Tim. Appreciate it, man.
All right, thanks. And yeah, I agree with that. I think intuition should play a role. because sometimes you're picking up something, you're inferring something, and maybe you don't know why something's off. But critical thinking, facts, these things matter. It matters that the real world has been overtaken by the world stage, false world concept. And I think it's such a joke that we have an entire branch of the military who are getting behind the NASA deception. Tyrone says, my art made a great leap forward in 2016. Well, if we had to look at 2012 as some major change or something, I can see some areas. I mean, you could say that we were, when I say we, I mean anybody who was critically analyzing the news was hopelessly lost until 2012. In 2011, nobody knew what was going on except for the insiders. And that's because the crisis actor genie had not yet escaped the bottle. And without accounting for crisis actors and psychological operations, you just can't really claim to know what the hell's going on. So, we've only been in the know for a few years. Jordan says, Stephen Colbert used to have a repeating joke saying sarcastically that he trusted his gut on things opposed to facts. Yeah, generally you can just assume the opposite to be true when it's coming from these highly paid liars. Ocean of Lard says, apparently the bitch that runs the CIA is arrested and or deceased. Okay, let us continue. I wanted to go through the rest of my links here. Okay, here's an interesting one. Just another meme. The same people who used to say, and this is true, because the environmentalists are the ones who love the medical tyranny. They say, hey, look, COVID is doing Greta's work. They couldn't be happier. The people who believe in the Georgia Guidestones, that's their operating guidebook, that's their how-to manual for governance, they were the ones who were saying, damn, if we only had a plague, could we just get rid of all these excess people? Too many people. We could save the planet if people just stop having kids. And they were totally against overpopulation. Well, they're the same ones who are telling us to mask up. The meme says, we need a plague, LOL, the world is overpopulated, I hate humans, LOL. And here we are, 9 months later. What's wrong with you? Do you want people to die? You're selfish. It's like, which is it? Do you want us dead or not? And I thought about this for some time. I'm like thinking, why are they so eager to vax the conspiracy theorists? Like the anti-vaxxers are clearly the enemy of civilization. The anti-vaxxers are clearly unworthy of a vax. And if you could get rid of any demographic from the gene pool to improve the situation on Earth, wouldn't you want to get rid of the anti-vaxxers, the people who don't want to take their medicine? But yet somehow they become the ones they want to save the most. It's like religions. They're focused on saving the unconverted. And it's because they want your money and they want to control you. And I think it's the same here. Commenter says, Bill Bird had a famous bit about depopulation being a good thing. Now he wears a mask. Exactly. Look, all these comedians with their... I say comedians, they're always just selling the same dystopianism. They're slandering the human race. Humans suck. LOL. Everybody laughs. I never really got into the mainstream comedians for that reason, because all they do is they reinforce the major psyops of her time. There's a conspiracy theory that David Chappelle was once a comedian. And in his last stand-up act, he talked about how it's a good thing we have COVID because we don't have to deal with white kids shooting people. And I'm thinking, that stuff's all fake. He's not going to make any jokes about the looters, about how apparently COVID-19 can be dispersed with tear gas because after 4 months of sustained protests, nobody in BLM caught the bug. No, he can't make any statements that are based on how fake things are. All of his jokes are based on reinforcing the farcical nature of it all. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984, if you have any comments on anything that we're discussing tonight. I'm going through my Twitter feed. If you haven't subscribed, it's twitter.com/Tim__Osman. So listen to this. This is from Mises.org. It's about the collectivization of consciousness. And this is what we're seeing right now. This is the new normal hive mind and how it's being implemented. And again, this is from the Mises Institute, How Socialist Dogma Replaces Real Science with Settled Science. A couple of things about this article. Everything they're saying about real science being replaced with settled science also applies to media, which is, of course, our history in the short term, but it aggregates and it becomes our history. So the official fake story of 9/11 is in the history books, and if you don't get it right, you get an F. Again, this is from Mises, and funnily enough, the image for the article is a flat Earth map. But if anyone is advocating flat Earth, it's the settled science crew, and that's the point they're making here, without even mentioning flat Earth. The author of the piece, Ellen Gindler, has associated flat Earthism with settled science. Not quite 100% appropriate, however, it fits. It does actually fit. If you think of flat Earthism as intransigent to facts, closed-minded, archaic, stuck in the dark ages, not willing to assess new information, not progressive. Because that's actually what settled science is. It's dogma. Anyway, this is an article about how this has been enabled, this COVID-19 lockdown has been enabled by this use of science as this ultimate authority here. And listen to this. Because I've been talking about this collective sickness. Like, when was the last time we've ever had something like this where it was collective? Like, everybody has AIDS now until everybody doesn't. It's like everybody's a suspect. What about presumption of innocence? What about presumption of health? No, you're all assumed to be infected. That's why they're putting masks on babies. But listen to this. Evolutionary socialism simultaneously uses the collectivization of consciousness and the redistribution of wealth. Moreover, an analysis of the existing flavors of socialist movements, especially those that have been able to materialize in practice, shows that the subjugation of individualism by collectivist thinking is a more effective path to building the socialist society than redistributing the wealth. So in other words, you have to collectivize the consciousness, suppress free will and thoughts. And what this article here is suggesting is that we do have this sort of tyranny by fake science because people have mistaken collectives of scientists with somehow having the truth because there are so many of them. Like, if 97% say the earth is heating up, it is therefore true. That's how people see it. It's an argument from authority. It's an argument based on the false notion, though, that the 3% who disagree can just be discarded. And this is how they look at media, too. The 3% of conspiracy theorists can just be discarded. Those who disagree can be pushed off the edge, borderline content, censored. And all they're really doing is they're shrinking the universe of ideas. So that, if being wrong is now equivalent to committing a crime, they want to get rid of your ability to be wrong. Well, they have to get rid of wrong think. They have to purge those ideas, which is what they're doing right now. That's what it really means when you see the videos, the platforms being censoring everybody. Digital book burning, pulling statues down. The idea that you can just erase the past, memory hole anything that's inconvenient. But anyway, this is from Mises.org, How Socialist Dogma Replaces Real Science with Settled Science. And again, all of this pertains to media. There shouldn't be settled media. If 97% of journalists say the story happened in such a way, it doesn't make it true. And people have accepted that. Like, oh, there's no way that this could be a psyop because one journalist would have called it out. That's generally the thinking. And that you can go ahead and disregard the individuals who disagree. Now it says here, one of the consequences of collectivizing consciousness is that science is restructured. And this is where we're at here. It's restructured from an institution of free thought and the generation of ideas into a servant to the ideological dogmas of the ruling regime. So you don't have any free thinkers. You don't have any facts that contradict the model. Socialism, this is from Mises, is very concerned with ideological purity and like-mindedness, and science is used as a means of collectivizing consciousness. See, because religion won't work in the same way today. You couldn't get a lot of the atheists to agree to modify their behaviors. Oh, well, you can't do this anymore because sin or because God will punish us. But if you say science tells us that these behaviors are deadly and these behaviors lead to environmental destruction, then you can modify their behaviors. So it's using science as a pretext, as an excuse to give leverage for imposing the will of the state in a way that, to me, is just an authoritarian power grab disguised as wanting to save you. It's the nanny state model. Yeah, Pope Francis says COVID vaccine will now be required to enter into heaven. This is the Babylon Bee. And my theory on the vaccine is that it is, in fact, nothing more than a sacrament to get into the New World Order church. That when you take that and you accept the doctrine of the virus, the devil of the day, then you're saved. But you have to believe. And it's all about getting you to believe, because when you believe, then you've accepted the very premise that these authorities know something you don't, that you can trust what they say with the big questions about what's happening in deep space and what's happening in microspace. Tyrone says, Brave New World was not a warning, it was predictive programming. I think right after they declared the lockdowns, when they declared a pandemic on March 11th, 2020, Ivanka Trump came out and she gave this little talk, and she talked about the Brave New World. And a couple of things here. One, the video is 1 minute and 19 seconds long. Maybe that means something. Ivanka Trump, took to social media to talk about the Brave New World, and she thanked the first responders and healthcare professionals. So those would be the dancing nurses. But what she does is she talks about how we're all in the brave new world together.
It's Monday morning here in DC as we wake up to this brave new world.
We wake up to a brave new world. You believe that? Okay. Nothing unusual there. I mean, obviously these technocrats, occasionally they let it slip. Now here's something too, the Walking Dead series, and I didn't know this, but it turns out that the Walking Dead, the virus that took out the world, according to the comic book series, even though this wasn't explicitly stated in the TV show, it started with space spores. So the zombie virus, the zombie apocalypse, was caused by space AIDS. Who knew? And this is kind of what we suggested was the cause of COVID-19. Do you remember they had that comet? It was called C-19. I mean, look at these numbers. 19 hijackers 19 years ago took down the Trade Towers and started the war on terror. And then we have C-19 is a comet, a bright comet approaching the Earth. And some believe that this comet, which they also called Atlas, was disintegrating, which is all very interesting. You know, the Atlas holding up the world, Atlas disintegrating as our world goes into chaos. But some have actually connected this comet with the coronavirus, that when it broke apart, it dusted us with the disease. But think about the name. C-19, 19 hijackers, COVID-19. It just seems like any catalyst for chaos seems to have the 19 attached to it, if you've noticed. But there's nothing new under the sun cult that runs the world. Here's another clip from the World Economic Forum. And by the way, the World Economic Forum's logo has a 666 built into it pretty blatantly. This is Jeremy Jurgens, managing director. And what he says is, quote, "There will be another crisis. It will be more significant, faster, and greater in impact than COVID-19. So I don't know if he's a prophet
I believe that there will be another crisis. It will be more significant.
That's not the voice I thought he was going to have. I mean, what he's saying is very Dr. Evilly.
I believe that there will be another crisis. It will be more significant. And, we need to actually start preparing for that now. When we do see this next crisis, it will be faster than what we've seen with COVID.
How does he know? How does he know it's going to be faster and it's going to be worse?
The exponential growth rate will climb, be much steeper. The impact will be greater. And as a result,
He's got a bowl cut, so I'd take him seriously when he makes his threats. So if we're going to, and this is what I asked him, I said, well, will it be safe?
the economic and social
we have to shut everything down.
Even more significant. I believe that there will be.
Will it be safe to dance? And here's a clip from the first wave that had everybody locked at home. You're looking at a montage of, and this is just probably 1% of it. Around the world, first responders wasting PPE, not observing social distancing, engaging in scripted dances, using expensive medical equipment, defibrillators, hospital beds, banging on bedpans like drums, using all the most expensive medical equipment. I've seen them dangling from, some sort of a frame on the ceiling that they used to elevate legs. And I saw another one, they had a CAT scan, where one of these nurses was doing a dance where she rolled into a CAT scan. So they're using hospitals like playgrounds. That's the actual story here. They're using these hospitals like playgrounds and they're goofing off. Meanwhile, we're told that patients are dying in record numbers. ICUs are full, so full that you can't get all the patients into the ICU. They're being treated in the hallways. There aren't enough nurses. There's not enough PPE. The hospitals are so full that patients are literally falling outside through the windows. They're putting them into tents outside. Like, we have this idea that there are mass graves being dug, that there are piles of bodies. In fact, I saw one article about how they were so bad in China, the mass graves, that you could see the smoke from space. You can see the smoke from space, from the bodies in China, in Iran, like they're hiding it. That's the level of propaganda that they've given us. Hey, look at this. Celebrities mingle without masks at a birthday for Lil Wayne's daughter. And this is as of right now, December the 1st, 2020. Celebs mingle without masks at a birthday party for Lil Wayne. I wonder what's going to happen to him. They went after Jake Paul for the same thing. Just make sure you douse it with tear gas and nobody will catch it. I don't have, like I said, I don't have a lot of hope, that I don't have a lot of confidence in Big Brother's ability to maintain this thing. They've overplayed their hand. I don't know anybody who really believes it. And the people who act like they believe it are only acting because they like to power trip. That's ultimately what it's about. Because again, it's the same people who hate people and want the world to be depopulated to save the world are suddenly concerned with saving your life. Like, I just don't buy it. Okay, here's a tweet. If you haven't seen this, breaking: Joe Biden has fractures in his foot bones and will require a walking boot. And so some have compared this to Senator McCain and Hillary Clinton. Anybody else here think it's something else? I mean, I get the idea it might be something else. Maybe it's some sort of a sign, a hint, something that the insiders would know. Not quite sure what it means, but I think it's noteworthy. And also look at this as well, kind of a side note. I was looking at the shooting in Kenosha. You know, the Jacob Blake shooting, he was shot in the back 7 times, and that's what started the riots. I was looking into that, and the name of the officer who did the shooting itself, Rusty Shekels, sounds a lot like Rusty Shackelford. who happens to be the conspiracy theorist of King of the Hill. Again, the police officer that shot the guy, his name was Rustin, not Shekels. It was actually Officer Shesky. But Rustin Shesky sounds very, very similar to the name of the conspiracy theorist Rusty Shackelford. And I don't think it's a coincidence. One thing about conspiracy theorists and this archetype and stereotype, rather, that the media has been creating is that the conspiracy theorist is also a racist. Like conspiracist. So the conspiracist shot Jacob Blake 7 times in the back. Okay, we just completed the countdown at kraken-wood.com. Krakenwood.com should be launching here any second, and this is the creation of Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood. I'm not sure what they're doing, but it ties into this Release the Kraken meme that has been really out there for about 8 months, and now it seems to be pertaining to whatever it is that they're about to reveal here. Again, krakenwood.com, could be a nothing burger, not sure yet. Ocean of Lard says predictive programming with Joe Biden. He wore dog socks and had an article about his dog being analyzed by a psychic. Joe Biden had his dog analyzed by a psychic. What does that even mean? Yep, Biden's dogs have told pet psychic that their master will be a great president. I wonder how much they paid for this. Yeah, it says you can't make this up from the Daily Beast. Joe Biden's dogs have told a pet psychic about their beloved master. So the pet psychic's name is Beth Lee Crowther, and she says that his dogs, Major and Champ, are excited to live in the White House, and they know that Joe's going to be a great president. So Lee Crowther has not met the dogs, but she forged a relationship with the dogs through a picture. She said, the very first thing I got was that they're very excited about moving into the White House. I have a really strong connection. I can feel their excitement. They showed me that Joe is very bonded to his dogs and has a connection with them. She's never met them again, but with her pictures, she formed this connection to them. She says, Joe Biden is very open-minded and will lead the USA in a very different way from what we've seen. Crime will be reduced. Excellent. It's all good news, according to the dog psychic. All right, let's move on. You're right. There is something kind of bizarre about that. Why are they talking about psychic dogs, or rather a dog psychic, and then his dog is what caused him to trip and twist his ankle? Okay, here's some predictive programming from The Sopranos.
Holy shit.
Now, I'm not sure what this actually is, or what they're suggesting. Oh, I see. Interesting. So this isn't The Sopranos. It's just one of these scenes that it was probably non sequitur. She's in Paris, and she's looking at a statue, and she's asking who built this. And it's a statue of a child who appears to be on a cell phone.
Who could have built?
So the person who uploaded it assumes that that's some sort of Tartarian Antiquitech, suppressed technology in our faces, mockery, etc. But I actually think the statue is a child with a seashell listening to the ocean. But it could be the other one. I want to get back to this. Prince Philip is, and this is from last week, he's now obsessed with aliens and UFOs, and he had an encounter. And Prince Philip is the one who said that he wants to die, come back as a more virulent form of AIDS, and he wants to kill you all. I wonder if he asks us to mask up. Like, is Prince Philip saying, no, don't wear the masks? Like, if this was real, would he not say, they don't need masks? What do you need a vax for? Go get your herd immunity. Like, it is kind of conspicuous, isn't it? that the same people who want you dead now want to give you medicine. British Royal Prince Philip has a long-running obsession with aliens and UFOs. He spent decades building up troves of books on it. All that means is he's gullible. He's said to have kept a map of UFO sightings, and he follows the close encounters. Now I'm going back to see if he's seen anything himself. Now, this is also another story that has been hyped up. Miley Cyrus says that she saw an alien as well. Apparently she was driving, and she said it was on a snowplow. She said it looked like a snowplow. She says, I was driving through San Bernardino with my friend, and I got chased down by some sort of UFO. She described it as a, quote, flying snowplow. It had a big plow on the front. It was glowing yellow. I did see it flying, and so did my friend. She goes on to say that she could see the driver. It looked at me. We made eye contact, and that's what shook me. I looked into the eyes of something I couldn't wrap my head around. I was shaken for a week, thinking that they might come back. So this is, again, a celebrity mouthpiece reinforcing the major psyops. She's not going to be laughed at. She could say that the earth was flat, and she would be excoriated. She would be hated. They would probably have her in some way brought down. But look what she says. She says she believes in aliens on snowplows, and they make eye contact with her, and she's totally treated like a credible witness. There's such a bias, and really it's probably because they have us all lined up and prepared for something, some big dramatic reveal, and they don't want the non-believers to ruin it. A couple of months ago, there was a blimp in New Jersey, a Goodyear blimp, and the Goodyear blimp happened to have a light on the bottom, like an LED, and people thought it was a UFO. And from a distance, they ran up to it thinking it was a flying saucer. They got up close and they saw it was just a blimp. But my point is, they're ready to believe. People are more than ready to believe in this thing. So if they bring it out, they don't want any doubters. Karen says she should move to Oregon. Drugs are legal now. Yeah, they definitely decriminalized meth. Somebody called it meth Tifa to explain the looks of those individuals. And yeah, I was actually convinced that we were looking at people who don't exist. If you have time, if you need some nightmare fuel, go to thispersondoesnotexist.com. And what you'll see is a website that generates people who don't exist. They're imaged by GAN, Generative Adversarial Network. And what it does is it generates faces as you refresh. None of them are real. And most of them look sort of authentic, like maybe, but there's usually something weird and off about these pictures because they're not real photographs. There's usually things that don't quite line up. They often appear to be soulless. Their mouths are often just bizarre. Just weird stuff. They're lopsided. This one looks like that comedian, Pat Oswalt. And look how his ears merged into his head on one side. I mean, this is how the Antifas look to me. And so I was like, well, could they be taking thispersondoesnotexist.com images and just throw some tattoos, throw some meth scars, a little bit of whatever, and you have a Portlandian. So I'm still not convinced that any of those Antifas that we were shown actually exist. I'm sort of the camp that we're looking at kind of like a straw man. I mean, how better to take away sympathy than caricaturize them in such a way? Tyrone says, this person does not exist. Bookmark it. Disperse it. Educate the internets. Yeah, exactly. Because this is how they can kill 50 people at a shooting. Just refresh 50 times. Make a little backstory about each person. I mean, if you use a dating app, you're probably interacting with some of these. Like if I was going to try to create fake Twitter accounts and fake Facebook accounts in order to get more likes to boost my self-esteem, I would probably use people like this that you couldn't trace, and I'd write some backstories. There's every indication that the 3,000 people from 9/11 were actually 3,000 Photoshop creations. And in some of them, you could even find metadata. Oh, you can't go back. That's another thing. You can't go back. So you refresh, that's it. Also, they have this cat does not exist. So you can look up fake cats as well. Anyway, thanks for joining. Everyone needs to subscribe to the email list. And if you want text message notifications, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com. $1 per month. You get access to Discord, the archives, newsletters, and everything else. I have a book I'm editing at the moment, conspiratained.com. I would have had it out last week, but we've been working on a side project, which is a weekly project. So if you haven't seen it yet, southpole.lol. South Pole is a cartoon that comes out every Thursday night. The season premiere was on Thanksgiving. The next episode will be this Thursday, 5:30 Mountain Time. That's Thursday, December the 3rd. And right after this, I'm going to go to the Discord server where we are wrapping up the episode for the 10th. So it's one of these projects we're working on. Another reason you might want to go join Infinite Plane Society so you can get into the Discord server. If you have any aptitude for animation, writing, voiceovers, memes, we can use it all. Adaptivia says, I just saw myself on the thispersondoesnotexist.com site. Really? You saw your doppelganger? What I think is interesting about it, though, as I go through those pictures, is I can tell they're fake. It's like there is something human about humans. I don't think you can fake somebody that easily. And someone sent me this thing today. It was really alarming. It was I think it's some Russian guy in love with a rubber doll. Like they're trying to normalize that. I don't know. Anyway, this is Allergic to... Have a great night.
Truth music. This is my medicine, I'm steadily fetishing to make sense out of this nonsense they relish in. Look at all the poison they're feeding us, always misleading us, all they're doing is bleeding us dry. I'll be red pilling to keep on with healing us, why? I just want to open your mind, open your mind. May take more than a minute to get it, but once you get it, you'll never regret it. Their lies are incredible. All this destruction was always inevitable. Fuck these elitists, they're up on their pedestals. Pharmaceuticals, they're pushing their chemicals. Some sort of federal tyranny up in your medicals. Are you really hearing me wrong? It's pitiful. Bear witness to my swan song, I'm a general. When we're gone, we're leaving everything to rubble. We're gonna watch you stumble through the fall. You'll find deliverance in the barrel when we're playing cards. Wake up, wake up. What the fuck? I'm trying to wake the masses.
With your vocal cord, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical sword. Whether you're trying not suited for the war. Break the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical sword. Whether you're trying not suited for the war.
Nothing in your world works the way you think it does. There's a far higher, bigger picture going on the earth for at least 7,000 years of human history that we modern day people really just don't relate to.
Mind over matter, all I see is propaganda. This niggas and ladders up on every channel. Lights, camera, action, what's the latest fashion? Welcome to the coast of Saturn. Do you really know what's happening? When you're watching movies, do you see the patterns? No, it's not hard to fathom. This shit is far from random. I see the puppets traveling on, man. Sifting through the rubbish like that's a strong man. Where's the garbage? Don't be unique and discouraged. It deep and do your best to make it flourish. Feed your soul the best of foods to keep you nourished. Stay on it and find your strength and solace and become a colossus.
the truth myself. And when I learn something new, I wanna tell somebody else. Truth is in plain sight. If you look, can't you tell? You allow all these lies. That's why you created hell. Wake up now. Who are you? Are you self? Are you truth? Are you calves of a cow? Are you right? Where's the proof? Can you tell me what it is that they put in your food? These are questions that I ask cause I don't like being fooled. I'm not a rapper, but they're making me. I need truth for my sanity. Friends ask why can I let it be? Well, cause lies won't set me free. I am root like a walking tree. I think it's time for the better me. Express my thoughts by melodies. Least I can do is plant the seeds. Least I can do is plant the seeds.
With your vocal cord, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war? Break the masses with your vocal cord, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war?
Governments do not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do what you think they do.
Have a look, all our rights getting took. First a pandemic, now these riots got them hooked. Fuck the state, fuck the police, 33 times, yeah. But the ones burning the streets, that's by design, yeah. Stacks of bricks planted randomly on certain corners. Order out of chaos, that's how they control us. They got us separated in every way, it's cold and soulless. Say that we're profane, fuck that we got game. Genius as they are, don't matter old and lame. If this their new normal, let's make a whole new lane. The ones at the top of the most of the crime, the higher you go, then the deeper the bind. They've done this before and I work every time. The world is a stage called the curtains and blinds. Tip at the beat, we can lift up the line.
With your vocal cord, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war? Break the masses with your vocal cord, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war?
The Vatican simply took over the position of Caesar of Rome. And this is why all of the nations of Europe all come to bow down to the Pope in Rome, because he is, in point of fact, Caesar. His official title is Pontifex Maximus. That was a term that was given to Caesar of Rome. So the point I'm making here is that for 3,200 years, Rome has dominated Europe. And for 3,200 years, Europe has dominated the world. Therefore, there is an old saying that all roads lead to Rome.
Caller from France I wanted to get to. So let me go ahead and play this. Hold on.
Hey Tim, how you doing? This is my name is Mauricio. I'm calling from France, and I was calling for a couple of topics. I'm American, but I live in France. Anyway, I love your show. First time caller, long time listener. Was calling because there is a couple of things on. If you remember all the bombings in August everywhere.
Okay, he's talking about the ubiquitous mushroom clouds everywhere the first 13 days of August, and we've spoken about this, how they started on the anniversary of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, 75th anniversary. Very interesting occurrences, and if you look at a map, it's pretty shocking to see how many of these went off all at once, and it wasn't like they were connected. They had different causes, but it looked uniform. And the world at that time must have looked like a COVID, a ball covered in mushroom clouds. But we were discussing the symbolism, and that's what he's referring to. So let me go ahead and get back to the call.
That it was started with the Beirut on August 4th. The first clue that we got about that predictive programming, I don't know if you are aware, but on July 4th, on the 4th of July in San Diego, there was a news that said that all the fireworks went off at the same time, the same day, same night at the same time, and that
Okay, he's talking about one of the similar incidents that happened in San Diego having to do with supposedly fireworks blowing up. San Diego being on the 33rd meridian, as is Iraq and Iran. Okay, also, let me go on to say, okay, this is where he's talking about Pompeo, where Pompeo said it's a live exercise, and Trump said, would be nice if you had told us.
he created a mushroom cloud, and some people on Twitter were saying that they were stupid, and so like that happened in San Diego, which is also on the 33rd.
Okay, let me move on a little bit here. I have a couple of other voicemails to go through. I'll parse through that one. I mean, here's another one. I think this is Quincy. You know, he's a pilot, and he contends that the world is flat.
Yo, Infinite Plan Radio. It's knowledge, or Quincy, the pilot, and I hear you talking about there's no South Pole. In the pilot test book question to air, when they ask you about compass questions, all of the questions start out and say, if you're in the Northern Hemisphere. The reason why, because there is no Southern Hemisphere. Get back at me and I'll tell you more.
Okay, so I'm going to have to call him back one of these evenings. I started late tonight, but that would be Quincy, a pilot, and that's what I was suggesting. If you listen to these straw man arguments that are constantly leveled at flat earthers, like, well, there's two celestial poles, and the star rotations at these poles tell you it's a ball. Well, that's assuming that there's two poles, but the South Pole doesn't technically exist if it's flat. And I'm also looking for the Terminator. And I'm looking, I really am. I'm doing some real homework here. And I'm trying to find evidence of a Terminator line at sunset. I mean, we have what looks to be a Terminator line from the ISS, but from the Earth, not so much. Lean Dion says, Paris is gone. Season 3, Westworld, Bionuki event. Okay, see, here's the thing. The Bionuki event, these things very much overlap, as do their responses. And they very well could have said it was a nuclear attack instead of COVID. And it would have been the same response. They would have said, hey, look at this mushroom cloud. Everyone has to mask up. Everyone has to decon. Lockdowns. And they could have justified it. So it's the same essential response. So if they wanted to fake a bioterror attack, and I suspect they will based on the Batman Dark Knight Rises episode where Batman offers a bit of predictive programming where he says, put on the mask to protect the people you love. It's not for you. And then he throws a grenade that looks like a COVID and it blows up like a mushroom cloud. I take that to mean, and that's not the only incident. There's so many different examples I can point to. But it does appear to be that the next twist is bioterror attack, and they could easily combine it. EMP, fake bioattack. It would be so hard to deny it. Just like it was very hard to be a coronavirus denier in the early days. And just in case anybody is listening on any of these government-controlled platforms, or if there's any information volunteers from the UN listening, this channel is very pro-vax. In fact, I want to make sure, I think it's so important that the information volunteers get the vaxes first, that I would insist that flat earthers are denied vaxes. They don't deserve it. And there's got to be 110,000 of them. So just give those vaxes to the information volunteers. Tominoid says, Batman used the corona bomb to kill Superman's alien virus. Oh yeah, that's something too. Superman was on quarantine. He said he was put into quarantine. This is on the Superman movie that came out in like 2005-ish. I have this clip. And he's an alien, but they put him on quarantine. And he says, I've been free for 33 years. I haven't spread anything. No one's become sick from any space virus. And they're like, yet. Implying that you no longer have a presumption of innocence, a presumption of health. You're sick until proven healthy. It's a new form of guilt. It's a new form of getting you to accept guilt. It's ridiculous. Riley Still says, let's all give up our vaxes, call the papers, do a press release with such good people. Oh, sure. I mean, I really would prefer that the essentials get them first anyway. That would be the media, politicians, military, police. I would say celebrities, celebrity athletes. We can't do without celebrity athletes. None of these ball dribbling divas. Vax them. Let's get to the astronauts too here soon. I want to vax all the astronauts. What would we do without that clown show? You got to see Mark Kelly, because see, he just got elected. We now have a senator who was on the space station for a long period of time. So I decided to go back and look into Mark Kelly's performance on the space station, and it's a joke. It's from, like, if you look at some of the footage from before 2010, the green screen is so terrible. Like, by today's standards, we see right through it. So they screwed up. I think they jumped the gun trying to employ new tech. They should have stuck with the old school rear screen projection. Lean Dion says the infomedics are the heroes on the internet front lines. Vax them. Yeah, they call them info first responders. And so now they're treating conversations like this like ground zeros of new epidemics. Like, oh, there's a new virus it could spread, a new mind virus. Oh, there's a meme. There's memes being passed around on this channel. Got to have one of these IVs, they call them, information volunteers from the UN, to make sure they can contain it. And I say good luck. I mean, YouTube tried to flush us out. How many channels have we gone through? 86. Okay, I have a few more voicemails to go through. Anyway, that one was from Quincy the pilot. I'll get back to him, and we'll discuss this point here about whether or not there is a southern hemisphere. I've been looking at the moon, and I'm sure many of you have, and one thing that came up in this discussion I was having online about it was this apparent wheel-like motion of the moon as it traverses the sky from east to west, even though it's going the opposite direction according to the conventional view, and we're rotating beneath it faster, so it looks like it's going the same direction as the sun. But listen to this. This is from Ars Technica. This was posted in 2005. A man who lives in Seattle wrote, I live in the northern hemisphere, Seattle, Washington, and I was asked why the moon's face turns or rotates in the sky. The moon obviously isn't orbiting quickly, whereas the Earth rotates every 24 hours. The moon in the sky, any movement would be due to the Earth's rotation. So to explain why it rolls or rotates, I thought you could draw an imaginary plane where the equator is and map the elliptical orbit of the moon. Then, being up near Seattle, it would appear to travel on a very arced course, but it does appear to rotate in the sky. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Anyway, what he's describing here is this apparent rotation of the moon in the sky and why he thinks it makes sense. So he brings this up, and it kind of sparks a debate about whether or not it is even possible to do this and what would explain the moon's apparent rotation. A few people tried to just deride the guy as a kook just for even talking about the moon, which is really strange here. The way that some people respond when you ask any kind of question about anything that we don't really know anything about. So this guy here says, I suggest doubling your tinfoil hat and going with Reynolds. Don't take any chances. The moon is a cool place. And the people who will mock you for asking or questioning the moon and its apparent movements or its inconsistencies with what we're told versus what it appears to be, they're the ones who believe that there are secret moon bases on the back of this thing. One of the big conspiracy theories is that there are moon bases on the, quote, dark side. All right, let me go ahead and move on here. I have a few comments I want to read. Vaughn says, if the vax was deadly, they would give all the top levels a fake shot and give the people the bad dose. I've heard that one, and that's an interesting way of looking at it. I have seen these retractable needle, like fake vaxes. So that could be the case. I don't think the vaxophobia has any real legitimacy, though. I think it's all a ploy. And it's very bizarre. Like, I find it strange that Bill Gates would use terms like final solution while talking about his medicine. I mean, here's a guy who's going to save the world, and he uses terms like final solution when discussing his plan to vaccinate every person on the planet. It's kind of like when Elon Musk talks about how AI is going to take over the world. It's like, aren't you trying to sell us on the idea of self-driving cars? And you're also trying to tell us to be afraid of automation. Tomanoid says, anything on the Utah monolith. Okay, that one disappeared. Another one appeared in, I think it was near Paris, disappeared. Another one just appeared in California. I don't know if they're being stolen and melted down, or if it's AR, like augmented reality. Like, I consider just putting a fake monolith out in the parking lot out here with AR. If I had an app for it, it wouldn't be hard. Have people flip out over it. But the thing is, since I've been, like, if you listen to Coincidence Theory 113, which was a Zoom conference we had earlier this year, I was talking about the synchronicities on the world stage, pointing to November the 3rd. And we're talking about all these things connected to the year 2020. And I mind mapped it out. And one of the things that became apparent months ago is that many of the scripts that are playing out in the world stage right now are templated off of events in 1968 in particular. And there's a number of things I could point at to substantiate that. But without going too far into it, Space Odyssey 2001 came out in 1968. So it just didn't surprise me to see another callback to that particular year just kind of show up abruptly. And of course, Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing. He told us so. So you can call him a liar if you want, but if you watch The Shining, if you watch Eyes Wide Shut, with your eyes wide open, then you know Stanley Kubrick helped fake the moon landing. It's also very noteworthy that Tom Cruise lived with Stanley Kubrick while they made the movie Eyes Wide Shut, released on the 30th anniversary of the Apollo 11 hoax. And what's noteworthy about this is that Tom Cruise is about to go to the space station, which, well, I believe it's going to be his magnum opus. I think Tom Cruise on the space station will do for the space program what Apollo 11 did, and that's why he's doing it. That's another side story, but what led me into it, and the connection between Tom Cruise and Kubrick, was a number of people noted these bizarre faces showing up on the space station in all of the reflective surfaces. Venetian masks reminiscent of the ones that you've seen in the movie Eyes Wide Shut, directed by Kubrick. So I started thinking, well, what's the connection between these Venetian masks, the space station, which is fake, and Eyes Wide Shut? Well, obviously the connection is Kubrick, the guy who faked the moon landing. And the suggestion here is that the fourth wall, where the director is, that backstage, you have this secret society symbolized by these masked individuals operating the thing, which makes perfect sense to me. Eric of Bear says, read about the ingredients in the current flu shot. It has Cocker Spaniel cells and mercury. You should call about that. That's an interesting one. So, like, the cells from the dog, what is the purpose to that? They're injecting us with, it's a very popular, breed of dog, but I hear all these stories about it. The most plausible one out of all the stories about what's in the vax, the most plausible one, because I happen to think it's a placebo, which should not comfort you, because placebos can kill you. There was somebody who did a placebo in some trial and he died. But I happen to think it's just essentially a holy sacrament to get into the world state church. I really don't believe it's anything harmful. However, I'm open to the possibility that it's part of a decades-long plot to tag every person with a nanobot tracking device, which makes sense if you look at the moon landing as a hoax, but maybe behind the hoax there was something. Maybe they're not going into outer space, but maybe the whole space program was all about accessing inner space. Maybe orbit is a code for circulating in your bloodstream. Maybe the lunar lander is a scaled-up nanobot. That's what it's looking like to me. And I have a few reasons why I think it's that, but I'm not going to dwell on it tonight. I want to get through the rest of these voicemails. Okay, the next one. Okay, this one looks interesting. This is, again, the guy from France. I think he has something to say about Christian Bale possibly being the primary character wearing the rubber mask that we know of as Mike Pence.
Hi, Tim. This is just to finish real quick. It's Mauricio from France. On the Trump issue, on May 9th, he made a statement after Pence supposedly got the virus he said on his statement at the Oval Office something to the effect that Pence is gone far away. He said it that way, and then so I was expecting him to be gone, and at that time I was
Okay, interesting. See, this is what I've heard before. Okay, so when you look at the list of bad actors, according to QAnon, the ones who've been already assassinated, removed, locked up, in order to maintain power and stability and facades, they've replaced such characters with body doubles. That's kind of the theory here. So some believe that Mike Pence was removed back in May. And I've noticed, well, it wasn't me, but after I was pointed in this direction, I couldn't help but see it. Someone said, you got to listen to the cadence of Mike Pence. He sounds like Christian Bale. So, I remember Christian Bale playing Vice President Dick Cheney very convincingly. And I thought, well, that would be odd if a guy who played one vice president had an uncanny similarity to another in his cadence. And I checked, and no, actually, they sound nothing alike if you listen to recent Christian Bale. But American Psycho era Christian Bale absolutely sounds like Mike Pence. So I got to thinking, well, if this was some type of role he was playing, certainly he would want to distance himself from that role. And when I looked, I thought, no, this is even the stranger thing, because Christian Bale has very unique facial expressions, and it looks like they molded the face. It looks like they, grafted these American Psycho-like expressions onto Mike Pence, and it looks like a rubber face to me. I mean, that's just my opinion. But anyway, the fact is, rubber face or not, Christian Bale and Mike Pence have an uncanny resemblance, which doesn't make any sense. They shouldn't look alike, especially because the guy played another vice president. So what this individual is suggesting is that it's not just a resemblance, but that maybe he was indeed replaced, and that we're looking at a body double situation, and that Mike Pence is dead. Let me continue.
A Q-tard myself. I mean, since then I realized that it's a bunch of bullshit. But
okay, he called himself a Q-tard. I just want to say this: Q is who knows, but there is a large group of people who do a lot of research, and it's not like sheeple following the MSM. So you can't really paint with a broad brush, and I would rather distill information from a lot of independent sources than from, of course, the MSM. So I don't really disparage the QAnon crowd all that much, but yes, there have been all these strange stories about people disappearing, people being replaced. It's probably nonsense, but let me continue.
At that time, I thought, okay, they arrested him. But if you go back now, it seems like you would think that he's been replaced by Christian Bale. It would make sense that he came back the next day as somebody else, and the real Pence is, I don't know, gone, dead, who knows. Anyway, and then the last issue is about the coffin. All this laughing on our face that is being done since Clinton. Remember when Hillary Clinton had that?
Okay, he's talking about Hillary Clinton's coughing fits. And I believe he may be connecting this with, we'll see.
Fit of cough. And that happened back in October 2nd of 2016. And then Trump had the same cough exactly 4 years later on the same day.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this. I have not heard about the October 2nd coughing fits of Hillary 2016 and Trump 2020. Sounds like some bizarre kind of intra-Illuminati communication. I mean, what do you make of all the boots on their legs? Clinton, Biden, and then you have these apparent insider, I don't know, Senator McCain. It's like, what are they all doing? What are they really saying here? Chiri Bomo says, you buggin'. Hey, I'm just listening because he might be onto something here.
October 2nd, 2020. But then, since then, I went to look back into the news and see who else had a cough attack, because I noticed that Macron, this puppet over here in France, had one attack.
Okay, I'm going to copy and paste the transcripts of this call. This guy did his homework. And there is something very, very curious about all of this. I have another message here. It's really short. It says it says Donald Trump is Goldstein. I think he's referring to 1984.
Yo, IPS, Trump is Goldstein.
Trump is Goldstein.
Yo, IPS, Trump is Goldstein.
Okay, well, Goldstein is the character in 1984 who kind of, I can see why they would say that. You know, a controlled opposition for anybody who would go against Big Brother, but secretly is Big Brother, possibly even a fake character. Lloyd Miller says, boot on Clinton, don't recall. You don't recall Hillary Clinton? Do you remember when she gave birth to that reptilian thing in the cup? So if you search Clinton boot, the very first thing you see is like 50 pictures of Clinton's boot. So I don't know the meaning of it, but I'm just curious. And then Biden's walking his dog Major and has some sort of a twisted ankle incident. And now he has a boot. Maybe it means nothing, but I'm not quite sure. And this is something else I want to bring up. This is from Middleman AD. This is a great point. I hadn't thought about this. So we've been talking about the COVID-19 as actually the alien invasion we were all waiting for. And it's all just a metaphor. The invasion, the space invaders invading your inner space, that's kind of what I've been leaning towards with my interpretation of this stuff. And Middleman brought this up, contact tracing. Contact is a term often used in alien mythos. And he's absolutely right about that. The term contact is very specifically used to talk about people who've come in contact with aliens. And contact tracing is what you see with the Inquisition. It's what the Patriot Act is about, to find out if you were in contact with a radical mosque. Did you go to a country where there are a lot of terrorist groups? So were you in contact with bad actors? Did you get in contact with someone who didn't get vaccinated? That's what we're talking about. But again, there's been this interesting conflation of the virus with the alien and how this thing has been represented. You really have to watch Sputnik. Came out in August, movie out of Russia, and it's about a vaccine for the corona. Well, no, actually, this is the weirdest thing. So the day that movie came out, a vaccine for the coronavirus came out called Sputnik. The movie Sputnik is about a virus that is actually an alien. And I could see why, if you had a pandemic with such a virus, you would want to contact trace everybody, because that person becomes a host, an enemy within. And that's something that fits in quite nicely with the Economist cover, where, and this was from a couple of months ago, where I think a lot of this imagery was really being pumped out there. The aliens among us. The idea that the person who's infected is some sort of an alien or some sort of an internal enemy, an internal threat. So this is a cover, The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World. And if you look at this cover art, I'll get you the date on it, August 22nd. It looks like outer space and rockets and planets and moons. And that even looks like Sputnik. But Sputnik is actually the COVID. And then over here on the left, you have some bacterium, which all look like lunar landers. I think there's some AIDS back there. But they've made this connection between outer space and inner space. And I don't think it's unintentional. I think outer space is obviously fake. But I think there's something very important being revealed here, which I'll get into. Lloyd Miller says Goldstein sees the telescreens periodically to oppose the government, like John Galt. Interesting. Well, John Galt isn't really he's the hero of the story, but if you really think about it, John Galt's whole thing was he's going to exfiltrate anybody with anything of value to offer to the world and take them to Atlantis. And once he's done that, he's going to steal all the technology, all the trade secrets, throw everybody back into a dark age, and shut society down, and then later come back and take over. So John Galt, I don't know, kind of a strange hero. Very much like, I would say he would be a hero to the elite. So I don't think any of it is, well, with Ayn Rand book, I don't think any of it is really beneficial for the masses whatsoever. The idea is you cut them off, shut them down. I mean, it's kind of like what they've done. We're kind of living in the last couple chapters, or maybe we're living after Atlas Shrugged, after they shut everything down. And here's another interesting point with that. When COVID started, right before we had that green comet breaking up in the sky, C-19, which they also called Atlas. So we had this Atlas comet breaking up, and made me think of Atlas Shrugged, because the whole point is Atlas is like shrugging the globe, shrugging the ball, and it shrugs the earth, and it would obviously fall, maybe break apart. My point is, we have this comet called Atlas, C-19, like COVID-19, dropping off the space aids. Lloyd says, Ayn Rand blamed the masses for the evils of statism. She blamed them for rejecting freedom, not the elite. Yeah, I always thought she was something of an elitist. Like, she had nothing but disdain for the common people. I read most of her books. I would recommend them, but there's no time. Okay, let me move on to... Okay, High Impact Flick says, anybody who's seen a mask under a microscope and understands how incredibly small a virus is will collapse under the force of their own laughter at the ridiculous notion that a crude face covering will stop the spread of anything microscopic. Yeah, that is a very, very good observation. I mean, we're talking about, and I mentioned here, it's like, yeah, I'm putting up chain link fence around my house to keep the murder hornets away. It's mostly symbolic, if you ask me. Okay, here's an article. I'm talking about people being replaced, etc. This is from a couple days ago. People believe this. Former President Barack Obama was arrested for espionage. This is from Shane Smedley. Barack Obama was arrested on November the 28th on a charge that he conspired with a business partner who was also a former CIA officer to communicate classified information to the top secret level to intelligence officials to the People's Republic of China. High-level arrests have begun. Get ready for the craziness. But the judge has imposed a media blackout. So we're not going to hear about it from the media, but apparently Obama has been arrested. Last year I heard he had been killed. Waiting to see. There's also a theory that Joe Biden is wearing an ankle bracelet. That's why he's wearing this thing on his leg. It's to cover up the humiliating ankle bracelet. Okay, now here's a video from Barack Obama. You got to hear this. This is almost like Duper's Delight. What he's talking about here is how much he would like to be able to control someone like a puppet, and how easy it would be to accomplish.
Like you had a third term. And I used to say, you know what, if I could make an arrangement where I had a stand-in, a front man or front woman, and they had an earpiece in, and I was just in my basement in my sweats looking through the stuff, and then I could sort of deliver the lines, but somebody else was doing all the talking and ceremony. Wow. I'd be fine with what you know.
So he'd be fine with it. So right now, it's likelier that he's in a basement in his flop clothes, remote controlling Joe Biden, than he's at Guantanamo. And you saw that smile. That's Duper's Delight. And if it wasn't for Duper's Delight, a lot of the stuff might have just gone by unnoticed. X Divine Matrix says, why do I never get notifications anymore? It's because YouTube hates all of us. So if you want notifications, sign up for text message notifications or go to Patreon or infiniteplainsociety.com and get on the email list. It's the only way. And they shut down channels all the time. You know, they just 86th our 86th YouTube channel. No big deal, though. We have backups and backups. I think we're live on like 3 different ones. Lloyd Miller says, I understand why they would replace leftist politicians, but why Pence? See, what I was told was that Pence was a deep state plant from the beginning. And I did see a meme where Pence was giving a Masonic grip to somebody right behind Trump's back, which I thought was really fishy. I don't think I've seen Trump doing a Masonic handshake, but I've seen Obama doing them. I think you could find an image of Barack Obama and Robbie Parker, speaking of Duper's Delight, giving each other Masonic handshakes, like no joke. And it's probably super easy to find because they do these things. It's not like we caught them on film, doing these grips or whatever. No, it's telegraphed out there. We're just not supposed to see it. I'll see if I can find it, but it shouldn't surprise you. He was a big part of that. You notice that the school shooting psyops kind of stopped with Obama. I wonder why that is. All right, let's go ahead and continue. I wanted to play this video. You probably already heard this. This is Gabe Sterling kind of setting the stage for a possible right-wing terrorist psyop, which wouldn't surprise me, okay, because Turner Diaries came out 42 years ago. And if you don't know about Turner Diaries, that's the book that supposedly inspired Timothy McVeigh to blow up the government building. And the cover of the Turner Diaries looks exactly like the McCloskeys. So here's from June 29th. This is from June of this summer, where we had this couple that drew guns when the BLM protesters marched by their home. And a lot of us thought, that looks staged. Like, is that a real gun? Is that a cigarette lighter? The clothing, the bricks, masonry, black and white stripes. The wardrobe here. It's unbelievable. Like, literally, I don't believe it. I don't think you would point an M16 at protesters carrying signs. Like, these aren't the same ones as the Antifa's burning stuff, clearly. So anyway, they look exactly like the cover of the Turner Diaries. And on the cover here, you see the McCloskeys, same wardrobe, UN police, the Equality Police, and here they are caught in the middle of a race war. So the whole thing looks staged to me, so I wasn't surprised to see that that's a 42-year-old book. So let me get back to this. So I think they're setting the stage for another Timothy McVeigh type event. And so listen to this crisis actor, Georgia election official Gabe Sterling.
Mr. President, it looks like you likely lost the state of Georgia. We're investigating. There's always a possibility. I get it. And you have the rights to go through the courts. What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence.
Now, you couldn't really inspire somebody to commit a potential act of violence. You could inspire them to commit an act of violence. Potential would be like in their heads. But anyway, you get his point. So he's suggesting that Trump, just by questioning this whole thing and casting aspersions on the election officials, that he's going to get someone shot or killed. And to me, this looks like a perfect setup for one of these psychodramas that we're so accustomed to.
Someone's going to get hurt, someone's going to get shot, someone's going to get killed. And it's not right. Frankly, when that...
So anyway, just a heads up, false flag alert. I don't think it's a coincidence that on the day that Kyle Rittenhouse was released, there was a mall shooting. And it looked like a Kyle Rittenhouse doing it. Like, they have this bizarre sense of humor. But that was definitely timed that way. Lean Dion says Obama was hyping the aliens UFO stuff on Colbert. Oh, from the beginning, Colbert is always there to pimp the space program. Always there with the astronauts beaming in, having live conversations. They even named a treadmill on the ISS after Stephen Colbert. Yeah, that Mayfair mall shooting, it looked like Kyle did it. And I was like, wow, he got out that day. But it was 100% a hoax, as most of them are. Okay, here's some new normal weirdness for you. This is the indoorification of outdoor dining. The indoorification of outdoor dining. What they're asking here is restaurants are enclosing the outdoor spaces with tents and domes because of the winter. I actually have a picture here of it looks like a tent city. But no, this is a restaurant. The restaurants are not allowed to have anyone in because of COVID, so you have these domes on the outside. So it's getting to the point of it's just obviously ridiculous now, where restaurants are enclosing outdoor spaces, and at what point does eating outside become no different than eating inside? And here's an explanation.
A lot of these bubbles or tents are enclosed spaces that just happen to be outside. What kind of guidelines are in place to determine what qualifies as outdoor dining?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like right now, as is the case with a lot of coronavirus restrictions, it really varies by locality, county, and state. New York City actually has some of the most stringent requirements for these outdoor structures. So if more than 50% of the structure is enclosed, so 3 walls instead of just 2, they're treated as indoor structures, and they can only be filled to 25% capacity. I think if you look at Twitter, if you walk down the street and
I just have to say, I called this back in March. I said they're just doing exactly what they did with 9/11 all over again with this 3/11 thing, but now it's a biosecurity state. And instead of pat downs, you're going to have vax checks and temperature checks. So none of this is surprising to me. It's just another excuse to regulate everything.
New York City, you're probably going to see restaurants sort of evading that restriction. So it's unclear how closely those are enforced. But it seems like in a lot of places, restaurants are sort of on their own to figure out the line between, ventilation, airflow, and warmth and comfort.
So anyway, you just see how there's a little bit of a tug of war, and it's just demonstrating the absurdity of it. And when the governor of California, Newsom, when he said, close down your businesses, stay home, everything's closed, but then he goes to a restaurant, really nice one, by the way. He apologized for it, and he smiled while he was apologizing like he was told to, and he said it was an outdoor dining situation. Well, after that, they found out it was an indoor dining situation. So he lied. And I brought this up before too. I said, this is what's going to bring it down. It's the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy of this thing is going to reveal it, if you ask me, more than anything. Okay, I wanted to bring this up. So we're looking at Mark Kelly in space. I figured he's in the government now. He's a senator. Let's go ahead and take a look at his antics, his performances. And this is one of the strangest ones out of all of the different characters that they've sent up there. I'll say he's very hyper. When we look at this thing, it's like he can't stay still. And much of this just doesn't make any sense to me. I was actually tweeting to NASA today. I'm like, hey NASA, you have unwashed bodies in space playing zero-G Twister for the TV audience. Seems legit. I mean, we're talking about people who haven't had showers in 6 months, and you're going to tell me that they're going to be up there in the space station doing group hugs and somersaults with their socks in each other's faces? Look at this. Tight quarters. I don't buy it. Anyway, this is 2011, and it's very obvious. You can zoom in. You can see that he isn't in that room. That this is all green screen tech. That's why they wear the sweaters. I mean, they're covering up a lot of the places where the harnesses attach. So anyway, I'm going to go through a video so you can get an idea of who Mark Kelly is. Speaking of sweaters, really quick here. You notice Bill Gates has always got this like year-round sweater. I think I know why. I think he's hiding the track marks and that Bill Gates is a closet vax junkie. Okay, here we go. This is Nickelback chatting with Mark Kelly on the ISS. And what I'm going to show you here is Mark Kelly is just nonstop doing somersaults. They're spinning each other around. It's like space is fun. And I just find this to be very peculiar. And they don't play like this anymore.
We got here, we gave him the milkshake treatment first.
Now again, this is a clown show. So this is Senator Mark Kelly, 2010. Somersaults in space. Now you can slow it down and you can see that he's got some kind of a neck brace on. He's got some kind of a back brace on. I think it's an entire body harness, but they use green screen. But if you look at the background, it's pretty obvious that that's a flat screen.
I see a head injury coming quite quickly here.
Okay, now that's Nickelback. So Nickelback's on the ground speaking with the astronauts who have like a long fanboy session with Nickelback, which I find that to be peculiar. That all the astronauts are big Nickelback fans. And so here they have this back and forth, and I got to play this part because they kind of reveal something, in my opinion.
That's what he was just saying. You better not hit my head on the side of the left. No, it's really really great for you guys to join us, and I thought.
So, he's like, it's really great for you to join us. So finally, the Nickelback, they introduce themselves. And meanwhile, Mark Kelly is still upside down, and you see his socks kind of dangling here. And then he starts hanging from the ceiling, and he pretends to be doing work, but most of the time, he's bouncing up and down. And then in the back, you have this ghostly figure floating around, doing nothing. And they talk, Nickelback asks, what's she doing back there, pretending to work? You'll hear it, because they're kind of mocking this thing subtly. And they talk to the screen.
Music, and the folks that you're standing among there, our ground support team, are just tremendous. I mean, they're really our backbone. We get to do all the fun stuff up here, and they're the ones that really do all the hard work. And
okay, now this is the part I'm looking for. So Nickelback is about to compare what they do with what the astronauts do, and with how important it is for them to have stage hands and great support from their with the screens, the lighting. So in other words, it's a big staged operation, and they kind of suggest it's very analogous.
And we just really, really appreciate them, and it was a really nice
similarity here. It's the same as the crew that works for us. They spend all day, from 6 o'clock in the morning, setting up a massive stage, the lights, the screens, everything, all the pyro, and they do all of that just so we can look really cool. So there is a huge similarity there.
Right. They set up the stage and the screen so they can look really cool. And then I'm going to leave the sound off for a moment, but for the next few minutes, you see Mark Kelly doing pull-ups, push-ups, and little exercises, but constantly tucking his shirt in. I think you can see, though, if you watch this for yourself, you can see he's clearly dangling from a cord that they're not actually in 0G. It doesn't even look like the parabolic flights that simulate 0G somewhat convincingly. But now the next part is this astronaut on the left, his name is Wheels. He's talking about how he wanted to be a rock star, but instead he became an astronaut. And it's kind of funny here because the guy on the ground, the Nickelback guy, says, if I had known that NASA doesn't require any special education, I would have become an astronaut. They kind of, it's almost like they're privy to what's backstage, and they're ripping on the guys. So let me go ahead and play a little bit here.
And the hard back. Our work days are pretty full, but it is a great job, and we absolutely could not do it, and this machine would not be flying if it wasn't for our ground support team that you're standing among there now.
Now again, I'm gonna move on here, but I just want to bring this up. If you go back to 2010 and you look at any of the ISS footage and you watch how the astronauts move, and you're familiar with movies like even Inception, if you look at the behind the scenes, you can see how this works, how the person who's dangling from a cord can sail across the room and how smooth it is. And clearly Mark Kelly is having problems with his cord. He's reaching behind his head here, and he's about to sail forward on one of these wires. I mean, that's not zero G. That's not a man floating. He's literally just dangling. It's pretty obvious that gravity's still tugging at him as he goes across the floor. The motion gives it away. Like, there's really nothing convincing about it. And if it was fake in 2010, it's fake in 2011. Okay, looks like someone has a link for me here. This looks good. He said, here's an image with all the wires hanging off the ISS. Wow, this is unbelievable. You could not exist in such an environment. But they're going to bring it down soon. They're going to phase it out and bring in one that's much more convincing because they're not going to be using green screen anymore. Okay, so Nickelback and the astronauts talk for about 20 minutes. It's all very fake, cheesy looking green screen. Mark Kelly is a clown. But that's all good. You know, he's a senator now. And again, I find it very unlikely that in close quarters they would be playing these games like doing group somersaults for the TV audience. It's all a big show, and I think we know this. Okay, someone sent me this link, and it is kind of interesting. It's from Rudolf Steiner. Listen to this, and this is from 1917. A future vaccine to prevent knowledge of soul and spirit from the fall of the spirit of darkness. A time will come when quite different tendencies will come up at Congress like the one held in 1912, and people will say it's pathological to even think in terms of spirit and soul. Sound people will speak of nothing but the body. It will be considered a sign of illness for anyone to arrive at the idea that there is such a thing as a spirit or soul. Anyway, he goes on to say that the soul will be made non-existent with the aid of a drug. The heirs of modern materialism will look for the vaccine to make the body healthy, that is, to make the constitution such that the body no longer talks of such rubbish as a soul and spirit, but takes a sound view of the forces which live in engines and chemistry, and let planets and suns arise from nebula in the cosmos. Materialistic physicians will be asked to drive the souls out of humanity. So this was a theory that the medical tyranny would be used to actually remove the soul, whatever that means, from humanity. And that's something that was published by Rudolf Steiner Press. It was posted on my last video. Okay, and here's one for those who are into the green pill. I don't know who this guy is. It's so hard to tell now. They're all wearing these masks. They all kind of look the same. He looks like a Jeff Bezos, but he's definitely... Okay, this is one of the head of operations at Warp, Operation Warp. He's definitely got the reptilian gene. Check this guy's eyes out. I mean, it could just be a glitch.
And 100% compliance, so to speak.
He's talking about 100% compliance.
That it's a one-shot vaccine.
A one-shot vaccine. And it could be doctored. But there is this very peculiar thing here, where again, his eyes get very lizardy. Not sure what you all think about that. Lloyd says, Steiner thought he was a seer about such thing, no theory to him. Interesting. Well, I still think vaxophobia is just an unwarranted fear. Although I'm in favor of vaxing, of obviously, the MSM. Vax the MSM. You know, is there an app that I don't know about that makes eyes look reptoid? So this guy, his name, he is the Trump's vaccine czar. Okay. Maybe he's already been vaxxed and that's a side effect. But yeah, that's Trump's vaccine czar. Very sinister looking individual, even without the reptoid eyes. I mean, maybe there's something to it. Like maybe there's something to the idea of the alien being some sort of parasite that has to be injected. Maybe that's what we're looking at here. And they want to make sure that we're all good and possessed. So when the devil arrives in a flying saucer or whatever, we're all obedient. Like there's something going on. Or it could be just an app that turns somebody's eyes into a reptoid thing. Also, I wanted to point this out. The speech that Trump gave tonight was 46 minutes long. I listened to the whole thing. 46 minutes. Almost exactly. Significance there. If we look at this from the Metascript perspective, notable 46-year-old deaths: George Floyd, JFK, Derek Chauvin, who killed George Floyd, was released at 11:22 a.m., which calls to mind, of course, JFK's death date. And I've seen a lot of interesting allusions to JFK in the media as of late. So I find the 46 to be curious. Also, 46 minutes after the hours when 9/11 started. Floyd was knelt on for 8 minutes and 46 seconds on a day the sun set at 8:46. Maybe there's something to it. I'm just pointing it out because it's consistent. Also, release the Kraken. Still a trending meme. You have krakenwood.com with Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood working on saving the election rigging contest. And the term release the Kraken was already trending because of the hockey team. Like, they forced these memes out there in advance. As far as what's in the speech, it was just a lot of, I guess, reports about how bad the election was. I mean, if you've been following this and ignoring the mainstream media, you've heard it all. I don't think there's any plot twists. You know, I'm pretty comfortable with my bets that I've placed. That's why I haven't spent a lot of time on it. But listen to this. This is World Economic Forum. And they're serious about this. They have 110,000 information volunteers listening to conversations to make sure that there's no misinformation being spread.
Here's a question. What's spreading across the globe is passing unwittingly from person to person, is potentially deadly, yet it can be stopped if everyone takes steps to prevent its spread? The answer? Misinformation.
I've started to see the spread of misinformation as a global health crisis. It is an infection of the very heart of our democracies.
Welcome to World vs. Virus, a podcast from the World Economic Forum that tries to make sense of the coronavirus pandemic. This week, fake news. We look at how misinformation has gone viral in the age of coronavirus and hear from the most senior communicator at the United Nations who wants you to...
Okay. Well, you know my opinion. My opinion is that the mainstream televised broadcast worldview is in fact misinformation. So what they're talking about is information. This is from the Daily Mail. Bizarre conspiracy theory suggests celebrities, including the Pope and the royals, have been snapped with black left eyes, are in the secret Illuminati club, and puts the bruises down to an initiation ritual. Someone sent me this link. I think there's a few new additions to add to this one. I thought there was somebody new here. I'll get to it. I'll leave this link open, but apparently there's a few more names to add to the list. Okay, here's one too. This is another direction I saw this COVID thing going. New Zealand's declaring climate emergency. Do you remember how I said that COVID-1984 is just going to fast track Agenda 2030? That COVID-19 is doing Greta's work. The environmentalists couldn't be happier. I mean, the weirdest thing is that they're asking us to wear masks because these are the ones who want us dead. I mean, you want to reach your World War Zero, cut the world's carbon emissions in half by 2030 goal. Just let them catch the disease and die. So it's really bizarre and contradictory that they actually want to save you. Like, I just don't buy it. But again, the climate emergency is the same thing. Lockdowns. But the thing is, climate change, climate chaos, it never had the impact of a COVID. You know, couldn't get it. It's not believable. There's no evidence for it. But now that they have you locked down, they can kind of mix the two. And just as a little example of how much they conflate these things is, you know, look at who was the first person in America, the first celebrity that we all know to catch COVID? Tom Hanks. And when he caught COVID, it was on his way to Australia to fight climate change. So he's on his way to Australia, presumably to put out fires or something, because that's when the whole place was burning. According to Google Maps, you could see Australia was burning all last year. So Tom Hanks goes down there to save it and fight climate change, and he comes down with COVID, and he ends up going into quarantine in Australia with his wife. And someone pointed out to me, I think this was from johnlebon.com, that there happens to be a book by Dan Brown. And this book is called Inferno. And it's about a pandemic shutting down the world. And the protagonist wakes up in Italy in a hospital. Well, here we are. Italy goes under lockdown. Tom Hanks is under quarantine in Australia, which is on fire. And again, in the book, which he was the star of the movie by the same name, in the book Inferno, Inferno is the name of the virus. So you have these overlapping realities where the guy who is fighting climate change is then fighting COVID. It's the same exact agenda. So anyway, what they're trying to do here is maintain their power, but under a different pretext. So here we have, and this is from weforum.org, New Zealand's going to declare a climate emergency. And guess whose fault it is? It's America's fault. It's those people who aren't wearing masks. The mask deniers, your CO2, yeah, you're causing the world to heat up, and it's really messing up New Zealand. It's causing fire tornadoes out there, causing polar bears to drown because you won't mask up. New Zealand Prime Minister is about to declare a climate emergency in a symbolic step to increase pressure for action to combat global warming. I mean, New Zealand is lost. That fake event back in March of 2019 with Brent and Tarrant, and that was fake. The Christchurch shooting, unbelievably fake. But they used that as a pretext to censor 8chan, Infinity Chan. They shut down BitChute over there. YouTube took their ban hammer out over that event. Anyway, she was considered to be something of a hero during that time for some reason. Anyway, that whole event was fake. And if you have any questions about it, just look at the number of concurrent drills with the event. Like, did you know when they caught the shooter after he went to the second mosque, it was by running him off the road, pulling him out of a car, and then detaining him. And the officers that arrested him just happened to be wearing body armor because they were doing drills that day in New Zealand. The drills were for running somebody off of a road and pulling them out of a car. So they happened to be drilling for the exact situation that was called for that day. And the person who recorded it, you have a video of the killer being dragged out of the car, happened to be an accredited crisis actress out there in New Zealand. All right, let me go ahead and move on through this. What they basically want to do is, listen to this, net zero emissions by 2050. And the whole idea here, of course, is just suppressing economic activity to save the planet. The climate change model is much like the pandemic model. It's just sort of a computer model replacing reality. Reminds me of what Limbaugh said early on in the COVID thing, when he remarked that we were being tyrannized, was his word, by computer models. That you have a computer model that itself becomes an authority, but it's just a reflection of whatever is programmed into it. And I think he's been right about that, and that's what climate change has been from the beginning. And it's worked. I mean, that has indeed granted them a great deal of power and the ability to tax, to fix the damage that you're doing by breathing. Okay, we were talking about Project Runaway, predicted COVID in 2019. All of this, to me, it just adds up to it's all fake. There is no whatever you want to call this. It's a superstition, is what I'll call it. COVID-19 is a superstition. It's not to say I'm anti-vax, I'm very pro-vax. I have to reiterate that every once in a while just in case. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open phones. I have a couple more voicemails, but phones are open 833-311-1984. Okay, here's a message. Erica Creech says, watch this. Something happened 1968 to 1971 in the money side of the USA. Okay, I'll take a look. Here's a meme somebody sent me, or an image, comparing Jennifer Grey before and after a nose job. She said, I will always be a once famous actress nobody recognizes because of a nose job. We've been talking a lot about disguises and deep fakery and how easy it is to fool someone. And sometimes something as simple as a nose job can actually completely change someone's demeanor and facial expression. Everything changes. Just one example. We have so many deep fakes to go through, and if you haven't been following this channel for the last couple of years, we've got a few leads on some world stage characters who are quite likely completely fabricated, made-up people, superimposed. It's like we live in an augmented reality. And I got this comment from someone saying, how can you believe that there could be a conspiracy taking place over several generations? Like, how can you believe that somebody would take part in something that wouldn't be completed in their own lifetime? And my answer to that was simply that you look at NASA, and that kind of tells you everything. You look at NASA, that's a multi-generational plan, and it's all fake. And the people who are a part of it know it's fake. And it's a psychodrama meant to lead us into this utopian worldview and to go after this utopian vision, to accept it. And when we talk about this concept of the world stage, this is what explains all of the bizarre bits of predictive programming with this COVID-19. How many times have we seen examples of the post-lockdown world telegraphed in science fiction? Or more recently in Netflix. Flat Fact says it's the long con. Well, yeah, look at this. I mean, we're looking at this TV show called Trackdown, a 1958 episode called End of the World, about a guy named Trump. And I brought this up yesterday or a couple days ago, where this individual named Trump says, and he convinces the village to give him power. He says, I'm the only one. I can build a wall around your homes that nothing will penetrate. How do you build that wall? I'm here to tell you. So he dupes the frightened population into giving him the money so he can build this wall. And this is a 1958 TV show. Lots of bizarre coincidences involving the name Donald Trump, or Trump, the character and his persona, in a lot of movies having to do with both time travel and this particular number. And all of this to me is highly suggestive of a character written into the world stage. But the thing I was drawing the attention to the other day on this topic is we're looking at a character who sells a frightened population on a wall. And then, 2016, build the wall. But more recently, Space Force. So the Space Force is, in a way, air defense or a firewall against what? A cosmic threat. And here you have a TV show about a grifter selling people on the need for a wall to protect them from a cosmic threat. We went over many of these. They're all real. Trump does have a 58-story tower. The next day, as in this episode, was released on May 9th, 1958. The next day is the setting for a Quantum Leap episode, another time travel show with Donald Trump in it as a 12-year-old kid. And again, time travel and Trump seem to go hand in hand. I had a caller the other night who had a lot to say about this. There are some who believe in this, quite literally, in that his uncle, I believe it was Uncle, I'm not sure which one it was. He's got so many. Donald Trump's uncle something had access to Nikola Tesla's notes. Now, all of this sounds really dubious to me. I'll be quite honest. Like, I have doubts as to whether Tesla even existed. But so here's just the backstory. Trump's uncle John, paternal uncle of Donald Trump, here we go. He ordered the alien property custodian to seize Tesla's belongings. So here's a picture of John George Trump. Died in 1985. There's that year again. And he is noted for developing rotational radiation therapy. He was the youngest of three. And if you didn't know this, Trump and Elizabeth Christ Trump Fred Christ Trump. I think his mom's name is Mary. But here we go. 2 days after the death of Nikola Tesla, the FBI ordered the alien property custodian to seize Tesla's belongings. Trump was called in to analyze the Tesla items, which were being held in custody. After a 3-day investigation, Trump's report concluded there was nothing that would constitute a hazard in unfriendly hands. In 1952, following pressure from Tesla's nephew, his entire estate was shipped to Belgrade in 60 trunks, marked NT. Goes on to say, from February of 44 to the end of the war in Europe, Trump was the director of the BBRL. So there's some suggestions here that he had access to some type of notes that would have given him access to this technology that we call time travel, which I don't technically believe in. I think it's impossible. I think it's an interesting idea. I think more than likely, if there is time travel, it's maybe a nice or allegorical way or euphemistic way of talking about fake characters inserted into the world stage. You know, you have a backstory. Like if you're a spy, you're given a cover story, a witness protection program. That, in a way, is something of a time traveler. Fake backstory, augmented into this reality, kind of seamlessly blended in. Lloyd Miller says H.G. Wells had a window to the elite through his participation in the Coefficients Club of 1912 or so. So there's a few things about the elite back in that time period that suggest to me that many of the things we see in the news today, most of, if not all of the big events were planned at least 50, if not 100 years in advance. 9/11 planned before the towers were built. And did you see this the other day? I brought this up. How there was in New York, there was a statue of President McKinley. And this statue of McKinley was 96. It's on a 96-foot tall obelisk. It's a 113-year-old statue, and someone in a van crashed into it. I thought it was very, I don't know, something suspect about it. So here we go. This is in New York, a fatal wreck. It was a 113-year-old monument to President William McKinley. So someone in a black van crashes into it. So the number 113 stands out for a couple of reasons. Again, November the 3rd, very important date, it's a very significant date, hinted at and foreshadowed as being very important. It had us looking at 3/11 and 11/3 as major turning points. Well, 3/11 was the day that the pandemic was actually declared. And then, of course, 11/3, we're still trying to figure out the damage of that particular date. But a 113-year-old monument of a president who was assassinated 119 years ago. So that was the other part of it. McKinley was assassinated 119 years ago. The statue, 113. Seems like one of these encoded events, a psychodrama. No reason to think it was real. A person in a black van easily could have been a Tesla, a remote controlled van, something like that. I mean, I'll dig, but the numbers tend to give away the story if you ask me. Yep, he was shot in 1901. Vaughn says, I never got invited to join the Illuminati. I might not have been important enough. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how you get in. It might be a bloodline thing. I did see a chart. It was like a flow chart. It was more of a pyramid. And it showed you the different... Let me bring this up. I think David Icke popularized it. I think it was the Illuminati's hierarchical structure. And it had all the different ways that you would be able to ascend the pyramid. So the way that he described it is you would have, I guess, the military, the media. Then you have, in fact, there's quite a few facets. Let me pull it up on the big screen. It's called the Pyramid of Manipulation. That's what he called it. So in the pyramid of manipulation, you have kind of a various pathways that you could follow. So if you're trying to get into the Illuminati, assuming that's what you're trying to get to here, you've got banking, business, military, politics, education, media, religion, intelligence agencies, medicine and drug companies, illegal drugs, and organized crime. So those are the different avenues. I've seen a couple variations of this where it kind of suggests that a fast track to the top would be getting involved in black magic. I believe that the Satanists get to bypass a lot of the ritual mumbo jumbo of the Freemasonic initiations. So that's where I would start. All right, I'm going to go through my Twitter feed. If you're not a follower there, I highly recommend it. It's twitter.com, Tim__Osman. I have a great collection of people I follow, and I'm always finding great information whenever I scour my feed. Like this morning, this was sent to me. You've probably seen this one. It was a CNN interview where Joe Biden had a line around his neck, which seemed to suggest that he was wearing a rubber hood, that Joe Biden is a mask. So what are we looking at here? Some type of a double, kind of like the actual body double that Laura Loomer caught of Kamala Harris. So here you have an example, and I've seen a few articles trying to explain it away as plastic surgery, that they use Gorilla Glue and put some on his earlobe to tighten his chin or something. I don't think so. I think there's so many differences between these two. So there's a channel called, and I'll bring this up, I'll put the link in the description. It's Metamorphose Masks. And this channel's been around for several years, but he tries on different masks. And these are one-piecers. Worth looking at, though, if you just want to get an idea. Like I brought up earlier, the caller actually brought it up. The notion that Mike Pence had been replaced. Well, it would simply take something like this. And one thing, what you're looking at here is a single piece, which makes it somewhat obvious that the person is wearing something, if you ask me. There aren't any blemishes. It's too smooth, too perfect. But if you were to custom make one, if you were doing some sort of body double work, you probably wouldn't have the entire thing covered. You would still have some flexibility in the face. I mean, you could use this to rob a bank, probably. Tyrone says Hitler was a series of actors. Gustav Wheeler is the guy playing Hitler in Triumph of the Will. What about the theory that Adolf Hitler was a character portrayed by Walt Disney? I mean, I don't see a resemblance, a strong one anyway, between Gustav and Hitler. I mean, the stash, I guess. But when I look at Hitler and Disney, I think it's almost more obvious. It's a character. And some have actually shown pictures of their homes, which appear to be the same. So, I don't know. I'm still looking into it. There's so many conflicting stories. The idea that Hitler and Walt Disney are the same, that Hitler was in fact a Disney creation. I mean, it sounds insane on some levels, but then we live in a Disney universe. We really do. You don't know how many characters on the world stage aren't just, props, puppets, like quite literally puppets. And that's what we're talking about. Okay, I had someone earlier suggest that the elite are going to get the harmless vaxes and the rest of us are going to get killed. Here's a short clip, and this is showing you an example of one of these retractable vax needle syringes, and it looks like it's going into the arm. And I'll just play the demo here. So this is what you want to use if you're afraid of injectable nanobots or perhaps parasitic aliens.
When I say retractable, I mean that the needle goes into the syringe. There's a tube with a spring in it, so that makes the needle pop right back up. You can put liquid into the syringe, and it'll go up into the handle of the plunger.
Looks real. Again, I brought this up earlier. Bears repeating. Bill Gates. Have you seen Bill Gates in a mask? And have you seen Bill Gates without one of these sweaters? Like, what's he hiding? If you pulled up his sleeve, I have a feeling that Bill Gates is a vax junkie. The war is waged by the ruling group against its own subjects. George Orwell. Exactly. If you're not getting notifications, I would suggest joining. Go to infiniteplainsociety.com. $1 a month gets you access to our Discord server, gets you access to the newsletter, text message notifications, and more. Hey, remember that story from the Babylon Bee about Pope Francis saying that you would need to get your COVID vaccine to get into heaven? It's something we've been saying for some time, that this is the holy sacrament to get into the state church. Well, somebody cropped it, and this happens all the time. It's probably them. Someone cropped this Babylon Bee article, and they shared it, and it's being shared like crazy, and everybody thinks it's real, that the Pope wants to vax you before you can get to heaven. That's the thing about fake news. I mean, everybody's doing it, but they want you to only follow. I mean, that's the thing too. It all requires your own discernment anyway. In my opinion, the mainstream media is 100% misinformation because it's based on a foundation of misinformation. I mean, in many ways, this live stream, and this is just the truth, this live stream is one of the few sources of commentary, observation, discussion about topics where we don't assume that everything on the TV is real. And you're not going to find many channels like that. And check this out. This is just to get a little bit like outside of the PSYOP itself and to look at it objectively. Here you're shown a picture of a man dying alone in the hospital, and the only person that can hug him is this doctor. So here you have Dr. Joseph Verone hugging an elderly coronavirus patient who missed his wife on Thanksgiving. So my question is, how come the photographer gets to get in there? Like, so no family allowed, only photographers. But we're given this type of war photography. I mean, that's what it is. It's atrocity propaganda. It's all just staged. Throb Zombie says LA residents ordered to stay in their homes. We'll see if they listen. I mean, did you see the Huntington Beach protests? I don't think they'll listen. I think it's too late. I think COVID-19 has jumped the shark. Trump caught it. 3 days later, he was cured. I don't think it's believable anymore. You know, Islamic terrorism was more believable, and nobody believes that anymore. Oh, check out this comparison. I hadn't thought about this one, but side by side, on the top you have Starman, anagram for Mr. Satan, a Starman in the Tesla Roadster above planet Earth, and below it you have Buzz Aldrin on the lunar rover. This is one of the best things about the moon landing videos. So that little buggy right there is a toy. And it's funny that people can't tell. It's like a Legos. It's a scaled down model. And that's obviously a dummy. And it's pretty obvious the way they drive it around. But what I wanted to point out here is whenever you're looking at moon photography, and this is going to be important because China just landed something on the moon, what you're never going to see, and this is a dead giveaway that it's fake, is you're never going to see miles and miles of craters and moonscapes. The moon ends like 100 feet away. Like even on this one, if you look, where's the background? Like you see how bright it is. So presumably half the moon is lit. Where's the rest of the moon? Like where's the background? How come the horizon is so low? Well, it's because they filmed the moon landing in the back of a 7-Eleven parking lot at 3 a.m. or something. That's why. Okay, so I've been asking this question, are we dealing with invading aliens of inner space when we're looking at the vax? That may be the case. I've also brought this up just to remind you, I have to correct something here. So I brought this up because this is ridiculous conspiracy theory that Barbara Bush was Aleister Crowley, or so that's what I thought it was. And then there's the not so ridiculous conspiracy theory that George Bush played the role of Charles Manson. So if you've never heard their voices juxtapose, you might not believe that one. So let me go ahead and just play a clip so you can hear them together, just so you know where I'm coming from. Like you can't, I don't think you can unhear it.
We got an issue in America. Too many good docs are getting out of business. Too many OBGYNs aren't able to practice their love with women all across this country.
A year ago, my approval rating was in the 30s. My nominee for the Supreme Court had just withdrawn. And my vice president had shot someone.
Our enemies are innovative and resourceful.
And this is by Chalk Body Outline. And now for the second half, he puts Manson over Bush.
I don't need to kill anyone. I think it.
You don't feel guilty at all?
There's no need to feel guilty. I haven't done anything I'm ashamed of. I wouldn't do anything that I felt guilty about. Maybe I should have killed 400 or 500 people, then I would have felt better. Maybe I haven't done enough. I might be
Okay, so you get the point. George Bush clearly played the role of Charles Manson. So the other day I suggested if this was true, and if if Charles Manson and Bush are the same, and if Barbara is Alistair, then Charles Manson's the son of Aleister Crowley. A ridiculous proposition. I brought it up because December the 1st is Aleister Crowley's death anniversary. Well, it turns out the theory is that Barbara is Aleister's daughter, which would then make Charles Manson the grandson of Aleister Crowley. So I wanted to straighten that out. All right, someone was asking what the blue wrench symbolizes. It's free energy. It's a free energy weapon, Antiquitech. That's what it represents. Oh, by the way, tomorrow at 5:30 p.m., it's on Thursday, and every Thursday from here on out, tomorrow is episode 2 of South Pole. So if you go to southpole.lol, I have a link to the YouTube channel where you can sign up for notifications. That's in 16 hours, the second episode premieres. We're over there in the Discord server working hard on episode 3, episode 4, and so on. Okay, so I'm going to take off. This is Dystopia. And what I'm going to do here is put a link below so you can subscribe if you want to get the live stream notifications by text.
Life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy from here to infinity. We're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. What a waste of your life. Why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is bliss to me. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your life.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. Control your possessions, they're selling Armageddon. Want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell him. Condemnation before investigation is the admittance of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imbeciles are only used of innocence. They trying to condition us to a new normal with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent, and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. But they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus. If you think you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. But their nations are ignorance. No, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. witness. This place is so magnificent, the possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, show up by etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Time to get your bags. Time to get your bags. Backstash.
Has the sheriffs going in to kick people out. Anyway, somebody pointed this out because, 201 has everything to do with the live action role-playing game we're all going through right now, Pandemic, which is really what it is. It's a live action role-playing game. I mean, this whole thing is just taken new level. It's taken on a new level of fakeness. Like, now they're putting Mark Kelly in office, a senator. Go watch some of these Mark Kelly videos back in 2009, 2010 on the ISS. It seems like they didn't think anything about playing zero-G Twister with half a dozen men who haven't showered in 6 months. Like, it's so fake. And not only that, but the green screen back then was so rudimentary that you can see the lines around their heads. B321 says, I'm releasing my NWO critiques in a musical, state51conspiracy.com. I will take a look. Oh, I see, with a musical beat to beat the censors. Yes. Absolutely. Using art, it's kind of iffy now, even with satire. They went after Babylon Bee. And a lot of people will take Babylon Bee articles, crop off the headline where it shows the Babylon Bee's logo, and they'll share it, and people think it's real. Like, a lot of people think the Pope is actually saying you can't get to heaven without a vax. Now, I've been saying that in jest because that is what it actually means. It's your sacrament to get into the world state church. But, they put out fake news, trenchant satire, but they're looked at as a source of misinformation. And I saw some piece, I think it was New York Times or something, they said, even a joke might contain misinformation. Which underscores my point that all of the mainstream comedians are just government jesters. Like Dave Chappelle, his jokes all pertain to the world where school shooters are real and white kids are shooting people up in schools. And his jokes are based on that, which make them unfunny. As far as I'm concerned, it's a Mandela effect that Dave Chappelle was ever funny. That's like the only Mandela effect I believe in. It's a conspiracy that he was funny. Somebody prove it to me. Because every time I hear his comedy routines, he's like, yep, George Floyd was a victim. Yep, good thing COVID shut down the schools because now the white kids aren't shooting people. It's like, that was never real. And George Floyd and Derek Chauvin are having a great time on Epstein Island right now. Yeah, Mark Kelly has the overview effect. That's right. See, you get up so high. This is what they say. So you're elevated. You're an elevated priest in this New World Church. You're one of these astronauts. But they say that when you're up there in the orbiting sky castle, the ISS, that your brain floats higher in your head. And you start to look at the Earth in its totality, and you cease to see national boundaries, political distinctions. You just see one. And you just see oneness. You have God's eye view. But that your brain stays up there. So when you come back down, your brain is actually higher up in your head, and you have a higher perspective. Which is why he's like now a Democrat senator. I'm going through comments. Someone says, hey, look, Missing Piece says, has there ever been a real murderous government what's real, what's not. I mean, but right. Thinking nothing's real is a defense mechanism. Well, nobody here is doing that. It's kind of funny that people will hold on to beliefs that something terrible happened as a defense mechanism. You know, I find it atrocious, the idea that 26 kids would get shot. I find it atrocious that somebody would, you know, take a truck and run over people who are Christmas shopping, or that somebody would walk into a deli and scream Allah Akbar and, you know, open up a bomb belt. Like, these are all bad things. I'm not in denial about it, about reality at all. I'm not reality adverse. You know, I try to find the facts. But what I'm looking at is atrocity propaganda. And refusing to accept atrocity propaganda doesn't make me a reality denier. It makes me somebody insisting on reality, sans augmentations. And the people who say, well, if you don't accept these stories as real and adjust your worldview accordingly, there's something wrong with you, or you're avoiding the facts. It's like, no, actually, you're being steered into deception. Take, for example, you had Jussie Smollett. He got lynched. It was a brutal beating. He was lynched by 3 white rednecks in MAGA hats who were chanting racial slurs, and they dumped bleach on him, and they lynched him in a tree, and they also used the F word on him, the FAG word on him. So, you know, he was basically just the gay Tupac, and he was killed for it. And that's what he called himself, the gay Tupac. This is Jussie Smollett. So you had a whole lot of activists ready to march. You had a lot of people ready. They're like, yep, the Klan is back. The MAGA hat is the new Klan hood. America is racist. Case closed. So we're ready to burn everything down, right? Well, the next thing you find out, it didn't happen. It was a hoax. And all the news media that reported on it had to, you know, kind of look stupid. And so my point is, by not believing it, by calling it a hoax, I wasn't saying, oh, it's so tragic that Jussie Smollett got lynched. I wasn't like in denial about it. It must be a hoax. I was saying, no, it's obviously fake, and it was exposed to be fake. Just like Bubba Wallace, didn't he get, someone hanged him with, was it Nike tennis shoe laces from a garage or something? That was fake. 66% of hate crimes reported are later found to be fake. So I don't have all of this atrocity propaganda misinforming my worldview. Does that make me a reality denier? Does that make me someone who's just not able to cope? Hell no. I mean, that is just such a condescending way of interpreting what we're doing here. We're deconstructing atrocity propaganda day in, day out. Governments lie, the media lies, and it has a vested interest in you believing in all kinds of atrocities. You want to prove, like, here's something too. One more, it has to do with burden of proof. When the CIA started this slander that anyone who doesn't believe the news is a conspiracy theorist, what they did is they shifted the burden of proof, which, okay, if I'm out there selling stuff to you as a salesman, if what I'm selling doesn't match up to my pitch, it's false advertising. I get in trouble, I lose sales, you get your money back or whatever. Well, that's the burden of proof I'm talking about. When the mainstream media sells you a story, if the facts don't back the story, you don't have to believe it. But they say if you don't, you're a conspiracy theorist. So they've shifted that, and that's illogic. It's not a logical way to live your life, and it's allowing them to filter your perceptions to a large degree. So I say shift the burden of proof back. And they call you a conspiracy theorist. Or worse, they call you a conspiracist now, just because it contains the word racist. Oh, you're a conspiracist, aren't you? It's like, no, I just don't believe propaganda because I'm a critical thinker. So we've been vindicated. Conspiracy theorists have been vindicated. We've had 17 years. This is a travesty. 17 years of fake school shootings. And they try to make you think it's a crime to say it. They want you to put a mask over your consciousness, not just your mouth. Put a mask over your eyes. I mean, really, they're trying to cow people into not speaking objectively and just describing reality. And so it makes perfect sense, though, to use different mediums to communicate important ideas. And, you know, even now, they're saying that the English language is a super spreader language. They haven't said the words yet, but they're probably going to say, if you say flat, if you say hoax, you're spreading COVID more than people who don't say these words. Globe. They'll have like a science experiment. Somebody will say globe, ball. Someone else will say flat, hoax. And the white screen in front of the person that says flat and hoax will be covered in COVIDs. And the other one will just be white and pure. Like they're inventing new blasphemies, new taboos, this new world order cult. Okay, let's move on here. Missing Piece says, I guess when you have a child who is vax damaged, I don't trust their vax. Seeing my child go through what he has to deal with has caused real life issues. That's an interesting point. I don't know personally any vax damaged people except for Eric Dubé, and he seems to be doing fine. I think I was overly vaccinated, to be quite honest. I was vaccinated against anthrax, vaccinated against radical Islam. When I was in the army, they vaccinated me against everything. 6 or 7 or 8, painful lumps on my arm, and I don't feel like it's done anything to me. Unless this entire channel is a result of some bizarre DARPA experiment. Like, let's inject this guy. He's normal. He scored perfect on his ASVAB. Let's stick something in him that'll turn him into a flat earther in a few years. And we can watch him spiral out of control. What do you guys think about these obelisks landing everywhere and reappearing in other places? It's just another example of 1968. 1968 has been the script for 2020. It's been a fascinating year. They've definitely used old playbooks. And I caught this immediately when I heard Donald Trump say, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. When he said that, someone else pointed out, wait a minute, that's some kind of segregationist slogan from 1967, 1968. And once I saw that, I'm like, wait, Trump didn't know. He didn't know the meaning of that phrase, the import of those words at that particular time coming from his mouth. And so I'm like, wait, this is very much suggestive of a script being played here, and that Trump doesn't even know what his writers have put into his mouth. And sure enough, this entire summer, and the mass media has noted on this, has just been a repetition of 1968 in many, many ways. So to see the 1968 Space Odyssey monolith appearing in a few places just kind of fits with the whole zeitgeist. Pete Shea says the Earth is in its current divided form. It's 422 years old, according to the non-existent dodo. Man, that's a paradox. So the non-existent dodo's got a interesting truncated timeline. Now, Jupiter and Saturn are going to be in conjunction in a couple of weeks. I've heard some say that there'll be some kind of lensing effect and Jupiter's going to rain down plasma and lightning bolts and melt the surface of the Earth. I don't know what's going to happen. Zombie apocalypse. Maybe the NPCs will turn into hosts for demons from the pit opened up by CERN. Pete Shea says 1968 was 52 years ago, 52 years in a deck. That's correct. And the 52 cards in the playing deck do in fact correspond to the 52 weeks of the year. The 4 suits are the 4 seasons. Your diamonds are swords, your hearts are cups, your clubs, those are staves. And what they've done is they've just replaced everything from the classic tarot, classic, and it's all astrotheological. It's aligned with the stars. So like your spades or whatever are swords. And I'm like, why do they have these celestial alignments with these things? I mean, that's how they do their fortune telling, if you believe in that stuff. Leonard says, Trump's ghostwriter is either drunk or an acid. I haven't decided yet. I just thought he was unoriginal. It might be Vince McMahon. I got into some conversation, some caller who claims that they believe that Trump is a character and that the lines he's given are lines that are meant to trigger target demographics and that he doesn't even know the power of the words that he's saying, which could be the case. Did you catch that audio of, it was a little clip of Barack Hussein Obama talking about how he would like to have a third term by operating through a puppet. And then we have Joe Biden. I mean, this is getting so weird. This is getting really weird. Let me go ahead and, I mean, Joe Biden's like chasing his dog after he gets out of the shower. He chases his dog, grabs its tail, and it causes him to slip and he breaks his ankle. Like, does that story make any sense? And I'm like, what makes more sense? That Joe Biden would, naked chase his dog down the hall, down an alley, grab its tail? Or is this just some sort of clever way of saying wag the dog? Wag the dog, like the movie with, who else was in that movie? I think it was Dustin Hoffman. And here we go. 1997 movie, Hoffman and De Niro. But the whole movie is about the politicians using the media to fabricate stories to distract the attention of the public, wagging the dog. And I thought, well, Biden wagging the dog literally and breaking his leg could be a great distraction from all kinds of things. I don't know what for. And then he said something else too. Like, he's been extremely honest. So they should call him Honest Joe. I mean, listen to this. He says, like I told Barack, if we reach some principle or fundamental disagreement, I'll develop a disease and resign. So that's pretty much it. He pretty much admitted it. He's going to develop a disease and resign. And I think earlier this summer, he said he has the most sophisticated voting rigging system in the world. I mean, a few different instances here where he's just been so damn honest. And I don't really fault him for it. All right, let me go ahead and continue here. Going through your comments. Pete Shea says, Sirius is back in the night sky, the dog star. Yeah, okay, Sirius will be directly above your head at midnight on New Year's. Think about that. Our schedule, our calendar, our lives are timed based on the position of the star that's venerated by all of the secret societies and Satanists of the world. Like, that should comfort you. Go celebrate the ball dropping at Times Square. And they know that you don't know what it means and how it pertains to Sirius the dog star. Adaptivia says the Biden clone is glitching. I look closely into it. Are we looking at two different Bidens, Lobes Biden, no Lobes Biden? But it's actually very consistent with plastic surgery at his age. I don't think that there's multiple Bidens necessarily. I'm still not convinced that Christian Bale hasn't replaced, at least part-time, Mike Pence on occasion. I mean, did you see Kamala Harris was sending out a body double? Laura Luma exposed it. Body doubles are a fact of life. Palmer says, what about the president saying he'd take the vax live on TV? Oh, Donald Trump taking the vax live on TV. Kind of like Elvis Presley taking the polio vax live on TV. Ivanka Trump said she would do it too. Leonard says, Jim Joe Crow doesn't know what day it is. I don't know what it is, with Joe Biden, if it's contrived or not. It's very Machiavellian, to fake an injury, to fake incompetence. And that's quite likely what we're looking at. I don't think he's befuddled or confused, but I think that there's a vested interest in making us think that he is. I mean, he could be a puppet. I mean, Barack Obama said he would love to sit around in his flop clothes in his basement, remote controlling somebody so he wouldn't have to go through all the ritual and ceremony. B321 says, read the Rudolf Steiner papers on the evil demonic nature of electricity, particularly AC power, implying Nikola Tesla may also be fake and evil. That's an interesting little concept. I mean, really, Rudolf Steiner, though, he had this well thought out comprehensive science of the soul and the idea that electricity might have some sort of demonic connotations, possibly. I guess if you look at the Hellfire Club, Benjamin Franklin, that whole story about electricity and the kite, I always thought that was fake. But David Icke pointed out that when you look at the Saturnian cult that runs the world, or however you want to describe it, EL, El, the elect, elevated. That's sort of a prefix you see on a lot of their terminology. The Elohim, those who came from above. And electricity may be one of the secrets of the elect, one of these things they dole out to the masses while they contain the secrets for themselves. Nikola Tesla figures prominently in the story of Donald Trump as a time traveler, as weird as that sounds. But he also bears a striking resemblance, and there's an anagrammatical connection with Thales in Tesla. Look at Tesla and his connection to Thales. Thales would be, in the way that they're represented. Thales is one of the 7 sages of ancient Greece, first mathematician, believed the earth was flat, predicted a solar eclipse in 585 BC, but in all of his images, he's always a statue holding lightning bolts, kind of like Tesla. And like Tesla, he had a competitor who kind of buried him, the whole Edison thing. But no, I've seen a few people bring things up, like smartphones, black mirrors, like the one used by John Dee, the Magus and astrologer for Queen Elizabeth 007, major figurehead in modern occultism. Aleister Crowley seems to be looked at as like the godfather of modern Satanism, but you'd go back John Dee if you really want to get to the basis of it. And I'm going to do some more research into this character. I've come across some interesting information I think that's worth going over. But I've been looking into these weird beliefs. I don't really necessarily believe in any of this stuff, but they do. And it all does kind of point to something. It points to secret knowledge, secret information. And the idea of black mirrors and other modern conveniences of these communication devices actually being interfaces with some type of demonic realm, well, maybe it's not off the table. It would put a lot of things into context, like CERN and all of that. Going through some comments. Leonard says, I know Colin. He's definitely not an act. Which Colin do you know? Because Colin Kaepernick is actually considered to be a trailblazing activist. I saw this on, in fact, let me bring this up. So you have to give him, credit where it's due. Here we go. Colin Kaepernick sold his jersey, or somebody sold it for $128,000. But, that broke some serious records. But he's made a number of lists. I think he's going to get the RFK award, which I think is kind of ominous. RFK having been someone who was assassinated. 1968, by the way, at the age of 42. Civil rights trailblazer. There's going to be a Netflix show about him as well. And yeah, there has been a lot said about his sacrifice on principle. And if you look at the broader story and the subtext, you do see a light confronting the world darkness, forcing them to recognize what they don't want to see. And even Roger Goodell had to admit, Colin had a point. And I think that the cross is a very Christian thing, in a sense, the kneeling rather. It's very much like a cross. And I think the sacrificing of the career, it is a very Christian thing. If you believe in Christianity as that form of altruism, and of course the savior complex, I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying it's legitimate. And then he just put out this 4 weeks of essays on abolition. So yeah, actually I would say he's probably the most prominent activist out there, which is interesting considering how little he actually has to go out and say. Adaptivia says, Colin signed by Jay-Z, close friends with Jack and Marina. Marina Abramovich. Someone said Marina Abramovich is the aunt of Lady Gaga, sister of Ghislaine Maxwell, and also sister of another Maxwell out of Littleton, Colorado, who was a psychiatrist for the Littleton shooters, and supposedly also the sister of Dr. Fauci's wife. And I call them the witches of Epstein. All of the women who are supposedly the sisters and possibly the aunts of Lady Gaga, but the sisters of Ghislaine Maxwell. All right, let's go ahead and move on. We got to talk a little bit about somebody here believes that electricity is evil, and I kind of hear where you're coming from a little bit. I don't know. Barnabas Nagy, if you follow his YouTube channel, if they haven't kicked him off, he was convinced that the Ethernet is actually connecting to the ether, and that our, like, you know, you have like the wizard that installs your software, that it's some sort of a genie. Your phone has wizards and genies in it, and that you're quite literally interfacing with supernatural power realms, and that we're all going to be possibly invaded by demons at some point in the very near future, if we haven't already. Replaced even. Maybe that's what's happening. But I brought up John Dee, this character out of history, may or may not be real, because, yeah, he did in fact use a black mirror supposedly to communicate with angels. I mean, what would you think? You know, 400 years ago, 500 years ago, if you see some wizard Gandalf looking guy looking into a smartphone at night and talking to somebody far away, you're going to see light. You're going to see a face. I mean, it looks like modern technology. That's assuming they weren't all just crazy and delusional. And I've read a lot of John Dee's work, and there's nothing there to make me think that we're dealing with sanity. I mean, it all looks like it's just encrypted stuff. I don't know. I can't find any sense in it. There is a certain logic to it. It does explain a certain cosmology, and that's what I wanted to talk about. I'll do some digging into it. He didn't believe in a trinity. He had I don't know what you would call it, but he believed that there was a fourth, a Sophia, or a goddess, in addition to the Holy Ghost and the Father and the Son. And he believed in this fourfold Christian model. It was like, instead of a trinity, it was based on four, but different form of Christianity. But all of the modern occult magic practitioners are using this guy's formula. Leonard said his whole bio is BS. Yeah, probably. I mean, the story is strange, to say in the least. The original 007 John Dee and his BFF Edward Kelly, they're like summoning ghosts into these circles, summoning angels. And the stuff they say is the stuff the angels tell them. It's always about the apocalypse and the end of the world, which hasn't happened yet. And it's been a while. Like, has it happened yet? You know, people thought the world was going to end because of COVID and everybody's going to die. And I look around, I'm like, you know, do I know anybody who's died? And I'm looking, I'm like, nope, he's still alive, damn. How's, damn, he's still around. You know, I was thinking, well, maybe this was some sort of a reset. Maybe there was a culling. Maybe a few obnoxious characters have been knocked off by Saint COVID, but nope, they're all still here. All of them. Even that guy that was having people, he was paying people to cough in his face, Flat Earth Orifice, he's still alive. And then you have Flat Earth Fokker, who went to jail for investigating COVID, went to the hospitals to find out it was empty and all this stuff. He violated quarantine. Didn't hurt him any. He's still alive. All right, let me see. Let's move on here. This is where it's at. TV says the Jenner family was around since John Dee was around. Well, when it comes to ancient history, you know, we have to remember, you know, even just 500 years ago, 400 years ago, 10 years ago, history is written by the wizards that write your MSM stories that put your minds to sleep at night and during the day and for your entire life. Like, the same storytellers have been spellbinding the masses forever. So if you don't trust your news, why would you trust your history? You know the fake story on 9/11? Well, that's official history. You can find video compilations right now where planes aren't hitting buildings and the buildings are having these massive explosions. You know, the Twin Towers. No planes. Massive explosions. And, you know, you get the impression that you have 110 stories packed with people doing office work and Xerox machines and copies and office dramas, office parties, janitors. You have like this massive ecosystem here, just all these office workers in cubicles. Every floor packed, 50,000 people, and the plane hits it and it blows up. And it's like, no, the towers are pretty much empty. There were a few floors halfway up, and you had the observatories, but these were literally just empty towers. No floors. Virtually no floors. I mean, movies would give you false impressions on purpose. It's the purpose for predictive programming. So you think that this is, like a beehive of activity when it's not. No planes hit those buildings. But if you look at your history books, they're going to say planes hit the buildings. Jet fuel. Jet fuel melted the still buildings. Leonard says, you got me in hot water. I keep slipping up and calling it COVIDs. The reason I call it COVIDs is not to make light of it. Actually, it's to totally make light of it, because Dr. Fauci popularized AIDS like 33 years ago. And now he's pitching COVIDs, which is just like AIDS for the whole world. And the more I'm looking at it, the more it seems like AIDS was just testing this pandemic model on a certain group that nobody would, really care about, because it's a small group, minority group versus, and so they were able to test it. Kind of like, okay, so 9/11 tested the whole Patriot Act, police state, total surveillance system. It tested it out on radical Islamists. Like, can we find people who are coming in contact with certain bad information and trace them, lock them down, waterboard them, quarantine them in Guantanamo? So they tested it with the radical Islamists, the terrorists, and it worked. We accepted it. Well, now they have that system in place for everybody. Now we're all terrorists. We're all convicted. We're all infected until proven uninfected, until vaxxed. So I think AIDS was kind of a preparation for this. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Fauci was involved in both. He's the one who probably underheated the bat soup and probably had a overheated exchange with a simian or primate 33 years ago. But he introduced it. Fake or real? I say fake. And I think he's just running the same scam, 33 years apart. And I didn't even correlate the two until the BBC, no, it was the Canada CDC, British Columbia CDC. They put out these guidelines that said, oh, you can't be intimate with your spouse anymore because of COVID, so do it through a hole in the wall. They literally said this. Like, this is dehumanizing. I'm going to bring up an article, and I have to be very careful how I word this when I search it, because it's a recommendation about, here we go. Use a hole in the wall for safe sex during a pandemic, according to Canada public health officials. This was in July 22nd, 2020. Canadian CDC suggests holes in the wall. This is pretty bad, but the same CDC would have suggested that you don't do this stuff because you could spread AIDS. So it's like, wait a minute. So 33 years ago, you're pushing this other disease and you say, don't do this. Now you say you do this to avoid this one. So what are they doing? Are they recommending COVID over AIDS? Does COVID kill the AIDS? And then I just started realizing it's the same people selling the same scam. They gave the whole world AIDS or whatever. COVIDs. Adaptivia says bat soup is still legal. Yeah, what happened to that anyway? They apparently cured it out there. But what happened to that narrative, the bat story? That never made any sense. Does anybody actually believe that a bat started this thing? And then we have the bat quarters. If you saw the 2020 quarters, they literally put a bowl of bat soup on the back of it. Like, it couldn't be any more blatant. But the symbolism says plenty. So one of the bits of predictive programming that we've looked at, one of the movie franchises, the whole Batman movie, predicts everything about what's happening today. And that's been happening this entire year, and Joker predicted it as well. But one of the things about the Batman movie is they've turned the bat itself into a phoenix. And the symbol of the phoenix, and this is an important point, phoenix equals reset. Phoenix equals reset. You burn it down, build on the ashes. So the idea that they would have repurposed a bat and turned it into a phoenix, as they did on all these Batman films, is they were telegraphing that the future reset, the revolution, the phoenix operation that would burn down the system to build it back up, they reiterated this whole phoenix symbol with Joaquin Phoenix and the role he played. Well, they insinuated the bat into it, I think, because of this. This was written into the programming. This is where it's at. Says the animal can get COVID, the minks. Okay, do you remember on 9/11, the very first dog that died on 9/11? Well, maybe the only dog. It was a dog named Sirius. His name was Sirius 17. Well, Sirius 17 died on 9/11, the 9/11 dog. When 3/11 happened, that is the pandemic, the first dog that died was a Pomeranian who was 17 years old. I'm like, oh, there's 17 again. A 17-year-old Pomeranian dies of 3/11. So we have another, dog, the first dog death for this particular tragic event. So if you multiply 17 by 7, that is by dog years, you get 119. So you still have a 119 encoded into the first, high-profile dog to die of this thing. Going through some comments. Nunya Business says, I think more pandemics will come. Swine flu, bird flu, mad cow. Well, look, there may be more scamdemics, plandemics. There may be more war games and live, these are essentially war games, live action role-playing games, scenarios. Sure, Dark Winter is supposedly here. Like, we're living through a new Tom Clancy, another Tom Clancy. 9/11, Sum of All Fears, Tom Clancy, came out in 1991. They predicted it. Tom Clancy's The Division and Dark Winter, the video game based on it, is what we're supposed to be moving into here any day now. But I want to point out that, yeah, it may be in the playbooks, but I don't think they're going to actually come out with a real one. Like, some people are worried for the third wave. It's like, you haven't had the first wave. You haven't had the second wave. And now you're worried about a third wave. Why don't you wait until the first wave before you start worrying about the third wave? Pete Shea says, when the first tower fell, Sirius was over the first tower. When the second tower fell, Sirius was directly over it. I would like a source on that, because that's very interesting. And it really just underscores how everything we're talking about with these major transformative psychodramas on the world stage are timed astrologically. And this is an objective measure that you can attach it to. So you can't say this is conspiracy theory, conjecture, or guesswork. Nope. It is a fact. 8:46 a.m., first of the towers was hit by a plane. Or rather, it was reported to be a fact. So now that we know it was fake, now we know it's even more significant that they chose 8:46. Which again, 8:46 is the amount of time that Derek Chauvin was kneeling on George Floyd. And the sun set in the Twin Cities on that day, May 25th, 2020, Memorial Day, at 8:46. The sun set being symbolic to the kneeling death of Floyd, the asphyxiation, crucifixion. The death of the sun god is what's being told here. That's the story. The Twin Towers and the Twin Cities, the twinning, both of that relates, in fact, to the twin pillars, a Masonic reference. A few other references tying these events together, but they chose 8:46. And what are these events? They're events that instigate. What's a bigger instigation than tearing down the Twin Towers? You caused a war. What's a bigger instigation than openly lynching somebody on the street? You caused essentially a summer of riots, a war. And what's more, in Portland, at the end of August, as a retaliation, one of the patriots was shot in the chest. Called this an assassination. 8:46. So then here's another 9/11 connection. So then a couple weeks after this patriot was shot at 8:46, another weird George Floyd 9/11 Derek Chauvin connection. Derek Chauvin goes on to a hearing at 9/11 2020, 19th anniversary of 9/11, after 19 years as a cop. So on that 9/11, Derek Chauvin is in court. Like, this is so scripted. And that morning, George Floyd's attorney, Benjamin Crumb, and all his cohorts were there with masks that had 8:46 across their mouths. Meanwhile, down the street, you had people with flags, with 8:46 being the time that they went outside to wave their flags. So the symbolism is overlapping with all these different psyops, and nobody sees the common denominators here, except for us. And then they let Derek Chauvin out at 11:22, which is a major, I think, reference to JFK, who, like George Floyd, was killed at the age of 46. And these are just patterns that are timed astrologically. They're these storylines, the numbers, these things are aligned. So I'm just suggesting here that these world stage events that we're analyzing and deconstructing are beyond atrocity propaganda. They're much deeper than that. I would almost call it, well, what it obviously is, I think, it's a form of mass emotional and psychological manipulation, mind control. B321 says, John D's deal with the macrobes, knowledge for blood, he said, no problem, how much? Okay, macrobes. So this is another interesting point about him. When you look at a lot of these magicians, court astrologers, you see them with their magical symbols on the ground, and then they're looking up at the stars through telescopes. And, you know, some suggest that he wasn't trying to examine distant real estate, light years away. Oh, let's look at some exoplanets that future generations might be able to figure out a way to get to. But that instead he was actually communicating with the stars as though they were angels, and by focusing on those lights, he was bringing it into the ritual chamber. Mumbo jumbo, in other words. I mean, I don't know what to make of it. I haven't tested any of it, but if you read his stuff, a lot of it is making deals with angels. And the word angel, I know, how do you define that? Leonard says, did Meghan Markle feed her baby to the Queen as a tribute? Interesting, probably. I saw some image on Instagram where it looked like it fell out of her, like it was like a fake baby bump. Okay, I believe I've covered most of the notes. I just didn't want to fall too far behind. There's always so much happening here. Again, I'm working on Conspiratained. If you've pre-ordered the paperback, you'll be getting those first before it goes out to anybody else. Before I make it, it's just another matter of editing the thing down, including all the content, all the what I believe to be important ideas. You know, there are some ideas that I think are very crucial. Auto-hoaxing, of course. But beyond auto-hoaxing, there's the fine-tuned process of discerning what is real from what is fake without becoming someone who automatically calls everything fake out of just disdain or apathy or laziness, because it's not really cutting it. You know, we're operating here with a methodology. And there's a purity to the method here that you don't see with the MSM, which is based on blind faith belief. You know, we're just looking at shifting the burden of proof, rationally parsing the facts, and not accepting lies into our worldview. It's like a computer virus, you know. It really does. If you accept the mainstream view of 90% of what you see out there, you'll have a very different worldview than someone who doesn't. So if you look at the screen, this video is called The CGI Airplane. And what we have on the left is raw footage. On the right, you have the news broadcast. And you can find videos like this all over. There's no point in even censoring it at this point. It's a matter of, does anyone even care? You know, 1984 was all about censoring, getting the sensitive information out of public circulation. Brave New World was information was irrelevant. There's just so much of it. So right now, yeah, you can show people, hey, look, news broadcast showed you a plane hitting a building, but the raw footage, nothing. How do you explain the discrepancy? And this isn't just one or two. There are many examples like this. And the discrepancy can be explained simply as you're looking at augmented reality. You know, just like when they put the fly on Pence's head. And then take a listen to this, just so you can hear how scripted this reality is. And when you hear these things back to back in a montage, it makes it kind of easier to appreciate how integrated and monolithic mass media actually is worldwide.
As of today, and I say as of today at this hour, we have 33 positive tests for the virus.
Yesterday we had 22 cases. Today we have 33 cases, so it's gone up by 11. That brings, those are 11 new cases. 22 go to 33.
As we sort through this here in Arkansas, today we have 33 confirmed positive cases in Arkansas.
As of today, we have 33 confirmed cases with Boston residents. We expect those numbers to climb.
As of this afternoon, we have 33 Pennsylvanians who have tested positive for COVID-19.
So as of this morning, there were 33 confirmed cases in North Carolina.
Evening to you. Lots to get to tonight. I'm Leon Hendricks. We want to start with new information into our newsroom. Within the past couple of hours, there are now 33 confirmed cases of the coronavirus in Michigan.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the news at 6. I'm Richard Gerard. Karina Corral has the night off. More cases of the coronavirus were confirmed today in San Luis Obispo County, bringing the total number now to 33.
Right now, Georgia is reporting a total of 99 cases in 19 counties. That is 33 new cases from just yesterday.
Good afternoon, I'm Karen Swenson. More cases and more events affected. Here is the latest coronavirus news. There are now 33 cases in Louisiana.
As expected. The number of cases of COVID-19 jumps. A total of 33 people in our state have been tested and are confirmed.
Now, that goes on for about 8 more minutes. I've got more. I documented a lot of this when it first started, and there was a narrative, and there were certain key words we were seeing, like Venezuela rises to 33. We kept seeing rise to 33. A rise to 33 has everything to do with the concept of Kundalini, the spine, the 33 segments, the phoenix, the burning man, the reset. Phoenix means reset, fundamentally. So more videos are popping up. Hashtag is trending. Where are the sick people? Just like film your hospital before. People are figuring out how fake this is. Lockdowns are being blamed for, are being excused by the belief in this COVID thing. But look at these discrepancies. Restaurants are closed. Malls are open. Schools are canceled. Planes are packed. Lockdowns are enforced unless you're protesting. And the numbers of deaths aren't corresponding to there being an actual pandemic. You would think that the MAGA crowds and the protest crowds would have canceled each other out, that they would have canceled themselves out. And unless tear gas purges the environment of COVID, there's no explanation for it. And one more thing here, we have a clip of Klaus Schwab talking about resetting our society. And this is the term reset.
Social contract, particularly integrating the next generation. We can change our behavior to be in harmony with nature again. And we can make sure that the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution are best utilized to provide us with better lives. In short, we need a great reset.
A great reset. The World Economic Forum's logo has the line through the 3 O's, which makes 3 sixes. And the O's, of course, as Tim Truth pointed out, 15th letter, 1 in 5, 666, which you see often whenever you're looking at predictive programming or symbolism code referencing world order. That's what the 666 generally refers to. There's a few reasons why. I also have a picture on the screen if you want to look. It's a photograph of the Twin Towers from 1978, and you can see as the sun shines through them that they're pretty much empty. The towers are empty. No floors matter. All right, thanks for joining. Subscribe below. We will be doing regular open phones very soon here. You can also call anytime and leave voicemails. We'll parse through those live. This is Auto Hoaxer Revolution by MVP.
This group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer.
Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually, we were right to do it this way. Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Legitimate auto hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto hoax meme, the auto hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to the line media.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
I gotta just get this shit off my mind, you know what I mean? Yeah. Been going crazy lately. Fucking bullshit. These are some weird times, cause you know, JT's a little bit psycho. I might go deep inside of myself with these lyrics. Experience that haunted me, they're taunting me, making me do all kinds of debauchery. Who's stopping me? Who's gonna get the drop on me? Cause this shit's got me grinning. I'm sinning, swimming up out of the fiery lake I've been living in. Just let me in, but not without your mask. So when you ask, I've been wearing a mask from the beginning, but I tore that shit off when the earth stopped spinning. Haha. Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the crew. Like Charlie Sheen, that's right, we winning. You know the lights were dimming, and nothing is what it seems, cause life is but a dream. When I woke up, I put my middle finger in the air and I spoke up. Never choke up, I stay choked up. You stay locked down in confusion. They're trying to pull off these illusions. You can see through the delusions in my mind are killing me. This shit is really sickening. Yeah. The earth is flat as fuck. The news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck. The penguins call the bluff. The earth is flat as fuck. The news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck. The penguins call the bluff.
This is CIA stuff. They've done this for decades. New categories of conspiracy theorists. Coronavirus deniers, 5G truthers. And we're not the same. And we're not deniers. They're coronavirus liars.
The world's gone undercover, people got a new lover. COVID introduced an even bigger brother. Cover your mouth, distance from your mother. No hugs, no grins, no face to even bother. We're all playing poker now, Texas Hold'em fucking locked up. A pandemic soda's on as fuck, you can see the graphic mock-up. We could use some good luck, we're gonna need those socks, but bets who people gone insane as fuck. Driven by fear, they hold a mask up. I just wanna breathe freely and after vacation, this is silly.
The earth is flat as fuck, the news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck, the penguins call the bluff. The earth is flat as fuck, the news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck, the penguins call the bluff, yeah.
This is CIA stuff. They've done this for decades.
I can see all faces, motions and souls. I wanna see all lips, smiles and grins. I crave expressions. I wanna see all anger. And I wanna see an end to this government interference with the social life. I'm tired of being patronized. Fuck social distancing. I'm ready to hug a stranger. Think before you follow.
You see, the person who's augmenting reality, the person who's bringing the extraordinary claim with no evidence, they're the ones who are denying reality by actually superimposing something fake onto it. We're insisting on reality and we're pointing out the hospitals are empty. That's not a conspiracy theory. So if anything, they are reality deniers. We're not coronavirus deniers. I mean, just to get that straight, the term conspiracy theorist was there to shift the burden of proof to the person who no longer believes the news, so they could call you a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. And it's kind of interesting that now that they have to wage a war against conspiracy theorists questioning the narrative, they bring out tinfoil hatters.
The earth is flat as fuck, the news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck, the penguins call the bluff. The earth is flat as fuck, the news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck, the penguins call the bluff, yeah.
This is CIA stuff. They've done this for decades.
Yeah. The globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. Globe. They're telling me the globe is my home. I'm too infinite. Globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. Telling me the globe is my home. The globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. I'm too infinite. And I'm killing it. I'm drilling it. And I said it's fake as shit. Yeah, I was in the basement. Now I'm in a spaceship, this is fake shit. Got on my camera, and I'm guiding the challenger. I'm smashing the actress, as I saw that NASA is. Space isn't real, the stars are a spirit, and I'm trying to do the real. I'm counting it. Space is so fake. Nobody can relate. So infinite, I'm so infinite. Oh, I'm so different. Definite. Yeah. Knowledge.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report come out of the House Intelligence Committee as to what happened with Russia.
A flat Earth report. That's those are striking terms. Those are striking terms. report. Those are striking terms.
I'm so tired of World War III. I don't care for this riot scene. I've got a fever of 113. Watching my neighbors turn into zombies. Food on my face makes me feel uneasy. The commie world order is totally sleazy. Shifty-eyed Bezos counting his cash. Now he can build his moon gulag. Nipsey, forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix, 4,000 lives. Walking around the food king don't satisfy my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. Must be practicing the dance routines. News keeps saying the war zone is real. They left out the facts, there's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. Now we have riots in the streets. Better wear your mask, boy. Get somebody sick.
space, tip of the beat, man, the 33. Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci sound of the conch. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
what you would do is lose air.
Just like the phoenix, we rise from the ashes. They fake our reality with pawns, puppets, and actresses. It's plain to see what their tactic is. Corporate communist takeover. Treat us like clowns, burn it all down in a fiery makeover. Then they rebuild from the ash, leaving the past, and the past is the ticket to the last laugh. Phoenix, these maggots are more like scavenging vultures. They're twisting our culture. They got us living like drones in this dystopian vision of home. Just leave us alone. We're allergic to the bullshit. But they preach and they preach and they preach from on top of their pulpit.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. Don't take a genius to see the signs and symbols. They play with the phoenix. We see the lies they swindle and we don't believe shit. Fun the jokes and riddles. Now things are far from civil. I'm trying to elevate my mental and find some meaning. Being stuck on feelings, cause it's so appealing. Now it's open season, the elite be scheming. Now I'm painting pictures on the ceiling, like I'm a Venetian. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. These bastards have got you frantic with their systematic Babylonian sex magic. It's tragic. These psychopathic fascists wreak havoc upon each and every demographic. They got you falling down a rabbit hole like Alice. Pass me my chalice, for this world is savage. Who's gonna do some damage? There's so many stages to their evil planning. We're trying to learn to speak a universal language. Sometimes it feels like it's more than we can manage. Don't take this life for granted. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
The harness roaring upward toward the heavens like the lioness. Heated hurricane, the birth of the initiates. Segments scorching, blazing, higher fire priestess. So fly, wings ascend from the ashes. Just to be rising, since the hypnotizing. Higher angelic frequencies that come from struggling. Get the caught to introspective human vision. Saving serpent lick their ears to hearkening.
The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Rising from the deep, fly just like a phoenix. Tips so wavy, got a bunch of jealous beaches. Won't go crazy, it's a nightmare for the dreamers. They think it's safety, but it's really just obedience. Time to tell the secrets, listen bitch, we gotta speak it. See at least know like you breathing, there's illusion in your freedom. New normal, new world order, they've inverted all the meaning. So we do this for a reason, keep it big, yeah, that's a beacon, that's a beacon.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
You're playing infinite things, man. The play society. Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. That's the supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. Yeah. I know the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They're pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took down my page. But I'm infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that I'm living is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah, I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Step on the street, pull the strings. But they can't fuck with the gang. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang, man. That's in your mouth. I straight more play. Infinite plane society, man. Yeah, man. All I do is black roll out. Yeah, just do it, man. Can't take us down off the shit, man. You shake that, check the stats, man. Can't do it, man. Take the word is flat, man. Grow up the whole, man. Take it down on shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the fuck it is, man. How about the Eagles and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all right there. All the hopes, man. All the hopes, man. All the hopes, man. Shout out, Eagles. What up, bro? Tim out, man. What up, bro? Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm up.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
cup. Got too flustered, drove down the toilet bowl. Troll fakes, fat earthquakes, pizza snakes. Government agent. Troll fakes, fat earthquakes, pizza snakes. Throw them in the garbage can. Troll fakes, fat earthquakes, pizza snakes. You're a piece of shit, man. Troll fakes, fat earthquakes, and pizza snakes. You don't want a hoax, man. Troll fakes, fat earthquakes, and pizza snakes. Put them in the trash can. Troll fakes, fat earthquakes, and pizza snakes.
We're living this life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy. From here to infinity, we're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. What a waste of your life. Why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is blasphemy. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your life.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. They want control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them. Condemnation before investigation is the evidence of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imbeciles are only used of innocence. They try to condition us to a new norm with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent, and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. Why they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus? If you think you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. With their nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, shop up an etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Yeah, truth music. This is my medicine, I'm steadily fetishing to make sense out of this nonsense they relish in. Look at all the poison they're feeding us, always misleading us. All they're doing is bleeding us dry. I'll be red pilling to keep on with healing us. Why? I just want to open your mind. Open your mind. May take more than a minute to get it, but once you get it, you'll never regret it. Their lies are incredible. All this destruction was always inevitable. Fuck these elitists, they're up on their pedestals. Pharmaceuticals, they're pushing their chemicals. Some sort of federal tyranny up in your medicals. Are you really hearing me wrong? It's pitiful. Bear witness to my swan song, I'm a general. When we're gone, we're leaving everything to rubble. We're gonna watch you stumble through the fall. You'll find deliverance in the barrel when we're playing gods. Wake up, wake up. What the fuck? I'm trying to wake the masses.
Wake the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word.
think it does. There's a far higher, bigger picture going on the earth for at least 7,000 years of human history that we modern day people really just don't relate to.
Mind over matter, all I see is propaganda. Snakes and ladders up on every channel. Lights, camera, action, what's the latest fashion? Welcome to the Ghost of Saturn. Do you really know what's happening? When you watching movies, do you see the patterns? No, it's not hard to fathom. This shit is far from random. I see the puppet standing on man, sifting through the rubbish like that's a strong man. Where's the garbage? Don't be unique and discouraged. It deep and do your best to make it flourish. Feed your soul the best foods to keep you nourished. Stay on it, find your strength and solace and become a colossus.
Making messes with your vocal cord, shaking minds with your every word. Moving shoots from your lyrical song. Swallow your tongue, not suit up for the war. Making messes with your vocal cord, shaking minds with your every word. Moving shoots from your lyrical song. Swallow your tongue, not suit up for the war.
Man, I try so hard to learn the truth myself. And when I learn something new, I wanna tell somebody else. Truth is in plain sight. If you look, can't you tell? You allow all these lies. That's why you created hell. Wake up now. Who are you? Are you self? Are you truth? Are you calves of a cow? Are you right? Where's the proof? Can you tell me what it is that they put in your food? These are questions that I ask cause I don't like being fooled. I'm not a rebel, but they're making me. I need truth for my sanity. Friends ask why can I let it be? Well, cause lies won't set me free. I am rooted like a walking tree. I think it's time for the better me. Express my thoughts by melodies. Least I can do is plant the seeds. Least I can do is plant the seeds.
Making messes with your vocal cord, shaking minds with your every word. Moving shoots from your lyrical song. Swallow your tongue, not suit up for the war. Making messes with your vocal cord, shaking minds with your every word. Moving shoots from your lyrical song. Swallow your tongue, not suit up for the war.
Governments do not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do what you think they do.
Have a look, all our rights getting took. First a pandemic, now these riots got them hooked. Fuck the state, fuck the police 33 times, yeah. Not the ones burning the streets, that's by design, yeah. Stacks of bricks planted randomly on certain corners. Order out of chaos, that's how they control us. They got us separated in every way, it's cold and soulless. Say that we're profane, fuck that we got game. Genius as they are, don't matter old and late. If this their new normal, let's make a whole new lane. The ones at the top of the most of the crime, the higher you go, then the deeper the bind. They've done this before and I work every time. The world is a stage called the curtains and blinds. Tip at the beat, we can lift up the line.
Making messes with your vocal cord, shaking minds with your every word. Moving shoots from your lyrical song. Swallow your tongue, not suit up for the war. Making messes with your vocal cord, shaking minds with your every word. Moving shoots from your lyrical song. Swallow your tongue, not suit up for the war.
The Vatican simply took over the position of Caesar of Rome. And this is why all of the nations of Europe all come to bow down to the Pope in Rome, because he is, in point of fact, Caesar. His official title is Pontifex Maximus. That was a term that was given to Caesar of Rome. So the point I'm making here is that for 3,200 years, Rome has dominated Europe. And for 3,200 years, Europe has dominated the world. Therefore, there is an old saying that all roads lead to Rome.
With your keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending. Found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing. All the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting. Only real ones gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this. They can miss some message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah. Find them in our records. Auto host a message. Squad are representing. Killing you with knowledge, yeah. The uppers getting better. Oh, you're so effective. Cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah. The whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it. Offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah. It's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable. Facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable. Give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you. You just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable unless you're with the gang or no.
Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins. Yeah, with the penguins. I'm coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The move to hell is paid with good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing those events. Quick, the IPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many men across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like Tenpin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the Hopes Army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. Fucking with the penguins, yeah.
One of the things that I like to analyze with all these events is, yeah, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
Another angry white kid, just about kept away. Greta's going to be pissed.
Everybody know Mr. Raj came through the door and sang It's a Beautiful Day in the neighborhood.
Well, I used to be unaffected. Didn't care if the fish had races, only knew that it could save us all. What is real? I don't know. Hard to understand. There used to be a cornucopia in my pants. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Shift us to the new timeline. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Bring me a giant check next time. Well, trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Cress's acting Marlboro Man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I've seen the Chinese dude get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV, me eating Bates and smiling, a double bind that got your mind in, and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm just guessing, you know, it's guesswork, way over to the right, way over to the east. And you know, where I come from, I believe I'm still where I come from. I believe this reality is heathen fucks. Absolutely. You know, we're gonna talk about flip flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist? You've been faked out. No gold notches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. I seen that movie with Tom Cruise. Please don't take these precious memories from my heart. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon. Epic Man. Go ahead, leave the gas light on.
Get into a little phrase that I like to say called "everyone knows," because it seems to trigger the trolls and deniers. And they literally go around and, these Mandela effect deniers will go around and they'll make videos about how Brian Staley goes around and says everybody knows and we are the best. We're going to talk about that today. How we are the best, everybody knows. And you can put the two together and it says everybody knows we are the best, right? Fucking double bang for the buck, you know what I mean, baby?
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying to keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hosts. Questioning things of that'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Think and let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned deception. Armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model specific proposition, opened eyes perceiving through direct observation. Having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction. Making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands. Smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink branches. Separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies. Follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes, moving on without you, not even leaving notes. Activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames, we have looked through all your fancy games. Your green screen doesn't impress us anymore. Your fear tactics acting weaker despite fake gore. Not accepting false dichotomy thought cages, thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages. Entries to the book of life so keen, walking a new passes and lands unseen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen.
The edge is in your mind.
It's like, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Forgive us our sins, for we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us, and lead us not into temptation. Did you drive your car to Mars? Do yourself make space? Hiding behind
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
There they go. Wait for the sonic booms.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it, they're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually we were right to do it this way.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto-hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Auto-hoaxer. Auto-hoaxer.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Auto-hoaxer. Auto-hoaxer.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Legitimate auto-hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto-hoax meme, the auto-hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to the live media.
Penguin trolls, the 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 auto-hoaxer revolution.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. I'm Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, the antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yup, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. When do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
It's amazing to watch the White House continue to argue that the Earth is flat. the earth is flat.
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. They co-opted every venture of the human soul, all the while marching towards that fucked up end goal, selling communism and laying out the psychological ground. Kids being propagandized and molded since early playground, killing the feeling of self to suffer for the greater good. This fairy tale even most leftists never really understood. Doesn't matter, now we're all wearing the hood, lost our faces wherever we stood. Music's now about selling drugs, coma, drinking and sex. CA's been given hippies hugs, drawn upon the hacks. Band's been manufactured, branded, used and suicided. Lead the counterculture and sure it's divided. Bent over idols raptured on TV for a fact of tragedy. Fake reported real is a new spaceline melody. Journalism's now nothing but a mere parody. You need an auto hoax to retain your sanity. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. It's all fucked up wherever I look. Children have no interest of reading a book. School hammered it out of their little heads, having them learn useless shit, bought to be dead. Listen and repeat over and over again. No wonder they close their minds according to plan. When parents ain't there and the state plays its game, no brain, no shame. Every dictated curriculum is lame. In 1984, all were laid out what 2020 would actually do. Just a little late, we've been overdue. The street was paved long ago when the federal dirt got its go. Total control brought to a wider scene, delivered by the screen. A hijacked financial system at the base for the greater scheme. And the halls of mental asylums echoes what critical voices scream. Division is on every level, but have your dream. Allopathic drug dealers, botchers and psycho rapists thrive. The beef management of the road that healthcare does drive. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secure. Retirement provisions co-opted by father state, making sure no one really owns any real estate. Mandatory payments directly subtracted from the loans, no questions asked, like they're all just drones. The taxation is theft, knows even skull and bones. Secret societies infest all campus life. You'd have to be corrupt to join such a half. Members to compartmented the murder crew. Students specialized to lose a broader view. Concepts meant to divert in disguise. In the end, no one's able to theorize. Same goes for the heavily censored interwebs, where J-Tricks, trolls and agents set their traps. To lure in the like-minded to the dumbest theories, meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guardrailing its sensitivities. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society had, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secure. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all media over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions. Nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to force the wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever thirst for, admitted and swept under the rug like pedal gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
I worry about you, Eddie. I really do.
You don't need to, man. I'm fucking better than ever.
I know
dude.
you're
you have
doing
no
great,
idea.
but I worry about you going down these rabbit holes of thought.
What's the big deal? Who cares if the Earth is round or flat? It's entertaining to me. I went full flat Earth on it. You went That's got to be some kind of CIA psyop.
Why do you think that's fake?
That's fake as fuck. If that's real to you, man, shit. Tyrannosaurus Rex is a giant kangaroo. That's what it is. You're on a ball, you're nowhere. Don't try to go anywhere, just stay there and work. Oh, hell no. Somebody figured it out. Oh, some scientist figured it out. I'm like, everybody's not Catholic? I thought everybody was Catholic. What's a Jew? Radio has been used as propaganda. You could believe that shit. You want to believe that shit? Good luck, man.
You just apply this to everything.
Dinosaurs are for kids. Radio, TV, and the movies have always been about propaganda. Look into it. So you think we went to the moon?
That's not what I asked you.
Telecommunication satellite.
You don't think satellites are real?
I don't think so. If you look into the experiments to prove that the Earth is spinning, all of them failed. Look into it. You guys are fooled by the fisheye lens? Come on, man.
I'm so confused, I think I got a real bad coop. I need to get out of the house instead of doing what you tell me to. I caught the COVID cooties, now my life is like a movie. I'm not staying home. I'm filming all the empty hospitals. Supposed to crash exact sheep running through all of these psyoptic
Faceless cock, another NPC. television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWF. Now you're out of breath.
or deceit. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bend you over like a whore. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84. What? Puzzle, face mask muzzle. I'm going to my grandma's house. Shut in, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84. COVID-19 84. What?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Cartoons, 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 doo-doo. Cartoons, 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 doo-doo. Space is fake. Eddie Bravo.
All right, that's Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Space is Fake AF. That's an acoustic version with the tractor backing up in reverse and some other sound effects. And that was in fact in front of a mural of Don Petit, who's something of a hero out there. I believe it's Portland, which is now under lockdown. No one gets in, no one gets out. I think it may even be the place where everything goes down. Worth noting that Oregon is the 33rd state. Might mean something. Washington's the 42nd. All right, phones are open. Let me go ahead and play a message first. Again, 833-311-1984. We take voicemails 24/7. So if something happens, you see something, find a bag of ballots, you're in the trunk of a car, whatever it is, you have to send a message to the world. I will broadcast it here. So let's see what this person has to say. Again, this is Infinite Plane Radio voicemail 833-311-1984.
Yo, IPS. Hey man, I'm wondering if you've seen all of the people that Joe Biden's hiring into his cabinet. They're all like big pharma tech company people. And if you've seen all the censorship that Facebook and Airbnb and PayPal's doing to the Virginia Tea Party. They're shutting down their emails, all kind of stuff, brother. It's getting wild. Then also the mask man, they're never going to go away. Dr. Fauci's saying wear masks forever. I mean, I see people, I ask, like some people are like, oh, I'm going to wear it to be good and just save the world and just what's it to you to wear the mask because if you're saving somebody's life and blah, blah. And then other people are like, dude, I'm going to wear this mask because I don't like my real face and I like my mask face better. And just, yeah, dude, we're screwed. So, yeah, man, just seeing if you would start talking about that because Zuckerberg's got some kind of Centra. It's like Centra or whatever, but it censors everybody, man. So, yeah, I wonder if you could hit on that.
Yeah, very interesting point here. And I didn't know about this, but I know that PayPal is shutting down people. It's very politically motivated. They will shut down a channel if you talk about the earth being shaped like a velociraptor or a taco or a pancake. You know, yesterday actually now, today's November the 18th, 1984. It's the 18th. Yesterday the 17th, right about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, my YouTube channel was taken down. And this one was approved for monetization. I mean, I met the requirements in terms of views, subscribers, content, everything. And I was waiting for approval. So for more than a year, they sat on it. They sat on this YouTube channel, and it's because they know the power of it. They don't like the idea that you can, well, counter official orthodoxies, counter the state church, contradict the MSM. They wouldn't want you to make money on anti-media. They wouldn't want it to be lucrative to burn down their system because it's so easy to poke holes in it. And it is rather entertaining. So of course they don't want to monetize it. They know better. So I didn't expect them to, but I was just noting. It's like, well, let's see how long it takes. So they sat on it for a year, and without warning, they removed the channel. No warning, no strike. They just pulled the plug on it mid-live stream. Now, a few days ago I said, one of the reasons I believe I've been censorship proof is that I never turn my videos off. It's like you never stop moving. When Jason's chasing you, Jason Voorhees with the chainsaw, you don't have to sprint the whole time, but you don't trip. You just have to just keep moving. And so my tactic was just keep going. You have a 36-hour video. Okay, reboot the computer. Well, they got a huge file. There's no way they're going to render it in order to censor that huge file, and it's worked. But then last week, I started with the Flat Earth Report, which is a news brief podcast. And I think that made it very easy for them to target me. Instantly, I was beset by trolls. In fact, I might even have some comments from some trolls on my channel. I was actually noting it today. So it's not a coincidence that I was shut down. Here it is, actually. So here's a long comment, and I was kind of nice. I corrected some of his misspellings here so no one would blame me for it. but this is Ed Haynes, a committed glober, who says, "This is a video from those who deny reality." Now, everything about his syntax, everything about his tone, and really just the sentence structure, like, I don't think the guy's dumb, but I do think he's probably Russian, a Russian bot even, possibly. So I'm just going to read it verbatim. "A video from those who deny reality, but if you're going to believe in a flat earth, you must deny many things. If somebody wishes to offer for a flat earth, why not offer indicating earth be flat rather than anti-globe making claims about every single conspiracy? What it is about flat earth that threatens the establishment the most?" Anyway, he goes on for a long time and it hardly makes any sense. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I tried to understand it. Such impossibilities, conspiracies are required before the planet could be flat. Yeah, I understand his argument for the most part. I think what he was trying to say is that too many people would be in on it, which isn't really a great argument. It's like saying there's no way Santa Claus could be a hoax. You know how many people would have to be in on that conspiracy? But that's the difficulty, I think, with this concept for a lot of people, is they're not able to accept that compared to the elite who built this thing, who built the machinations of mass deception, this new state church, the TVs, the Bible. I mean, it's literally a cult, a doomsday cult. We've all been born into it. But they're not able to come to grips with the fact that they are like children compared to, in terms of the levels of ignorance. And, Santa Claus is a fairy tale for children, and modern scientism presents superstitions and fairy tales for adults. If you behave, Santa gives you presents. If you don't, you get coal. So it's a very easy to understand punishment reward system. And they still use it today with every other really trick that Big Brother gets you to believe in. So you think that you're always being watched, always being monitored. Think about all these different invisible things that people base their lives around. I mean, I thought climate change was problematic, but mostly a joke. I never thought they would actually achieve their goals of shutting down society to save the planet. But now they just shifted their tack a little bit, and they're shutting down the world to save humanity. And they're saying, hey, while we're saving mankind by shutting everything down, we're noting that the earth is healing. So let's not go back to injuring the earth. I mean, this whole Great Reset thing is a thing. My hometown newspaper here says this shutdown is for the reset. They keep saying reset, as though they have some button and they just push it and everything gets fixed. That's kind of a farce right there. But this is all just insider lingo. And I have some theories about how far this goes. And by the way, for the record, this thing about 2020 being very terrible and all that, I think that's mostly hype. I really do. I know a lot of people aren't having the best of times right now, but I think they want to demoralize people and make us think it's hopeless. But I do see a lot of coercion, mass coercion. And I think we're being moved into a new form of life. And this space age is really it. I mean, it really is a reset. But I guess it's just obnoxious hearing these out and out technocrats just rub it in our faces. We got Dr. Fauci saying, well, I know a lot of you still have a sense of individuality. I know a lot of you still think for yourselves, but now's the time to obey. Flat Fact says time was reset in 2000, covered up by Y2K. Now, I remember Y2K. That's the first time I actually heard Alex Jones. And I think he was ranting and raving about everything's going to shut down, fill up your cabinets with canned goods. That's when I first really came across the notion of the world's about to end, like a new form of doomsday. And I'm highly critical of doomsayers for a few reasons. And it's because I do believe that it's a fear-based control system at its core. And I find it very peculiar that you can be on the political left and you're scared of the sky because global warming. You're on the right, you're scared of the sky because wrath of God. And these are generalizations, but I'm just suggesting one believes in eschatology in terms of judgment. The other, it's because what man did, the globe is judging us. But then you have those who don't believe in global warming because they know it's a hoax, and they don't believe in manipulative threats from religions. So they fall into the middle ground where they tend to find some other reason to be afraid of the sky. It's like, look, you escaped the big ones, and now you're going to be afraid of condensation trails. And they're very look, chemtrail believers, just to point this out, they operate with the same fear-based response that the climate change believers, or even here's an interesting parallel. I remember a couple of years ago I was having a talk with a few friends, and one of them was talking about chemtrails, and the other said, I don't believe in that. And the other person said, well, how dare you? You not believing in chemtrails are responsible for my children at school having to inhale all the toxins. So he was blaming this guy's non-belief for the chemtrails. And I was like, that's a very religious way of responding to this thing. But it's the same thing with COVID. Oh, you didn't wear a mask? Well, you're the reason why we had another wave. You're the reason why we have these hospitals where they're so full that they have to bring in freezer trucks because the morgues are full. Tents. They're digging mass graves. If you notice, the skies are black from all the crematoriums. And it's all because you won't wear a mask. They always have a way to blame somebody else for why the sky is falling, and it's always the non-believers. But my point is, I think there's some primal fears here. One of them is fear of the sky, and it might be just something programmed into us, kind of like how when it's a very cloudy day, it might rain, some dogs or animals will go into hiding. They start shivering in advance because they know what's coming. And maybe it's just very primal. Yesterday I had a caller, we were discussing how certain fears are being played upon, and it seems to be very partisan and calculated. Like the same party is wary of open borders and open skin, referencing vaxes. Like, why is it anti-vax a right thing? How come there's no liberals who are anti-vax? Well, it's because it's too calculated. Now, the chemtrail conspiracy is one of these undebunkables, and it's all based on the fear and the Chicken Little effect. So the Chicken Littlers, they think, well, I can't do anything because I'm powerless and I'm just a chicken. But what I can do is I can warn all the other animals. And then once there's enough of us, we've raised awareness, we're going to solve it, like that does anything. No, all it does is it brings out the fox, who says, yeah, I've got the solution. So you got this fox named Jim Bridenstine who says, yeah, bring all your hen friends and get into this cave and I'll protect you from the falling sky. Jim Bridenstine, of course, is the chief of NASA, who's telling us that the gravest threat to your survival is not COVID, it's space rocks. That's the main thing. They bring space rocks and falling space junk. Whatever they can get you to believe in. And that's the whole point of it. Do you remember when people used to use hairspray and then they found out about the hole in the ozone? Like, it's really that simple. They're creating guilt trips, fear complexes. Guilt trips are huge. Guilt is a huge coercive tool, and it's a simple psychological manipulation tactic. All religions use it, and politicians use it. The Green Movement is based on guilt trips, 100%. It's one of the dead giveaways that you're dealing with a religion. If you're enjoying your life, well, there's got to be a way to extort you for this. Oh, you feel bad for it? Well, recycle. This is the thing. Recycling is like confession. It's a way of separating your actions, your decisions. So these ones pollute. These ones are sustainable. I'm going to take my polluting ones, the cans and the glass and the cardboard, and I'm going to go recycle it. So recycling it is to expiate your guilt because you just sinned. And it really is a new secular replacement for confession, not a coincidence at all. I mean, I used to watch this ritual over at the recycling center back before COVID when we were free. I mean, we still are, but, you know, people are insects for the most part when it comes to just obeying stuff without thinking. But I used to go to this place where I could have coffee, and I'd watch down below where people would recycle. And you have these cube-shaped recycling bins. They're all green, and they have the 3 arrows. And if you ask me, because if you look in the negative space, you definitely see a hexagram, a 6-pointed star, which is a symbol of the earth god, Osiris or Saturn, the original vegetation god. So what you're actually seeing here with recycling is their offerings. It's not only a confession where you give some of your money, it's the selling of indulgences. You know, you're basically negotiating with God, like, look, my carbon footprint has been atoned for. It's a form of atonement. But I'm suggesting that it's actually a form of genuflection to this earth god, Osiris. I mean, you might as well say a prayer when you're at that recycling bin, because you're not saving the world, and that's my point. You're not saving the world. You're meant to think you are. And if you didn't recycle, it's not like this entity is going to cause a flood to punish you. And it's not a coincidence that NASA also uses the name NOAA. You know, they have that side organization that is basically warning us about floods. Every time there's a flood, they tell us, well, it's because of global warming. Commenter says, of course, the Amazon series Utopia is all about the environmentalist planet religion, covertly advocating genocide for the planet. Well, they're not even covert anymore. Greta Thunberg, who may even be the Antichrist, the crown-conquering child, this Martian androgen, the herald of the new Martian age that Aleister Crowley was talking about. Anyway, she teamed up with the Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the Skull and Bonesman John Kerry for World War Zero, which is about cutting our carbon footprint in half by 2030. And it's a very ominous thing if you think about the character of the Terminator and his role. And then you go into Greta Thunberg saying, don't fly, don't walk, stop breathing, how dare you. Then you got John Kerry, Skull and Bonesman, Saturnian death cult, cult of Osiris, who is kind of tying all this together. Very, very ominous, if you ask me. Commenter says, I just Googled genuflection, my new word for the day. It's actually good you didn't know that word. I mean, it's not part of your way of thinking. You know, you don't go around bowing and scraping. I mean, right now you can walk into any grocery store and they have the holy water for you to cross yourself. But nobody gets the irony. You know, and in America, it's so political, the mask thing, that you don't have any real resentment towards it. It's fascinating to look at how in other places the police are using their fire hoses, they have the riot cops out for the people who don't like the lockdowns. But here in America, that response is reserved specifically for the Antifa. All right, this thing though, one of the common themes when it comes to the science fiction in general, which is always strangely prophetic, is the world ending unless we do something to save it. And what is it exactly that's destroying the world? And this is key. So if you want to understand the new religion, and it's our religion, we're all a part of it, I don't think there's an opt-out. I mean, we can try. But we were born into a doomsday cult, a world-spanning cult without an opt-out. The fact that you're now having to wear the mask of the beast just to go buy your bread or go to work, you have to let them basically fondle your brain blood barrier with a Q-tip just to make sure you don't have some sort of I mean, that's such a ruse, if you ask me. But my point is this. One, just so we don't get censored, because this has been working. I've been saying for a while that we're pro-vax. So it wasn't misinformation that got us. It was hate speech. But we are pro-vax. We want to vax the left, especially the MSM. Vax the athletes, vax the celebrities, vax all the astronauts, vax the Pope. Take away his Instagram. Did you see what the Pope was doing with his Instagram account? And I don't think it's cute or funny, to be quite honest. So if you look up Pope Instagram, it's probably going to pop up first thing. Pope Francis's Instagram account likes bikini model's photo. Vatican investigating racy Instagram like by the papal account. By the way, the phone can hold COVID cooties for 29 days. And where's his mask? Why is he's wearing it on top of his head? But now here's my problem with this Instagram thing. Now, she makes some pretty dumb jokes. She feels blessed. She's going to heaven. She made light of it. But my problem, it's not even a huge problem with it. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but she's dressed up like a schoolgirl at a locker. Now, nobody over 18 uses a locker and dresses in a schoolgirl uniform. So it's like, is the Pope also liking cuties? Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up, IPS?
Hey, what's going on? I was just reading a transcript of your last message.
Oh, wow, okay. What was I saying? Oh, okay, about my voice message. Okay, cool, yeah. Okay, yeah, I wanted to add to that. Okay, so I was at work today, right, and I'm looking at a COVID poster about wear your mask and wash your hands and all that, and if you look at the bottom right-hand corner where you got to read the fine print because it's at the bottom, but it says May 13, 2020, 11 a.m. So, it's kind of like that 11 Hermes symbolism with it, too. It says 3/11/2020. So that's the day of the lockdown. Or it might have been the 13th. No, 3/13 because it was Friday the 13th. Yes, 3/13 at 11 a.m. they printed that. Or they came up with that or whatever. And then the other thing is with Division 2, right? I have Division 2. I've always played it. I thought that it was that the day COVID, almost before COVID even dropped into the mainstream media in America, I already knew about COVID. And I bought this game. They had it on sale for $3, dude. And it's like a $60 game. Well, they just had the other part of it on sale for $20 right now. So it's 67% off right now for the second part of it. So I'm going to play that for the predictive programming. But Ubisoft just fired one of their voice actors for posting bad stuff about the mask mandate, that she don't agree with the mask mandate. So they fired her, plus they pulled all of her voice from all the games because her voice must be that offensive too.
What? Okay, so wait. She spoke out against the mask mandate. She works for Ubisoft.
Online.
And they pulled her.
Wow,
they memory hold her.
Yeah. And when this game loads up, it'll say Ubisoft and show the Ubisoft, and then right after that, it's a Phoenix, bro. I just seen that right now. Like, oh, dude, besides, gotta spot the second part right now because it is predictive programming for COVID. I've seen this when I first started playing it back in like January when I was watching Wuhan.
Well, for people who don't know, the symbol of the Phoenix has been used to forecast the revolution we're living through right now, and the Batman series made use of a bat phoenix, which in particular refers to the exact catalyst for the revolution, because the phoenix means burn it down, build on the ashes, and that means it just means conquer and of course dominate. And the COVID-19 has been the catalyst for this. So all these games, all the movies predicting this as the means for transforming the world, it's just so consistent. It's like nobody didn't know this was coming on some level.
Right. Yeah, that's like I didn't see it before, but yeah, going back in all the different predictive programming, whether it's like the Avenger movie, because there's like a Corona bottle and then there's like a virus on the billboard. I don't know if you've seen that one before.
Yeah, I've seen that one. There's quite a lot with Marvel in general. In fact, this has just been a remarkable summer. You have this Marvel character played by Chadwick Boseman called Black Panther, who happens to die coinciding with MLK's speech anniversary that was being celebrated. They've integrated the games and all of the fictional universes with the mainstream media. It's amazing.
Yeah, dude, I've been trying to prove it wrong, but dude, that's the only shit that makes sense, dude. And I hate to even listen to some of the shit you say, dude, sometimes, because I'm like, oh my god, that's fucking no way, dude. But it's it really is. It's true, dude. It lines up, man. It's too nuts how it coincides so fluently, dude.
Well, look, someone sent me a link. There's something on Netflix or no, I think it's HBO called Snowpiercer, and it opens up, and on the side of one of the trains, it's got 3/11/20. I mean, the insiders have obviously
Same
telegraphed.
with one of the first movies, but it's the John Hopkins Association, or it's not. It's the sign John Hopkins something. It's not association, but or university. That's what it is. But it's got like 313 or 311 in the beginning of that one too, in one of those Purge movies. You know what I mean?
Right,
And yeah, we're getting led by an occult dude or something, bro. Basically, in that, yeah, it's in everything. They have all these same repeated numbers and symbols and signs and references, and it's all like they got the Metascript. That shit I don't want to believe, but there is a Metascript, bro. There is. It's the only thing.
Yeah, I don't want to believe it either, but I think my take on this still is that if there's anybody over the rails who wasn't accounted for in this Metascript, it would be those who have gone full on questioning the authorities to the point where they're actually thinking the world might be flat and the news is all fake. So I don't know if we can influence it or not, but I'm just not gonna not call out the strange things that I'm noting. And earlier tonight I was looking into that book called The Last President that was released in 1896, and it has way too many coincidences to be coincidences, if you ask me.
hmm So it's kind of like the what is that Shattered Union, huh? That book, is it like Shattered Union?
Well, funnily enough, okay, so this book came out in 1896. It's about a kid named Barron Trump and some guy named Don Pham, kind of like Donald, kind of guides him. He finds some sort of a portal to time travel. But anyway, the story actually starts on November the 3rd on a Tuesday, right after a contested election, and New York falls into chaos because nobody likes the outcome of the election. And the book that came out 4 years later in the series is actually called The Last President. So you've got Barron Trump, you have all the dates, and a number of synchronicities, even the fact that the guy in the book lives on Fifth Avenue, just like Trump does.
Huh. Too coincidental, man. It's not coincidence. It's not, dude. I don't know, man.
Well,
they've got to figure out how they're going to control everybody, dude, in that. Now we're going to totalitarian control, bro, and COVID's not about being sick. It's about control and implementing that control over the masses ASAP. And that basically, I think that with all this truth movement the last 20 years of the internet and everything building up like it has, and everybody attacking their ass, and like, dude, yeah, you can't, just like that one caller was saying, dude, that you can't keep doing shit against God like that, against everybody's will, and not always be paranoid about shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And I think what this is ultimately about is time control. You know, controlling our sense of history, where we are,
and perception.
And exactly, it's literally about controlling all this stuff. And so I see these stories like this is this thing with Donald Trump and his connection to this book, The Last President, that's more than 120 years old. This has been analyzed by Snopes, and they couldn't debunk it. And to me, it just suggests that what we're actually looking at is a level of pre-planning where there is a world stage to guide us, and there are characters on this stage. It's not a metaphysical thing. It's a form of governance through theater, and apparently it works on the majority of sheeple.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, dude, they got the social media, they got the media, they got Hollywood. Just you put that all together and run a program of controlling someone's mind, and it works, I guess. I don't know. Just
well, Machiavelli said, never attempt with force what you can accomplish with deception. Art of war is always about the greatest form of war is the one where you don't draw your sword. And so I just think this is Psy-War. I don't know if it's ever been different. I think it's always been the same balance of power, but I think right now it might be a particularly disruptive time. But by all indications, it was planned. It was expected. Like maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Because I still feel like we're in the midst of a reformation. Like I feel like the system is falling in all the ways it should. but they're trying to reconsolidate it. And I didn't see COVID coming, and I think COVID is about stopping the flow of memes, not viruses.
And you seen COVID coming, dude. You were calling the wrong disaster at the wrong year, dude. Like, 'cause I was just watching some old stuff on your other channel, bro, today, and just like, dude, you were calling 3/11, dude, and it didn't happen that way. It was a Boeing crash or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought they were going to, in some way, exaggerate climate change. And they had been working on that. They were heating up the climate change, but it couldn't do it fast enough. But you can see it's the same exact agenda. But
Well, that Bruce guy, I don't know his first name, but he's in the government, dude, and but he talks about all the climate change, and he's been asking questions about like this could be the most extreme threat to humanity, and how are we going to ignore this right now? And just his biggest level of education is a book he read, maybe like a magazine, science magazine he read or something about climate change, and that they're just totally washing out anybody that is a scientist and more qualified. They're not allowed to ask questions and run the scientific method, that they're just blocking that all out, just like with COVID, that they're only letting so many experts say stuff, and then as soon as one person snitches, yeah, like the one guy, dude, like you said, that Ron Paul or whatever snitched, and then the next day that his son got COVID or whatever, but he cashed out, you know what I mean? He cashed out for snitching, and then he shut his fucking mouth, and then his son got COVID and came up, you know what I mean?
yeah, absolutely. The day that they declared this thing, the very next day, I was like, wow, this is not going to
They
stick.
had gave Trump money too to fucking put a mask on and buy the shit. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, absolutely. From day one, I thought this is like a communist revolution without having to burn stuff down and smash windows. All you do is you dial 311 and you shut down businesses. And that's what blew my mind, is that for like a month, people were dialing 311, which this is all very occultic anyway. And that's the number of the Phoenix and the revolution. So they're dialing this to burn down businesses figuratively, snitching on their neighbors for violating quarantine. And so I thought, okay, this was genius. The oligarchs figured out how to shut this system down without actually having us do it. We're totally sheep. I didn't know they were going to actually follow.
I would tell people, like, if we were going to shut the system down, then all you have to do is not go to work for like 2 weeks, and that would cripple the economy so bad. And then, yeah, they just did it reverse on you.
Yeah, it was masterful, and at the same time, it left us in a strange quandary because we didn't have flying saucers to point at. We didn't have anything to point at. It was an invisible threat, and we had no way to really fact check it up until.
The proof's on you now to say otherwise, and then you're not qualified enough to come up with a new opinion, you know?
Right. But I think the system is, this whole paradigm is so threatened by certain types. Have you been following the story of that Canadian flat earther who was temporarily jailed for violating quarantine?
Oh yeah, the yoga instructor died. Well, I heard about. Well, I didn't follow him, the flat earth fucker or whatever. But there's another dude. He's in America, I think like New Jersey. But he tore his whole gym door down, so they quit boarded, so they couldn't board him up and close him down. And they would carry out like thousands of pounds of weight every day into the parking lot so people could work out. And then they tried to jam him up the same way. Maybe it's the same guy. I don't know.
Same story, actually, very similar story, where they try to make examples out of people, and I just don't see it working. And the one thing that we don't have to worry about, like, despite all the insanity of this last year, the fact is, how many bodies have you tripped over on the way to work or just going to the store? Like, the fact that the whole thing is a psy-war is actually good news, as crazy as it kind of sounds.
Yeah, that it ain't the worst case scenario and it's all real. Yeah, that it's all fake actually, and you just gotta free your brain from it. Mm-hmm.
But then I see people walking around like insects with these cockroach shells. It's like a cockroach backpack with a visor. So you're walking around like an insect, like a beetle to protect people. And it's just become such a clown show. People playing along with it. And then Trump catches COVID for 3 days. And then he comes out saying, I cured it. Like, how does that even match the rest of the script?
Yeah, because his body was better than everybody else's body. Because and that virus is no match that it would have killed Joe Biden 3 times over.
Yeah, exactly. And apparently they had to stop him from having a Superman shirt when he came out. And people were chanting Superman at his rallies. And and here we are in this weird position too, as forecasted in these games and as forecasted in that Barron Trump book, where we're in the midst of a contested election and one side is a little emotionally unbalanced.
Oh yeah, now dude, like they got all those tech companies up their butt. So like, dude, if you don't want to be on their side, then dude, we're just gonna pull your account, dude. And you don't get to have PayPal anymore, or you don't get an email address with us any longer. Because yeah, I heard about the Virginia Tea Party wanting to rally for a recount, and they were gonna spread out all of their stuff through email. Well, I forget, it's like Mail Monkey, or I forget the company, dude, but they pulled all of their accounts supposedly. It was on Tucker, man. Tucker did a little piece on it, man. It'd be cool to get him on your show, but he would get fired if he came on your show.
Yeah, MailChimp was basic, and that's messed up too. So you got a mailing list, and it's to your private subscribers or whatever. And yeah, they have they're censoring it just as much as Twitter does, or as much as Facebook. And like yesterday, like I said, I had a channel, not a big channel, because they never let the channels get that high. Right when it got close to 2,000, they just terminated it. And the last time they left me alone for like 3 months, we accrued 12,000 subs. We'd have 1,500 people on live streams. And I don't think they like that, because it does create a lot of, what they call toxic misinformation. Right.
Uh-huh. They got it figured out, dude. They're coming out with their gloves on this time, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the technocrat oligarchs are really going to take this shit over. And Joe Biden put a bunch of them in his cabinet and some big pharma company people, and just we need to see what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Looking at the people he picks right now is going to tell a story, I think, you know?
Yeah, well, I'm still of the mind that the powers that be are so damn manipulative and sinister and cold-hearted that I think what they're doing is this is going to go to the Supreme Court, and it's going to create a rift, and that's what we're waiting for. And so we'll know by December 12th how well this thing goes down. But I think that they're engineering a major conflict, because they know that the right wing will lose gracefully, but they also know that the left wing is so unhinged at this point that they'll go full on ISIS.
Oh yeah, they'll go full bowl cut on some right wingers, bro. Mhm.
Yeah, speaking of bowl cuts, where are the bowl cuts? I thought we lived in a racist country with bowl cuts just waiting to get out of their basements, and here they've had 4 months. It's open season, no resistance.
Especially all this racial tension, and like, yeah, that we might not be going to school, baby, but I still see you in the street. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And the only bowl cut we had wasn't a bowl cut. It was Kyle. And you notice he only shot like Jewish convicts. He didn't shoot any BLMs.
Yeah. It's pretty weird, man.
Anyway, hey, I appreciate the call very much.
Yeah, one more question, bro. Jim Fetzer, dude, what's the book that he wrote about Sandy Hook that you can buy, man? I need to buy that.
The Capstone. I'm glad you brought that up. The Capstone Event by Jim Fetzer. So yeah, I actually ran this by him. I said, this is proof that this works. He was censored for his book on Sandy Hook after he sold like 500 copies the first day. And I was like, kind of like, that's terrible, because you could make a good living if you could get a good ebook jump started like that. So I said, let's just republish it, write it as fiction. So I had a ghostwriter take his book, make it into fiction, so you can get the Capstone Event paperback. And if you look at the cover art, and this is on Amazon, this is why it's funny to me. They can't censor it. I'm like, look, man, we're using fiction as code. And if you look here, it actually says the Capstone Event, they never thought they would lose control, and that's David Hogg combined with Adam Lanza on the cover.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because they looked at it alike, man. And Greta Lynchburg looks like him, too. Or whatever her name is. I'd rather be looking like David too.
Yeah, I think you're
Yeah.
right. I think that Adam Lanza and David Hogg are the same, and I think this is why I think they do it. I know it's kind of a stretch in a way, but the way Stockholm syndrome works is that your savior is also your abuser. So they terrorize you with Adam Lanza, and then they comb the bowl cut up, give him a tan, and have him speak out against gun violence, and suddenly now he's the anti-Lanza. Same face, same person, but different persona. And I think that's part of the mind control.
Yeah, the duality and then it's the duality of it, you know what I mean? That you have the both extremes, and it's the Hegelian of it as well, and you're always stuck left to try to figure it out, man.
Yeah, I think there's a whole science to manipulation that we've been kind of left out of. I mean, just the fact that none of the most, like, how many conspiracy theorists were clueless about, well, I'm just like, for example, speaking of, David Hogg and company, even the most well-researched conspiracy theorists wouldn't have had an accurate picture of the world if they weren't accounting for crisis actors and staged events. And just how fake things are wasn't really common knowledge until 2012.
Yeah, and yeah, dude, that makes sense, dude. That like all the reality shows, because I even had a friend that went on MTV, like he was in that SPCA for School Performing Arts, that MTV did like a TV show about it, and like yeah, I mean he graduated from there. He's a wonderful artist, you know what I mean? But he was in that show. And he said that nothing in that show is real, and it was all scripted, and that even some of the drama ain't even real that happened at school. Like we weren't even mad at each other, and just it's all fake. And that's when I really got into like everything reality TV is fake. That was like the first step for me, And then it's seeing how it like I don't know, just goes into the media. It's crazy,
Yeah, it's remarkable because if you think about the long-term effects of it, like lies, you're lied to about little things over time. Someone can actually hide entire sections of the world from you. It's just amazing how we have been lied to consistently with these manufactured events. And just wait until they start making space junk a regular thing. Then suddenly it's like, well, now we have to deal with this new thing. I'm just glad they haven't brought out Godzilla or something, absurd like that.
I know, like what is it, Pacific Rim, those monsters that come out of the ocean, and yeah, what was it, shoot, man, I lost it, but yeah, just it's crazy, man. Oh yeah, the characters, man, once they do all these different reality shows and have random people play different people, then they see who plays who best, and then that's like their pool of crisis actors that they can, that they can bed, you know what I mean?
Oh yes, I mean this thing with crisis actors is the game changer. But I remember when I first started looking into it, because I was already interested in a lot of these topics, but when I started thinking about what that crisis actor thing really meant, one of the first things I encountered was pay no attention to that. Auto hoaxers or disinformation. I remember Alex Jones's sidekick, I think his name was Paul Joseph Watson, was berating people, saying, you can't call it a hoax. We don't know it's a hoax. And I remember he was muting people on YouTube live streams for calling the truck attack in Nice a hoax. And that's when I realized, okay, so the mainstream conspiracy theorists aren't allowed to use that word. They can call it a false flag, but they can't call it fake. And because the difference is, in one case, people are dead. In the other, they aren't. And I'm like, why is InfoWars protecting mainstream media psyops? Are they just not that good at their job at spotting this stuff? Or are they actually protecting MSM assets?
Yeah, that makes sense, because Alex Jones was like real good at first, and then just something happened, dude. Just even watching his stuff was different. Like I don't know what it was, but it just started to be more random and more random and more random, show after show, and then it's just like He'd just be getting off topic too much. You know what I mean?
Well, he's definitely an entertainer, but I find it interesting too that he was sued by the Sandy Hookers, and he was given everything he needed to tear that case apart, and he refused that information, and he said that he believes that it's real. So he gave in, and I'm like,
Yeah.
why? What was he losing by holding to the truth?
What were you saying? One actor that was related to the Sandy Hookers, but I think they were on like maybe Dr. Phil or something. But then they ended up being related to the people that in Sandy Hook somehow.
Oh, I'll have to check.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, because there's some connections. Like you got the author of The Hunger Games, who's the movie director, had a son who did one of these fake shootings in Palo Alto.
Mhm. Oh yeah, that, and then that other San Bernardino shooting, that one I know, dude, that had to have been fake, or maybe they did. Man, shots were fired, dude, but it might not. It didn't go down like that, and that they were driving the same kind of car the police drive. So if they were getting chased by like 4 undercovers and one marked, then it's easy for him to get lost. You know what I mean?
Well, in the last year, we've seen a number of cases where they've used what you'd call simunition, where they do fire rounds, but they're like they call them spark paintballs. Like if you remember last year, there was, I think it was in Florida, it was a UPS truck that had been hijacked by a couple terrorists, and it was a big chase scene. It was really slow, but it was a chase scene. Anyway, the police end up firing into the cab of this thing, and wherever the bullets hit, you see explosions of sparks. I mean, they use simulated ammunition all the time, and it's essentially like paintballs.
And squibs if they have to. But then the one I'm talking about in San Bernardino, like they definitely shot this SUV up, but they said that SUV was returning fire out the windows. But if you look at it, dude, like the glass is like shattered, but the windows are up on it, dude. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Like glass breaks out, but it's still stuck. Like you could tell the windows were up still. Like.
Well, if this was that San Bernardino Christmas, was this the San Bernardino Christmas party shooting where they supposedly shot like 14?
Yeah, where they went to like the daycares or something. I can't remember, but yeah, it was like the Muslim extremist couple or whatever.
Yeah, there were a couple things about that one. One, they allowed mainstream media to go into their apartment and say, "Oh, look, there's some pipe bombs." Like they actually let the news crew go around in an active crime scene. That's when I knew it was a hoax.
Yeah, that's how all of them are, and just everybody's it's like, dude, you haven't even talked to the police yet. You know what I mean? And just and then people just doing random normal stuff like nothing even happened. Dude, I lived in Oakland before, dude, and like I lived in like the 60s, but you could hear gunfights in the 40s, bro, from the 60s. You know what I mean? So I mean, everybody's gonna know what's happening 20 blocks away if something like that went down. And like, why are people acting all normal, waiting for the bus and shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And I think the simplest answer here is we're looking at drills that are presented as real on the news because it's legal to. And it's also, this is something else.
And it's entertaining and it gets ratings,
If it bleeds, it leads, absolutely. And so they're getting paid, they're doing a job, and they probably feel like they're changing the world in a positive way by scaring us about dangerous things like guns.
And viruses,
Right, and you're now a loaded gun. Like you, even if you have a mask, if you're within 6 feet of somebody, you're deadly. So now we're all loaded weapons.
Masks aren't going away either. They said that masks after vaccines, and like, dude, my girlfriend hates me for denying the mask, and she's like, "Oh, you're just gonna be a millennial crybaby, and everything revolves around you, and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, dude, yeah, right. Like, not only millennials believe this shit, and that something's up with it, and that she's just like, oh, well, her opinion is, what's it to you to wear your mask for a little bit just to save someone's life? And then I was like leaving my apartment, and there's these two black dudes in like a brand new Benz, and they both got their mask on and their windows cracked, and I just started laughing at him and pointed, and then he's like, what? And I'm like, dude, take your mask off. You don't need it in your car, bro. You don't need your mask, dog. And he was like, well, I don't want to be my real self right now. You know what I mean?
Right,
I'm
right.
just
Look, the
damn.
mask is the uniform of. It's a uniform. It's a uniform of a cult. It's a religious paradigm. It's a puritanical cult. It's like ISIS's mask.
Yeah.
And the idea that
Anyway,
you're
but the Nick and all that, dude. Like, yeah, like I even like, dude. I wish I had a black friend. I could ask him if there's like some kind of deeper religious shit to it, dude. But I mean, like, there already is. But it's just like,
wait. Well, you bring this
they
up.
really like.
You can
They
find
really
many. Many
talk
people
to
love
them,
it.
You know what I mean?
A lot of people love the mask. There's nothing like even the MAGAs, even the people who were against the masks on principle, even they seem to be wearing it with some element of pride or something. And I think it's a disturbing development. But the idea that you're being selfish, that's what I find kind of curious. Like, so it's you are being selfish by not wearing the mask is the main thing, because the opposite of that is being selfless. So covering your face is part of taking away your sense of self. And if you remember, Dr. Fauci, aka Dracula, he just said, you got to get rid of your individuality, get rid of your individualism, and just obey.
Yep, and you don't matter. Your life doesn't matter. Well, no one's life matters. I don't know. That guy, if you've seen that, no one's life matters. I mean, he got a lot of good points, man.
Oh, are you talking about Tom
He did
McDonald, the rapper Tom McDonald?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Somebody actually sent me that video, which actually it is, but they said, hey, that guy, and you're not going to believe this because I don't believe it either, but they said, yeah, Tom McDonald is actually a side project of some guy named Macklemore, who just put on dreads and tattoos on his face. I'm like, yeah, they do look kind of similar if Macklemore got a nose job and some tats.
And that's what I was going to ask you. What can you get the Deftones dude on your show? That'd be tight. But then what if he's like Bob, where he's just going to play like he's cool with it to make some money and then cash out? You know what I mean? 'Cause that's why I kind of like VOB, you know, because he kind of just dropped it.
I see what you mean with that. Well, no, I was listening to this one, and actually I think he's actually into it. This Deftones, Stephen Carpenter. And the reason I think so is he coined a term that I might even start using. He said when he learned about this, he lost his space fear. So even he gets that we're living in a paradigm based on fear, artificially restricting what we have so we feel scarcity is the main thing. But I think he's probably legitimately into it. And he definitely does auto-hoax the virus. And that's the real reason that they're so mad about him. Because he doesn't have a tinfoil hat. He's got some credibility with his fans, and they don't want him influencing them to think for themselves. I mean, it's just amazing, right? How you got a heavy metal guy, they're trying to pull him back from the edge for being too extreme, when that's the genre you're in if you want to cross all the lines.
Yeah, and I mean, the Deftones were the shit, dude. You know what I mean? And I mean, even their lead singer, dude, was so outspoken, man. Like, watch some of his interviews, man. He was cool.
Now, as far as I know he got some responses, and his friend stood up for him and I guess the guy apologized a little bit too. I mean, I don't know. I would be interested, to be quite honest, in hearing how he arrived at this and where he thinks it goes from here, because I don't think everybody arrives at the topic and says, okay, now I'm going to believe in the Bible literally, and there's a overturned salad bowl above my head and I can't get out.
Yeah. Like, you can't take it literally, even when like the bull was worshiping the wrong age. Like, I like his analogy of that it wasn't like they were worshiping a physical bull. It was just the air, like the age or the era, you know. They were in the wrong time frame. They weren't hip to the new shit yet.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the mask thing, a commenter here says people wear it for fear of the virus or for fear of being ostracized. And isn't that kind of interesting? So the people who are critical thinkers are still kind of wearing it because of pressure, social pressure. And that's what this is ultimately about. And I called this on 311. I said, this is World War III, and it's a war against individualism. It's not against America. It's not China versus America. It's the oligarchs versus individuals. They want to extinguish individuals so we all become hive-minded insect like people. And taking away your face, cutting your communication, removing your ability to gather with other people without them. I mean, this is all, I think, a war on essentially the self. And you see, it's the mob mentality. If you walk into a place and you're the only person without a mask on, well, they're all going to point at you and screech, and then the police are going to come after you. It's that crazy. It's like that movie Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yep. Yeah, man, it's crazy.
But
I like it, dude, here, man. A lot of people don't trip about you not having your mask. Some people look at you scared, and I don't know. And then everybody that's wearing their mask on their nose, I just tell them take it off, because I ain't even wearing mine. I just walk in, I'm like, take it off. Well, you ain't even wearing it right anyway. And then they just start, like, some people laugh, and then everybody else looks at me like I'm crazy. But, man, what are we doing?
Well, look,
but yeah, man, I
appreciate the call.
Bill Gates. I hope you have a good night, bro.
All right, yeah, thanks again. Have a great call. Have a great night. Appreciate the call. Yeah. When it comes to the mask thing, the people who think that they're saving other people and you're being selfish, you need to ask them, oh, why aren't you putting your mask, which is infectious waste, it's a COVID rag, why are you putting it in the regular trash? You should actually be putting it in a red biohazard container. It should be sealed, and it needs to be transported separate. You can't put it in the regular trash. It can't go in the garbage truck with the municipal waste. It's got to go somewhere to be autoclaved and documented. So there's a whole process involved in disposing of your infectious waste, but none of them do that. And it's like, don't you realize that your mask is like that original bowl of undercooked bat soup that started this whole thing? You know, think about what started this whole thing in general, 2020. A fake $20 bill and a bowl of bat soup brought the world down. Let's see, Lloyd says, here's the problem. If the virus was real, a mask would make sense as a desperate device. Well, look, we've had how many months now? How many months are we into our 2-week lockdown? Like month 9. So the issue is, and this is why I don't have any sort of concern about this at all. The issue is there's no piles of any bodies anywhere. There might be people here and there who are, Munchausen syndrome, or they're celebrities. And I've been saying for a few months now, it's like, if it's only taking out celebrities and politicians, why do we even care? By the way, Rip the Rock, right? I think he caught COVIDs. No way you could survive that. Khloe COVIDs, Kardashian's little sister. I don't know if she also has the 6 toes and the vestigial tail, but she's got the COVIDs. She's probably dead. Tom Hanks magically survived. Don't know how. Now he's donating his plasma. But it's only hitting celebrities, athletes. Athletes are getting it. I mean, I think it's all malingering, Munchausen syndrome, crisis acting, and opportunism. That's all it is. And I don't know how many of you are looking, and I'm not really here to dispute the numbers. I'm pro-vax. Vax Bill Gates, please. I'm very pro-vax. I'm not disputing the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that if you notice, the number of people who normally get run over by steamrollers every year is way down, and there's a commensurate bump on the COVID side. So I think they're shuffling around the paperwork a little bit. Johnny Chainsaw says, rest in peace, Sharon Stone's family because of Refusenix. Oh, that's right. Sharon Stone actually said that her mother-in-law and I think her sister, she had a few people in her family all died because somebody didn't want to wear a mask. And Alyssa Milano, speaking of tragedy, Alyssa Milano lost her hair because COVID. And I'm like, well, she's the one who said, where's yours? And she did a selfie with her mask, crowded in her car, not socially distanced, with her children and her husband. And her mask was crocheted. Like, she literally crocheted a mask. I mean, as it is, you could have a mask made out of, a medical grade mask. And is it going to stop the virus? Well, kind of, in the same way that a chain link fence might stop a mosquito. Like, it's a nice thought. Maybe it's a placebo. It makes you feel safe, and feeling safe is that's really what it's about. Feeling safe. That's why I'm waiting to find out who the vax junkies are. Like, I'm not trying to shame any addicts here, but I'm looking at Andrew Cuomo as a likely candidate. The guy's probably addicted to vaxes. He's probably hooked on the COVID-20 vax, black market stuff. Addicted to the euphoric rush that comes with the feeling of just safety, pure safety. You inject it, you see Bill Gates, and you just feel safe. I'm not going to catch that strain. And there's 33 strains of COVID-19. I haven't caught any of them, so I'm not even sure how people are handling COVID-20. Like, can you jump, or do you have to get all the updates in order? Lloyd says they're misidentifying flu season. I happen to be close to people who work at a major hospital. They're panicking. Oh yeah, who didn't know? I mean, look, they misdiagnosed gunshot wounds to the head. You get a gunshot wound to the head. Oh, COVID-19. Oh, this guy, he passed out from wearing his mask too tight, crashed into a telephone pole, dead. COVID-19. So I'm not surprised at all. Anything you get is going to be COVID-19. Flatfax says, not in Australia. The sharks here are going crazy. Well, look, there's the threat, and then there's the actual implementation. Like, we have to remember, nobody welded our doors shut. Nobody forced us into our homes. This has all just been a big, well, I don't know what you call it, a spell, a drill. But no, we haven't really seen any real coercion, if you ask me. And even in New York, 300,000 people left. No, people aren't having it. Like, I don't think we're going to be... Here's one thing I want to just sort of allay, one fear. They're not going to send you to a FEMA camp. FEMA camp's at home this year. Like, you are already... This is your FEMA camp. It's a state of emergency, and FEMA is all about managing emergencies. And what makes more sense? Round people up and send them somewhere? For a lot of people, it would be an upgrade. You're going to take care of them. You got to feed them. You got to keep them happy, and now they're crying about rights. No, instead, you just make them stay home, send them a crisis actor check, stock up Netflix, give them a lot of drama on TV. Oh, okay, so there's something else I had to bring up. Guess who got looted? Guess who got not only looted, and I bet he's pissed about it. You know who's got to be so pissed about this? Nipsey Hussle. His store, his Marathon clothing store, was vandalized and looted. He's got to be fuming. And he's fake dead, so he can't come out and say anything about it. Nipsey Hussle's Marathon clothing store had its windows smashed. Now, this is how you know people are a bunch of hypocrites, though. It's like, now somebody cares. You know, how many privately owned small businesses, how many entrepreneurs like Nipsey had their businesses destroyed in the last 4 months? Not just from the rioters and looters, but also from the COVID-19 thing. No sympathy. But now suddenly, because it's Nipsey's Marathon store, somebody cares. Anyway, one thing that's interesting about this, if you didn't know, the Marathon store is the world's first smart store. This is from World Star Hip Hop.
Whoever did this shit, they were crip. Nigga, ever find out who did this, it's ugly for you, cuz. I swear to God. Yeah.
Well, people are mad about it. Personally, and I've never been on the inside, but I think it looks like I think they could have done a lot better for the amount of money they supposedly had going through this place. But supposedly somebody looted some of his t-shirts and stuff. I don't know. They're mad about it, though. It's like finally they're mad. I was mad when a retired cop guarding a pawn shop was murdered during a looting spree in Vegas, and nobody stopped to help him. But no, this got people. Give me a break. What did he have anyway? The Marathon store. What is it? Supplies for long distance runners? I haven't really seen the inside of it. But I do know it's the world's first smart store, cashless store. He died at 33 on Easter. Very Masonic, ritualistic, fake death. no doubt about it, Nipsey Hussle's not dead. You saw him get carted away in ambulance number 57 after the paramedics, who had white gloves, just pushed him in there and slammed the door shut after doing one-handed moving chest compressions. This is the thing. If his death was real, the family would have sued the paramedics for doing one-handed chest compressions while moving on a gurney. And have any of you seen the COVID-19 CPR? I thought this was a sick joke at first. The COVID-19 CPR procedures. It's way different. So now it's like you couldn't actually do mouth to mouth. I think what they do now, if I can find a graphic, is you put a rag over the person's face and you sit, I think they said 6 feet back, and then you call an ambulance. Okay, COVID-19 CPR rules. Yeah, this is how we do it now. Step 1, call 911. Step 2, again, somebody's dying. Cover your mouth and nose with a face mask or cloth. Then cover the unconscious person's mouth and nose with a face mask or cloth. Perform hands-only CPR. No more mouth to mouth. Put the rag over their face. Like, how is that helpful? You're trying to find out if somebody's responsive. Just seems like it's kind of counterintuitive. Okay, let's see. Lean Dion says the Nipsey Christ hustle. Oh yes, it was a great hustle. I don't know if there was a better example of someone using a death strategically to sell records, but I think he made like $10 million. They made like $1 million a month after his fake death. Let me see if I can find that here. I think it was $11 million. Yeah, check this out. The late Nipsey Hussle made the Forbes list top earning dead celebrity of 2019. Last year, the Victory Lap rapper earned $11 million, which put him at number 10 on the list. Back in March, Nipsey Hussle was fatally shot outside his apparel store, Marathon Clothing, in Los Angeles. So, top earning dead celebrity. Nipsey Hussle, $11 million. Musician died 2019, age 33. Right, nothing fishy about this. So Nipsey joins, oh, look at this list. In fact, I have some others too. So Nipsey joins Whitney Houston, Death Faker, Michael Jackson, Death Faker. Let me go through the whole list. There's a few of them. So we're looking at a list of others who have done pretty well posthumously. And I think they're all probably death fakers. You know, in fact, Nipsey's grave is on the same row as Paul Walker and Naya Rivera, who's also 33 and a death faker. Okay, so his family launches something. They're supposed to put a tower up, a Nipsey Hussle Remembrance Tower. I didn't see it, though. It's like somebody forgot. Flat Fact says $11 million. Oh, yeah, that money is ridiculous. Like, did he sell $1 million worth of records and T-shirts and shoes and swag? I don't know. Not quite sure. I honestly think that he was almost manufactured out of thin air. In fact, I've done a study of his career, and it's not just his death date, the Easter thing, that stood out as very symbolic. You know, 33-year-old dies after carrying his son, his name is Cross. He carries Cross to the site of his death, where he's shot between two thieves, two individuals who just got out of prison. I mean, this is a scripted event, but if you go back in his career, every major milestone coincided with a solstice. And the marathon, in this context, the marathon story, actually it's an allegory, or it references the journey of the sun. So he starts his career at the very beginning on a winter solstice lunar eclipse, and that's when he drops his mixtape. Then he opens his store on a summer solstice. He dies on a astronomical Easter. His biography was, I mean, this is, again, I have a document on this. This is a character on the world stage who was clearly personifying in a very ritualistic manner the sun. And this death was during the same time period that we had the Holy Week where the cathedral burned, the Notre Dame. And this event, the burning cathedral, this assassination, these things were not disconnected. There's a whole story here. So if you look up Nipsey Hussle and you look at all the murals, you'll often see him represented with a crown. Again, he's 33 years old. You'll find 33 and crown always used together. But you'll find his murals, more often than not, he has a crown like crown of thorns like Jesus. And the reason why I believe this is very intentional, the iconography, is that they created him this way, this persona. Take a look at this thumbnail. A lot of people noticed this when he died because his friends, Nipsey Hussle, crisis actors on the scene, they all said they believed he was literally Jesus Christ. Nipsey was Jesus reincarnated, Mason, false idol, Black Messiah. You find all these videos on this topic. Very fascinating. This is just one example, but last year it was a ridiculous year. I'll just say that 2019 for 33-year-olds, musicians dying. DJ Arafat. This one was pretty funny. DJ Arafat, top Ivory Coast singer, died, and I saw the video. Is a motorcycle accident. I think it was fake. You have a picture of him on a gurney, which to me is kind of strange. It's like, what do you mean they're actually following him through the hospital? Yep, DJ Arafat, top Ivory Coast singer, dies in a road accident. Now here's where it gets interesting. At his funeral, nobody believed he was dead. And this was just shortly after Nipsey, and thousands paid tribute at a concert. But look, mourners open the coffin and they began ripping his shirt off. So I'm not sure, but it looked to me, because they had to send in tear gas to break up the funeral, but it looked to me like it was a dummy and they were going to call it out. So yes, says here, a police convoy escorting the coffin of the late Ivorian singer DJ Arafat. Mourners in the West African nation of the Ivory Coast forced open the coffin of a beloved musician and began stripping his corpse in an attempt to positively identify 33-year-old DJ admitted to a hospital for a skull fracture. They want to see his distinctive tattoos. So my take on this whole story is that they were checking to see if it was a dummy or not. But more likely, the ones who were checking it could have been actors, so they could reassure everybody that he did in fact die. Okay, let's see what else we have here. There's another one too we could probably get into. In fact, there's so many from last year. I said 2019 was ridiculous. There was another rapper who was shot and killed. His name was Trey the Kid. He was an Annapolis rapper. And the interesting things about this one is the city he was in. He was a 32-year-old, I think. The city he was in was doing some type of, I guess it was some sort of ceremony for the police or something, and they had draped everything in orange, like orange spotlights. I got to bring this up. We're going to have to do a retrospective now that I think about it. So here we go. Annapolis remembers the rapper Trey the Kid. He was found fatally shot. He won the National Gun Violence Awareness Day Award. And I think his death was faked. But anyway, when I looked into this story, we found all kinds of strange things. Like, for example, the city was celebrating National Gun Violence Awareness Day by draping City Hall in orange. Everything was being draped in orange. But I found some interesting symbolism connecting his death to the Nipsey Hussle death. And then I mentioned the DJ Arafat, another 33-year-old, and again, they didn't believe he was dead. Okay, anyway, I'm going to move past this topic for now. There's so many deaths. We're going to have to do a retrospective on 2019. We'll just make a plan. We'll do a month-by-month breakdown of all the major psyops of 2019. It was a big year. I mean, that's when you really had, like, for example, the New Zealand shooting. And I played a documentary we did on it here, where you actually have actors on the ground who are supposedly dead getting up and walking around. Getting up and walking around? Lean Dion says, Pop Smoke song Christopher Walking, released before Kobe died, has a crashing helicopter for no apparent reason for a track. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Another person who's not dead, Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant, Nipsey Hussle, not dead. Okay, someone says, for all we know, the pyramids could be hundreds of years old instead of thousands. Yeah, what we have here is more of this time control I was talking about. You know, they can tell you that the universe is billions of years old, the Earth is 400 billion years old. It's time control. It's a completely different story. And monuments are created for them to be able to say, yeah, this is established as a fact. So you have, for example, a skeleton of a giant prehistoric kangaroo or a T-Rex, whatever you think it happens to be. And you say, hey, look, this is proof that we were here 65 million years ago. Pop Smoke, Death Faker, confirmed, I think so. I've heard some bizarre theories about Pop Smoke and a few others, which I may go into. Because here's the theory on that one. There's this theory that some of these rappers are actually constructs of older, more experienced musicians and record companies who are creating these little tragedy stories to sell records and tap into younger demographics that they may not reach as easily. I mean, I think it's almost absurd, the number of these deaths. And of course, look, I was talking about Forbes. $11 million. Would you fake your death for $11 million? I mean, I wouldn't. But I can imagine the appeal to performance artists, I guess. But I think it's beyond just faking their death for money. You know, it's actually you could call it a baptism. It's a cult thing. So it's, and it's not even far-fetched to talk about if you want to get into the topic of death faking. You know, I'd go so far as to say every Mason is a death faker. 5 million. I mean, it's not something you just do. Like, hey, let's pretend like we're killing this guy with a blow to the head by a hammer. Reenact the death of King Solomon's architect. And then resurrect him from the dead. But we're not going to tell him we're going to do this. We're just going to trick him into it after having him sign a non-disclosure agreement. Like, that's not normal. It's really not. You know, faking your death, non-disclosure agreements, oaths. Oh yeah, if I talk about this, you can rip my guts out, slit my throat, cut out my tongue and whatever. So my point is, no, there's a lot of this going on, and it's an interconnected thing too. It's not like these are, like, someone will say, well, there's no way that this person faked their death and got away with it, and they resurfaced as this person. Somebody would have called them out by now. Well, they do. They subtly call each other out all the time. They subtly do. They do so with jokes, inside jokes. They out themselves with inside jokes. Okay, so let me go ahead and go through my notes for the day. We got disrupted slightly, but not really. So we lost a couple thousand subscribers on one channel. It doesn't matter. This channel is like a hydra. We just replace and replace and replace. In fact, I will have a new channel up tomorrow. And one other thing too, anything that gets taken down, let's say you can't find the source video, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com and you can get it there. There will be a continuity. And this would be my 86th channel removed, which is quite an accomplishment. I think it's actually like we should get a badge or something for the channel. We'll have to give ourselves a badge. 86 channels. I mean, what is it that we're saying that's so terrible? You know, I want to print out the note that they sent me. So here's the actual notification. I'll put this up on the screen. We'd like to inform you that due to repeated and severe violations, man, I'm starting to feel guilty, of our community guidelines, your account has been suspended, Infinite Plane Society. Content inciting violence is not allowed. We don't allow content that encourages hatred. We review documentary, artistic, and scientific content on a case-by-case basis. Limited exceptions are made for content with sufficient and appropriate context. So I appealed the case and I said my channel is conspiratainment and satire. Sorry you don't get the jokes. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, to me, this just makes my point that we're doing something right. Richie from Boston was actually kicked off YouTube recently. All of his channels. Richie. I used to kind of joke around with the guy a little bit and be like, yeah, he doesn't really drive around the country with his Jeep. It's a green screen. But now I've seen that he's been kicked off YouTube, and that to me says he's pretty legit. So he went off the grid for a couple of days. Totally off the grid. He came back, he's on Twitter, and he's like, I just got back from off the grid. I don't know where the hell that is. And he's like, I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, Richie, I said, Richie, I'm going to delete this message. Don't trust anybody. 95% of the population has been vacated. Like this message so I know that you read it. There aren't many of us. So I just left him a very paranoia-inducing tweet. I don't know if he took it seriously, but imagine if you left for a couple days in 2020, you come back and somebody tells you, yeah, everybody's been vacated. That could mean a lot of things. I mean, I think it was March 30th, he was saying on April Fool's Day, they're going to shut off the internet and you're going to see Chinese tanks driving down your streets and they're going to shoot you up with vaccines. They're going to make you take your medicine. That never happened. But he probably spent, I mean, he even said, guys are going to come for me. They're going to show up in a black car. They're going to take me out of my basement and they're going to stick me with a needle and I'm going to fight it. I'm like, God, I mean, that's fine. I understand the fear and all of that, I guess, but not really. Not when so many of these things have turned out to be actually fake. That's what we're actually, and there's a term for this. It's actually called the Bubba effect. And the Bubba effect is it's a name for a stereotypical redneck name. But it has to do with this idea of being ready for anything. So here is, I think this is the best definition I can find for the Bubba effect. It's basically this. Everywhere you look, there's a very active conspiracy. The U.S. government is going to institute martial law, enslave the citizens of the United States because of some impending collapse, financial meltdown, NWO takeover, war with China, or rapture. As a result, readers are estimated to drop everything and head for the hills on a bi-weekly basis or whenever the price of gold fluctuates. As if lifted right out of Red Dawn, this scenario seems to include only those in rural America who would be able to resist occupation through force of arms based out of various fortified survival compounds, weapon of a gun in one hand and the word of God in the other. Now he calls it the armor of God. What he says here, in practice, the Bubba effect amounts to a histrionic overreaction to threatening fake news and vague rumors. In turn, springing from the scrap heap of survivalist ideas and various conspiracy theories. Despite this, the Bubba effect has proven surprisingly broad. So, this is kind of condescending, the idea that you should be mocked for being prepared. However, Chicken Little is something I was talking about earlier. How many times has the sky fallen? And just about 6 weeks into the lockdown, Alex Jones said, and supposedly it was satire, but he said that he was sizing up his neighbors so that he could make sure that if they don't reopen the economy, his daughters wouldn't have to starve, and that he would be targeting his leftist neighbors for cannibalism, and he would eat them like, quote, corn on the cob. And this was 6 weeks. So that sent a ripple of panic through his listeners. That, okay, if Alex Jones is ready to eat his neighbors, then things are pretty bad. And again, this was like 7 months ago, 8 months ago. And I was thinking to myself, well, that guy's got a garage full of MREs and prepper goods. So why is he going to eat his neighbor's buttocks? And that's what he said he was going to eat. He specified which body parts he wanted to eat. So he's going to eat neighbor's buttocks. Meanwhile, he's got enough food right here to feed his family until 2030. Commenter says the Bubba effect sounds like a really cheesy bluegrass band. Well, here's my point about the Chinese tanks. Let me just bring this up. Because at the exact, and I'm not trying to single anybody out, but I'm just pointing it out. The people who go off the grid often sell a great deal of fear. And let's just pretend we went along with it. So let's go back in time. We have Donald Trump's time machine go back to, we'll just say the end of March, when he's about to go into his basement, into hiding because they're going to shut off the internet and send in the tanks. Well, let's say they had dropped off tanks in every neighborhood, as in Chinese tanks. Well, a lot of people would have stayed home. The news would say, okay, we're Chinese now, so surrender. You're not going to leave your homes for the next 6 weeks. We're going to reorder society. Well, most people would have reordered their entire existence. We would change everything. Except for those people who decide to go see if any of it's real. And they would probably leave their homes. They would go look at the tanks and find out the tanks were all inflatable. They were drone-delivered inflatable tanks made in China, but not full of Chinese soldiers. So how dumb would we feel if we had been conquered by a bunch of inflatable tanks? Well, guess what? We got conquered by a bunch of empty tents. And what's the difference between a bunch of empty tents and empty hospitals and a bunch of inflatable tanks? None. We're talking about a standard decoy operation to inflate the appearance of overwhelming forces, when in fact it's all just air. And if we had that attitude of, let's hide, let's stay in a state of fear, let's run off the grid, we wouldn't have found out that the hospitals were all empty and that the COVID was a hoax. We'd be scared, waiting for Bill Gates to show up in the middle of the night with a Freddy Krueger glove with a needle and a different vax strain, from each fingertip, so he could come in and just poke you in your bed or whatever. Like, that's not going to happen. And the fear doesn't help anything. And one thing that I'm really happy about as far as 2020, and these are silver linings. I mean 2020 has been gold. If you really look at some of this stuff, we saw the emergence of an authentic people's media. In fact, even today, and I should bring these up, I've been getting a lot of contacts from the Film Your Hospital website. So I'm going to have to update it. Here because we're getting a lot of contact. But to me, that's one positive here. We saw the real media promoting fear of virus. I'm sorry, the fake media. But then the independent media, they came out saying, well, no, the evidence does not actually corroborate with that. And then you have the guardrailed, probably CIA-controlled agents who are in the middle saying, well, the numbers are fake, but the virus is real. They're just exaggerating it, but still, just vote. Vote for this guy. No, the truth is the whole thing was just a big is a big psy war. And that is the truth. I mean, a lot of people don't like it. They will censor you for it. But I don't feel like I should not speak the truth. And especially because this channel's so emphatically pro-vax, why would they want to shut us down? I got a list of people I want to vax. It's like 5 pages long. In fact, if you want to vax anybody, just call 833-311-1984. I'll play it on air. Or you can just call and we'll discuss it live. Lloyd Miller says, filming the hospitals must start up again. They're claiming that the hospitals are filling. Well, precisely. I kind of set that issue to the side. But in the last few days, I've been contacted by a number of people around the world, or across the flat disk, or around the velociraptor, whatever shape you think it is. I've got messages from people. Here's one, I think this is in Brazil. There's quite a few. I'm just going to have to put them all together. I've got pictures as well. Maybe this is why they shut my channel down. We're starting to talk about this again. Okay, well, I'll get to the empty hospitals. I want to update the website first because there's, the website gets a decent amount of traffic. It's filmyourhospital.com. But let me go and play a message I didn't get to yesterday. And I believe this one is from Zareth, the alchemist. And it pertains to the topic of the semicolons, the reptoids.
Hey, Tim. It's me, Z. If you'd like, at some point, I'll tell you the story about the girl shapeshifting into a reptile in front of me and then the aftermath. That's a really good story. It happened about 20 years ago, but I had to tell that story to somebody the other day. And because he was privy to their presence, our presence, really. It's a vibrational thing.
All right, yeah. You know what? I'm going to definitely text him, and I'll just have him explain it over a phone call, because there's a few questions I want to ask before we go any further into it. I think we got into the topic because we were suggesting, well, I brought up that maybe the alien overlords are disgusted by the human face, so we have to cover it up. Someone else suggested maybe it's because the reptoids, sometimes they shift. They want to make sure that if their forked tongue flickers out and it whips a fly or something, you don't see it, so they got the mask. Commenter says, I overheard a conversation with a woman talking about how amazing the news of the vaccine is. She said, unfortunately, it would need to go to the first responders first. Okay, one more thing for vaxophobes. Let's just say you're a vaxophobic. And I'm not. For all we know, I might be vax damaged. I received many vaccines in my life. But for all you vaxophobes, let's say that it does indeed contain nanobots that will seize your pineal gland, turn it into an antenna for some demonic entity to take over, or whatever you think it's going to be, or just instant death or sterilization. Whatever they're going to do to you, it's going to happen to first responders, military, media, and true believers first. And you have to think too, most of the people believe it's real, and they will probably kill you to get that vax. They really will. So if there's a limited supply, it's going to be a status symbol. They're going to flaunt it. And I actually think that what we're looking at is going to be incredibly divisive to have the vaxxed and the unvaxxed. I think it's going to be a rift akin to Protestant and Catholic. I think this is a counter-reformation. And the people who don't buy the big lies are obviously the ones who don't want the Holy Sacrament. It's easy to identify you. Okay, now again, I'm not even too concerned about that. I'm thinking 2020 is still not over, and we still have less than a month until the awakening. I mean, it's going to be a pretty dismal day, I think, for the people who put all their hope in Biden. Commenter says, I don't like calling people NPCs. Well, when I call people NPCs, and I don't usually, but non-playing characters, we're talking about extras on the world stage. People who are staying on, they're staying on point. They're on a script, but they don't know it. So you can't fault people for being obedient and for taking precautions. But it is kind of ridiculous how they're conflating mask refusal with a whole lot of other things. Like I said earlier today with the term conspiracist. I'd rather be called a tinfoil nutter or a conspiracy theorist than a conspiracist. Now, as far as people being NPCs or all that, I think a lot of people are just too busy to care or to think too deeply about some of these things. And there's other considerations. But now we've had a good, 9 months. We've had 9 months, and where are the bodies? Numbers on the TV screen can only go so far. Marve says, WHO, NHS says nobody is educated. Right. We're not properly educated. We're speaking out of ignorance or hatred or whatever else they come up with, but they never address the facts. And it's the same weak arguments they've used for decades against the 3% of scientists who don't believe in global warming, because it is alleged that 97% believe it's true. And apparently if 97% believe it's true, not because facts. So science isn't really fact-based today. It's belief-based, which technically makes your scientists wizards because they're controlling reality. And if they get a great enough consensus, they actually make it so. So if we could just get 97% of the scientists to agree that the world's flat, the world will actually flatten out, by this way of thinking. And that is what they've done. They're a bunch of curverts, and they have curved the world where it's not. They really have. They've bent everything. It's all a distortion. We live on the wrong side of the funhouse mirror. Well, not we. There's at least, how many people are listening now? Okay, there's at least 100 people here who are on the correct side. So we're in Realville. I'm one of its mayors. And the rest of them are in TV land. The Truman Show. Okay, let's see. Let me go ahead and go through my comments. Oh, this is what I wanted to play. Give you a link to. We have a new main YouTube channel. So it's not a new YouTube channel. It's a new main YouTube channel. Like I said, this thing's a Hydra. They chop off one head. And it's worse. They're better off leaving me alone. Because what happens is, they shut the channel down. I tend to retaliate. I wasn't going to live stream tonight, but this is my way of getting back. I put an extra 3 hours of work into the animation and decided to go ahead and make sure they know that we have an ongoing presence that really isn't going to go silent. By the way, you'll never miss anything if you're on Spotify. If anybody here is on Spotify or iTunes, you will always get the updates there. SoundCloud, I highly recommend SoundCloud because SoundCloud has the ability to play as just the audio file, but if you download it, it's an MP4, and I always make them available for downloads. They don't let you start a new channel. You have to sign an agreement that you won't. I think when I lost my first channel, they said, you can't come back. So I've been 86 times now, as of November the 17th, 2020. I sued YouTube in 2018. They did change their strike policy as a result. They've hated me ever since, I think. But there's nothing they can do about it. I know that I'm banned. I spent so much time in Facebook prison, more time in Facebook prison than not. Most of my friends from Facebook are actually people I met in Facebook prison. We never actually had accounts together. It's like we meet in other platforms. But no, we are persona non grata. And that's probably for life. I've actually I read somewhere that if some of these sites like Twitter flags you as a thought criminal, they pass it on. So Jack Dorsey is like, hey, you know Infinite Plane Society? And Zuckerberg's like, yeah, we know him. Yeah, ban him. And then they contact LinkedIn. Then they contact Gmail and MailChimp. Like they go to their Mason meetings and they have like a slideshow and they put the names and the dossiers, the files up of whoever is blackballed. So yeah, I've been blackballed from the internet. One Trick Pony says, just call this story time with Tim. Right. Well, this is something too. So we seized the term auto hoaxer because to them that was the worst you could be, when it's actually the right way to look at things. Well, another thing they've been attacking is the idea that you would be entertained by conspiracy theories. Like you shouldn't be entertained by conspiracy theories. And I'm like, wait, what about fiction? And this is the key here. They want to control all of the content that you absorb, especially fiction. And one area they don't control is a lot of the creative reinterpretations of reality that you encounter when you surround yourself with conspiracists or free thinkers, whatever you want to call them. So I think what they've been trying to do here is shame conspiracy theorists and really attack the idea. Oh, it's just conspiratainment. Well, if it's just entertainment, leave it alone. But no, it's conspiratainment, so it's bad. So I saw where they were going with this. So what I did was I thought, okay, well, let's take that word over as well. So conspiratained.com will take you to a page where you can sign up. If you're already on my email lists, this will be redundant. It won't sign you up twice. But I have a book on the topic, which is essentially my thoughts on free speech, free minds, and how to keep it that way, and why we need to protect our right to be wrong, to be factually wrong about everything. Like, I might just decide that I believe that the world is, in fact, a pancake-shaped plane on the back of 4 elephants who are astride a tortoise, who's on top of a tortoise, and then it goes down infinitely. Like, does that have to be censored, or am I not allowed to be, am I allowed to be right? Or another example, Roseanne Barr is convinced that Donald Trump is a woman. Now, is that comedy? Is it mental illness? Is she factually wrong? Is she right, but it's politically incorrect and we can't talk about this right now? No, they want it off the table. Borderline content. Push it over the edge. So, Lloyd Miller, great point. They put out conspiratainment all the time. James Bond movies are always conspiracy movies. That's a perfect point. See, the thing is, they don't want us to be engaged in content creation. I think that's what it comes down to. It's all about monopolizing our imagination so we can all be good little matrix batteries. Imagine if they controlled your imagination, filled you full of fears, then you find yourself wearing a Glad garbage bag like a body condom, wearing a dust mask, which wouldn't help you from COVIDs, and you're fighting over toilet paper out in front of a Walmart. Like, it's a desperate and absurd thing, but it's just a reaction. It's an overreaction, histrionic, based on fear because somebody else is controlling your mind. I saw a meme today, and they're still legal right now, but they won't be forever. And this meme said, control your mind or someone else will. And it's true. I think the default is the hive mind. The hive mind wins by default. All right. I'm going through your comments to see what else we've come across. Lloyd Miller says that would be religious freedom. Right. Hey, do you remember back in, it was like 2008 or something, when the anonymous masks first became popular? It was this thing called Project Chanology. You know, like 4chan? And this was all about stealing the private information of Scientology, as in their secret rituals, and publishing them on the internet. So, Anonymous, this group, they put on the mask, they went out and they protested against Scientology, and they released all that information. And at the time, I was somewhat critical of them because I thought, if they want to believe in intergalactic warlords and C-140s full of souls being deposited into volcanoes, let them. Or if you're a Mormon, or a Christian, whatever your religion is, if you have a different concept of the afterlife and the before life, have at it. I didn't really believe that it was appropriate to attack people just because they were provably wrong. Like, are they not right to be wrong? And for all we know, we don't know. That's the whole point. Maybe there's another reason to it. But my point is this. I didn't really approve of their intolerance. And that's what I find so obnoxious about today, is that it's the intolerance of some people who look, I would like it. Like, if you're listening, whoever it is that works at YouTube and that made the decision to delete my channel, to burn my book, because that's what they did. If you look at it, let's say this was just an audio book, a protracted work of fiction. This was all an audio book. I don't have the greatest penmanship, so I decided just to freestyle it, just read it off the cuff. This is all just extemporaneously speaking my mind as a work of fiction. Nope. Some snowflake decided that offended them, so they burned it. It's like, well, can you just call me 833-311-1984 and explain to me the rationale? Like, how did I hurt you? What meme hurt you the most? So I know not to retweet it. But they'll never tell you exactly what you did. Kindle Fire, little book burning. Yeah, Kindle Fire, that's very ominous. They digitally burn books all day long and nobody complains. They really burn books and flags. They knock over statues. A lot of stuff is happening now. They didn't really notice or have a problem with it, though, until it was, really, it's been like 4.5 months, and we have two different sets of two different worldviews, two different mobs, and one of them is completely in denial of reality. And we'll see what happens. Like, I'm really thinking here, when we get to the point where they tell one side who the president is, that's when things are going to get a little more interesting here. Commenter says Stephen Hawking's about to call in. Hey, I saw this conspiracy theory today. Again, this is something they would want to ban, and it has to do with Stephen Hawking's. So there were a few theories about him. Many people think that he died years ago, or that it was an animatronic. I think that Miles Mathis was behind that one, that he was an animatronic. But here's something that I think is probably more likely. So if you know who John Nash is, John Nash is the only person to be awarded both the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences and the Abel Prize. He's the one that was the basis for the movie A Beautiful Mind. So I'm looking at John Nash Jr., and this is pointed out to me. They said, you got to compare the two, and you don't really see them mentioned side by side, and this might be why. They think that Stephen Hawking was a character portrayed by John Nash, wearing a mouth prosthetic, posing in a chair, pretending to be smarter than anybody. It's very consistent. Makes more sense to me than an animatronic. It really would make a lot more sense. And this individual, John Nash, died in 2015. And I believe Stephen Hawking would have passed 2 years after. And his death date, in fact, look at this. This is another example of how these world stage characters are written on and off the stage. And their entrance and exit points are very significant. So his death date had some bizarre coincidences around it. It was Pi Day, 314 Pi Day. There's a few of them here. In an unfortunate coincidence, Steve Hawking's death on March 14th coincides with Albert Einstein's birthday. While his birth was on January 8th, that coincided with Galileo's death. Hawking and Einstein both lived until the age of 76. Those are just a few of them. So when you follow the logic here, the death days, the birth dates, you kind of get the idea that they're engineering kind of like this idea that this person was destined for this role. Hawking was nicknamed Einstein in school. Says, again, just remarkable coincidences. And of course, Pi Day of all days. So what do you think? Anybody? John Nash or animatronic? 420 says, whoever played the weird teeth Hawking seemed to have tried not to smile a lot. Oh yeah, that's one of the dead giveaways that this was an act, is the teeth weren't the same. The haircut, look, there were a number of problems, continuity problems with the Stephen Hawking character. So I'm looking closely at John Nash, and it kind of makes sense, but I'm going to have to do some Photoshop. If anyone wants to look at that for me. Who is John Nash? He's an award-winning mathematician, but he was the subject of a movie called A Beautiful Mind, which starred Russell Crowe. And it was about a genius mathematician who was so smart that he saw numbers everywhere, like Matrix style, like Neo in the Matrix. And that he was so smart he went crazy, is kind of the thinking here. That he became paranoid. He thought he was communicating with the government. It's called A Beautiful Mind. Now, the person it's based on, John Nash, this supposed schizophrenic, I don't know. I haven't looked too much into him, but I'm starting to. Yeah, it is believed that he may have played the role of Stephen Hawking, which would be a scandal if true. I mean, think about that. Faking a condition, I mean, it's pretty low. But not too low for the PSYOP entertainment complex, which is constantly portraying atrocities for the purpose of exploiting people emotionally and financially. Like, isn't it fascinating how they can fake kill people, and then people with actual empathy will donate blood and actually cry? So they fake it and they get actual blood and tears, like the next day. But they get it regardless. Okay, there's one thing, I don't think it's all that impressive, but apparently an asteroid the size of a truck almost destroyed the Earth last week. So it kind of like passed right over our heads. Listen to this. An asteroid the size of a Ford F-150 flew less than 300 miles away from the Earth last week, setting a record for the closest known asteroid to fly past without hitting it. So what are the odds that a year after doing drills for falling rocks with FEMA and NASA, that they actually have these NEOs, these near-Earth objects, just suddenly coming by, and that this is the biggest one ever? Since what, the dinosaurs? Since that rock came down and hit the disk and flipped it and caused the dinosaurs to shoot off into space? So it was discovered by the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System, run by NASA, so we know we can trust it. It was a $69 million contract. This is unbelievable. That they just gave to Elon Musk for an asteroid deflection system called DART. So Jim Bridenstine is the chief of NASA right now, and he has suggested, one, that our biggest threat is actually space rocks. That it's not COVID, it's not climate change. But two, they've done these studies, these surveys now, and they're asking people, would you rather go to Mars or would you rather safeguard Earth? And people are saying that, and this is like 3-1, they would rather have air defense set up everywhere. but it would be global. And it would be space defense. So instead of air defense artillery where you shoot down incoming missiles, now they're going to have stations set up all around the world to shoot space rocks down. So it does require global cooperation. But they're, again, diminishing expectations. Like, well, maybe it's better that we stay here and protect you from falling rocks before we try to go to Mars. Pete Shea says, I've been saying, what's the ultimate question to the ultimate answer? Okay, let's see what else. Flat Fact says, beautiful mind, never saw it. I would just read the Wikipedia. I wouldn't waste your time with any of this mainstream brainwashing, because entertainment's just a side effect. And if you don't need that, if you're not an entertainment junkie like most people, you can just read the wiki. They're going to turn people into vax junkies. That's what's coming next. Lloyd Miller says, traditionally, the left has opposed the space program. It's because they oppose progress, and the idea of the space program used to be married to capitalism. It used to be, hey, look, we're giving the money to this governmental program, but look, now you get Nikes, now you have shatterproof glass, wireless technology, wireless tools. So they're able to kind of make the argument that this is good for everybody, and that it kind of connects to this idea of progress, as in technological progress, which goes against the left, who are actually against technological progress. That's why they want you to live in shanty towns. That's why they want to get rid of your carbon footprint, stop you from breathing so much. But they are so smart, the long march through the institutions, they're so subversive, they knew they had to hijack that institution that had America as a leader and a winner, and they had to tear it down and repurpose it. So they repurposed NASA really just for save the whales, environmentalism, global warming mitigation. And they totally turned it into another stalking horse for the communist agenda. Oh, did any of you guys see the astronauts leaving the Dragon capsule and going into the space station? What a joke. No social distancing, no masks, and it was a hug fest. I mean, 6 adults hugging each other, one after another. It was like, I'm not really quite sure the emotion, but they were hugging, high-fiving, smiling. It was like, it was almost too much. It was too phony. Like they were fake smiles and everything. It's for the camera, I guess. But anyway, I was just kind of annoyed that they weren't social distancing and they don't have any masks on. I mean, didn't Elon Musk just come down with COVID? I know he took 4 tests. He seems to think that if you stop after taking a negative, you're good. And so he took 4 tests because first he got a positive, so he took another one, he got a negative, took another one, got a positive, took another one, he got a negative. Commenter says, you'll own nothing and be happy. That's the Great Reset meme. Well, if you remember back when 3/11 started, I said this is 9/11 all over again, but it's a biosecurity state, and now you're going to have to be patted down, not for bombs, but for viruses. And that they're probably going to get to the point where it's just inconvenient for you to have physical property. Why would you need keys? Keys have germs. Why do you need a physical phone? It's got COVID. And they're coercing people out of property. I think that's one of the primary agendas here. And it's working. Private property, land, air. Like, they don't even want you to have ownership. You don't own the air in your lungs. And they've been pretty naked and open about their agenda, if you ask me. They've been pretty nice about it. They wrote it in stone, the Georgia Guidestones. With the idea that you'll own nothing and be happy, the idea of, it's like, that's again, it's this rejection of modernity. Property is sin. The idea of recycling things that aren't sustainable. It's all just to get us to buy into this worldview that is very misanthropic. All right, thanks for joining. This is Space is Fake AF Chief Crow acoustic version. Subscribe below, get on the newsletter. Have a great evening.
I'm gonna play a song for you called Space is Fake AF, and we'll have a guest appearance by the Tractor in reverse in the background, and we'll have Waves of the Ocean done by Big Trucks and Bigger Trucks, GMC 4x4, 2x4, and a 5x8. Don't pit it, said the sky was not the limit. Fly to the moon in a nanosecond, but we haven't been back since 1972. Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake. Space is space boy, you broke this rocket man's heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery. Eddie Bravo.
Okay, thanks for hanging out here. I see you all in the chat. Yes, my channel just got nuked. It was the one that was just approaching 2,000 subscribers. So I'm posting this video on my other platforms to let everybody know where to go to. Flat Fact says, IPS channel deleted again, smoke coming out of my ears. If you don't like his content, commentary, or opinions, go away. Yeah, exactly. I don't purposefully expose myself to noxious substances. I know poison exists, and you can't eradicate poison from the world. Many things are, in fact, poisonous, and it would be futile to try. So I just don't immerse myself in it to make a point. Oh, look how poisoned I am. Look how offended I am. Like, good for you. Good for you. You got scars now, emotional scars. But who knows? Whatever it is, the 24/7 stream continues anyway, we have redundancies, and I believe most of the content, if not all of it, is being auto-backed up on my library accounts. So there's no real trouble or danger, rather, of being actually silenced or censored in any meaningful way. But you see, it's an attempt to disrupt our networks. And this is the 86th. It's the 86th attempt to disrupt this channel on YouTube alone. And we have, I think, another Hydra head right now regenerating. So as we speak, I already have another channel. Like I said before, I've got probably 15 or 20 more channels already verified. But I can only have 3 at a time on this particular Restream account. So this one's being verified. It'll be open by tomorrow. So if you want to have the link to that, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com. So if you come across any dead links, you can always find the archives just by going to that site. And no harm, no foul, nothing's lost. In fact, I'm going to be playing last night's stream. We had a couple of really great callers right after this. So we must have said something right. And you know what I just started doing, by the way? I just started the Flat Earth Report as a podcast. If you go to theflatearthreport.com, it's a 10-minute news brief, transcribed, and a newsletter. Everything related to that particular topic. And it's just a formulaic thing. I've had this going for about 3.5, 4 years now, but it kind of got pushed to the side for a little while, and I just started again. And I've been inundated with globe trolls who are basically church ladies. You know, they're like, oh, you're turning my cross upside down. Whenever you talk about their globe and you call it flat, it's blasphemy. They clutch their pearls. They fall on the ground. They go into convulsions. They click thumbs down. They call Susan Wojcicki, and they get the channel shut down. So anyway, if you've missed it, the Flat Earth Report, in fact, since we're here, let me go ahead and go through the news today. News from the edge of reality, or news from the edge of acceptable discourse, beyond the borderline. You know, you can't even see the edge from where they are. Everyone's faced towards the middle, towards a big black cube they all worship.
Ela é muito mansinha. Eu vi bicho, eu falei, gente, o que é isso? Põe na árvore, põe na árvore. Ela é muito mansinha, mas se alguém não vê, e eu com medo, eu falei, vou mandar pra todo mundo.
Maneirinha, né? Valeu, tchau.
Valeu, tchau. Olha
Tchau.
que gracinha, meu Deus.
Lá.
Olha que
Olha lá,
linda.
agradecendo.
Que gracinha, olha.
Olha só, cara, que maneiro, cara. Ela agradece.
Legal, tá vendo?
Maneiro. Obrigado.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report of the House Intelligence Committee as to what happened.
Okay, this is the Flat Earth Report for November the 20th, 2020. I want to give a shout out to Rachel Maddow and Representative Swalwell for those sound bites, along with MVP for the track. Let's go ahead and start with this, a bit of cultural appropriation. Green Day has a new album coming out next month, and it looks like they have a song titled Flat Earth, which, again, we'll see what happens to them, but you're not supposed to use that word if you're one of these mainstream acts. We just saw Deftones get reamed by the media and by all the heavy metal magazines for mentioning Flat Earth theory in an interview on the Sam Tripoli Tinfoil Hat podcast. So I don't know what kind of blowback they're going to get for using the F word. And again, Flat Earth is not only just an inconvenient meme with bad virility, but it's dangerous misinformation that can actually kill the world. If you say it's flat, someone else listens, they catch that mind virus. It infects their mind, they fall down the slippery slope down into coronavirus denial. It's always the slippery slope argument. You're going to fall off the edge of flat Earth. So it's worse than a slippery slope. You actually fall off. And then you become a vax denier. Then you become a mask refusenik. Then you catch COVID, spread it to your family before you die. Every one of your family members gives it to 3.11 people who give it to 3.11 people. Exponential. Like dominoes with a bunch of human beings just falling over. And it all started with the F-bomb. So it's socially irresponsible and unforgivable for Green Day to appropriate that word from the Flat Earth research community, who haven't yet been locked up in their own FEMA camp. But that doesn't mean you haven't been FEMA camped. You know, there's this long, really kind of almost a cliche at this point, but there's this old conspiracy theory, it goes back a long ways, that eventually they're going to round up the dissidents and put them in FEMA camps. But when you look into it, it's like, well, what is a FEMA camp? It's just a way to keep a certain group quarantined. So it's about quarantining. Quarantining what? Well, ideas. Whether you're a radical Islamist or a conspiracy theorist, your ideas are thought to be catching like a virus, so you need to be physically quarantined so your ideas can't get out. I mean, that's really what COVID-19 is about. It's about quarantining ideas. So at this point, I'm noting that the media is doing everything it can to get people to self-quarantine, not only from misinformation sources like other news outlets. You know, every other news outlet but yours is misinformation. But now they're even trying to get people to distance from super spreaders of information, especially on Thanksgiving. You know, just the other day, Obama, and I think this might be in his 29-hour audiobook, he said that misinformation will be the death of democracy. That misinformation is actually impacting our elections in such a way that it's destroying the integrity of our elections. They become meaningless. So this is an article from National Review. Donald Trump has always been a conspiracy kook. 9/11, vaccines, Obama's birth certificate. And he came into presidency retailing a conspiracy theory, claiming that the 2016 election was illegitimate, that he'd won popular vote, but the electoral vote made it a fraud. Anyway, this is going on, and many articles like this, to explain that Trump has essentially created or cultivated a culture of conspiracy theorists, that QAnon is more or less a religious cult, and they just believe anything that demonizes the other side. And I kind of thought this was the case, especially when Hunter's laptop turned out to be a big nothing burger despite how it was hyped up. I thought it almost seems like it's too unbelievable that the blood-drinking pedivores would only be Democrats or only be Hollywood elitist types or leftist celebrities. It's way too partisan. It can't be that simple that Republicans are the good guys and Democrats are the bad guys. But that's how politics works. It creates a very simplistic view that you can emotionally react to. Orange man bad, for example. So one man's conspiracy theory is another man's, well, a best guess. You know, it's almost like it's too subjective to even use the term conspiracy theory. For example, how come conspiracy theories only happen on the right wing? The left wing's conspiracy theories like global warming or systemic racism aren't called conspiracy theories. So again, it's too subjective. Now, let me move on to this next article. This again is more kook than coup. This again is something just talking about how Trump is being brought into office by essentially flat earthers, if you believe the mainstream media. And this is all just an attempt to, again, smear one half of the population and make sure that nobody likes each other across partisan lines, which is probably going to be the end effect of all of this. Okay, listen to this. This is again from The Dumbest Coup. I've been writing about conspiracy theories for a while, how QAnon, the Flat Earth Gang, and every other conspiracy theory is in some part attached to every other conspiracy theory. They all overlap, in part or entirely. So you have people criticizing QAnon conspiracy theorists because they're finding out it goes beyond just one questionable source, being QAnon. It goes into, if they doubt this, they really do find that these other conspiracy theories connect. That's why they say that's why they treat this like a slippery slope. Like if you look at flat Earth, you go over the edge, you believe everything. And that's not actually true. And that's one of the points of this podcast. It's actually quite the opposite. You're expected to believe everything on the mainstream news. Not believing it doesn't make you, by default, it doesn't make you a non-thinking, blind faith believer in something else. It means that you just temporarily kind of put a pause on what you're going to accept from the mainstream media. It's like, for some reason, and I think this is intentional, they've tried to create the impression that without the mainstream media, you would be lost. That without these experts, what would we be doing? If we weren't told that there was a pandemic, if we weren't told to mask up, would we all have died? That's what they want us to think. And the truth is, without the TVs, without the mainstream media, we might not have had a pandemic, because I think this construct is only possible when everybody's hearing the same centralized messages. And it is the same. Media worldwide has essentially become a monolith, and that's not easy to dispute. So the thing is about the flat Earth, it's not that it's a slippery slope, that if you consider this topic, everything else suddenly becomes true to you. It's just that if it's true, then it does cause you to have to question other things as well, which is not necessarily a bad thing. You know, we're born into a box, and the four walls are actually just false explanations. Each one is just, this is your limit, this is your limit, this is your limit, and then the ceiling. So they give you these artificial limitations by giving you explanations that are supposed to suffice. Kind of like Truman in The Truman Show. Oh, there's no reason to go that direction. That's the edge of the world. So lies keep him from leaving the movie set that he's on. Well, we all live in a movie set. It's called the world stage. And you're kept on the world stage. It's a prison of lies. It's just words. They're not physically restraining you. I mean, you may look back at March and April when you went under lockdown. No jackbooted thug forced you into your house. You didn't have riot squads forcing people out of the streets into their homes. No, actually, people went in because of what they were told. It didn't require any force. So anyway, let me get back to this topic here. We're talking about mind control, conformity, the mainstream media, and how this flat Earth topic is so controversial simply because it does require that the person who considers it reassesses a lot of other things. If true, then what? If it is flat, then what of the moon landing? What of evolution? What of the heliocentric system? And the thing is, for every question it raises, you know, there's probably 5 or 6 other questions that follow behind that, and that's what makes it so uncomfortable. I think people feel vertigo when they're forced to address, or when they're confronted with questions that they have no answers for, that they're unprepared for. I'm constantly going on Twitter, and I'm communicating with people who are convinced that outer space is real, as they describe, and I point out frequently that no, actually, in my opinion, outer space is just the concept of heaven rebranded for a modern age, and it's a universally acceptable heaven, but that it's a metaphysical construct. But I come across people on Twitter who say that they can see space junk. Think about this. I have an actual, I guess you would call him an astrophotographer, who claims that from his front yard he can see space junk with his eyes. No binoculars required. And I'm just trying to imagine. So we're supposed to believe that there's orbiting pieces of, like, spent rocket shells, bits of satellite, solar panels, who knows what. Just there's junk up there, 30,000 pieces of junk orbiting above. Now, the only way you would be able to see it with your eyes is if it were to reflect the sun. The problem with that proposition is you're looking up at a starry night. This means that you're in the shadow of the Earth. And if you're in the shadow of the Earth, well, then you have to ask, well, how high does that shadow go? Well, according to science, it goes 870,000 miles. So if you're standing in a pillar of darkness, a column of darkness, almost 1 million miles high, how are you going to see a piece of metal 100 miles above your head? What the heck is it reflecting? Now, I've never seen it. And if this were true, I imagine that a lot of people report seeing it. Oh, there's a lot of space junk up there. It'd be like looking over the edge of a boat into the ocean and seeing all kinds of trash. It would be disheartening. We look up at the night sky. Do we see a bunch of trash in the sky? I don't. But again, these are the experts who will stand by these claims, stand by their cartoons. And they are cartoons. I don't know when SpaceX actually landed a rocket on a barge out in the middle of the ocean last, but I'm pretty sure the last 10 or 15 launches have all been CGI. And it's so unbelievable when you look at the way that these rockets land that now they exaggerate the distortion on the camera. So whenever the rocket lands, it's pixelated. The whole camera, the whole screen is pixelated. I'm like, what? You can't get a backup camera? And this happens every time. After one time, that would be enough for me. You'd have a drone fleet recording this thing going down just for the scientific value of that footage. But no, the only footage we ever get of Elon Musk's rocket landing, it's purely pixelated. Makes me wonder if maybe they use some type of, I don't know, maybe they actually have pixels to pad the landing. I mean, space is apparently made out of CGI, so I don't know why you couldn't just bring some of those pixels down. Okay, speaking of, check this out. This is from John Walker from Kotaku.com. I cannot tell if this flat Earth simulator is real or a prank. So on Steam, there's a flat Earth simulator. Now, a couple of things about it. It's based on the azimuthal equidistant projection. It assumes quite a lot. This is not a flat Earth model because there isn't one. You know, the term flat Earth model is something of a misnomer. There isn't one. The best that we can do is try to use or rely upon existing maps, which we know, if it is in fact not a ball, we know them to be distorted, and they probably conceal more than they reveal. I'm not convinced that the 25,000 mile circumference ball doesn't have more than just 7 continents, Antarctica included. I'm not convinced of any of this. I'm not convinced that the North Pole is just ice or Antarctica. None of this stuff makes, really passes. In fact, what they're showing you is a straw man whenever they show you a flat Earth model, specifically when they have a disk in space, which is a hilarious proposition. Nobody believes that's the case. The very idea of flat Earth cancels out outer space. Nothing below, nothing above, as far as like things floating around. It eliminates that because we haven't even been there yet. We're making these vast assumptions about what's above hundreds of thousands, millions of miles, trillions of miles, light years away. And these are all assumptions. It's like we still don't know what's below more than 8 miles. I mean, the standard model would have you believe certain things, but we really don't know. And I'm not making the tortoises all the way down argument, infinite regress, because what I'm suggesting here is that it can be known if it's not already known. So I'm not making arguments from ignorance, and I'm not suggesting any kind of nihilism here, that it can't be known, that it's not for man to know, it's beyond us. I don't take any of that mystification seriously. I kind of think everything can be known. A lot of people kind of give up halfway, and they come to erroneous conclusions by giving up the search too soon. If I had stopped examining bizarre coincidences in the news 2 or 3 years ago, I might have thought, well, I'm just noticing a lot of interesting coincidences. Now, I kept on noting and noting despite people telling me not to pay any attention to the man behind the curtain, and I found that beyond coincidences, there is a definitive pattern. Not only a pattern, but there is actually a structure that gives you a predictive model that we have actually been able to reliably anticipate the events, the world events on the world stage as they're unfolding. And it's not that complicated. Netflix is literally a crystal ball. Watch everything on Netflix from 2018, 2019, and you'll know, or rather you'll see that you should have seen 2020 coming. You should know what's coming 2021. Dark winter's coming. So anyway, let me get back to this article. This is a flat Earth simulator based on a straw man. But regardless, John Walker, who's writing about it, says this. There's interactive recorded narration explaining the theory that posits that our planet is a floating disk surrounded by a wall of Antarctic ice beneath the dome of atmosphere. In this model, you can adjust the sun and the moon to see their effects and watch the flat disk of the planet rotate through its nights and days, and it's completely and utterly impossible to tell if it's a joke. So this is what I find most fascinating about this. This is the thing that brought me to this article. He doesn't find it laughable because it's a interesting construct to play around with, but I would posit that it's no more or no less ridiculous than the globe model. The disk in space is just as ridiculous as the ball in space. And flat earth theory does not have a disk in space. That's what's so kind of laughable about this. It's like, you guys are laughing at yourselves. The globe earthers are actually the flat earthers. That's the weird paradox. When they use the term flat earther, what it means to them is not what it means to the people who are actually looking into the theory, and it actually represents a form of projection. Yep. Globe addicts are the true flat earthers, and they're laughing at a disk in space while they're laughing at their own model, their own oblate spheroid. The flat solar system is a ludicrous proposition. The universe is flat. I mean, it's just, to me, it's just they're told to laugh at something, so they do. They were told that this model is funny. It's a ridiculous proposition. Well, someone took the time to create a very realistic simulator, realistic to people who are used to outer space CGI graphics. But he makes an interesting point here. He says this: first and foremost, let's make sure we're on the same page. Mocking people for believing in flat earth theory is cruel and unhelpful, even if mocking flat earth theory is necessary and enjoyable. So that's a great point here. A great point is this: just because somebody has a different concept that they're exploring doesn't mean that you ought to make fun of the person. You know, hate the model if you want, laugh at the model, but the person positing it is actually engaging in a thought process, which I think should be respected and it should be encouraged. If you discourage people from going out on a limb and thinking for themselves, then by default they become believers. You know, the ones who are goose stepping 6 feet apart wearing spacesuits already to protect them from the devil virus. One more article. This is from freethemedia.uk. Why is denialism so widespread? It says, by definition, denialism is a term used to define people's denial of recent and very serious historical facts that are generally accepted. There are those who deny climate change, COVID-19, the Holocaust, evolution, AIDS, despite the amount of empirical and scientific evidence to support these facts. Denialism in human behavior is a deeply complex issue to deal with and very controversial. Those who practice it, in theory, by definition, are skeptics, critics, rebels, and dissidents. And these objectives are somewhat positive, but denialism can take the form of something very different. Now, here's where they're trying to minimize those of us who are questioning the news. They're suggesting this, that we're so scared of the news that we're taking refuge in an obvious fake reality. Oh, the reason why we say the school shootings are fake, or the terrorist attacks are fake, or climate change is fake, or space rocks are fake, is because we're afraid of those things. It says, quote, they try from a psychological point of view to protect themselves from experiences that exceed their ability to face and process them. Regression. It's suggesting this is a form of regression, that we're escaping. You're an ostrich because you don't believe in this or that, or you don't fear this. So being fearless is being equated with being a denialist. And I would say it's actually quite the opposite. We are ruled by fear, and you can just look around and see the fact that they're shutting down the world over fears tells you something here. And the people who aren't reacting appropriately are being called denialists. When, again, we're talking about science as an objective thing, and then there's the subjective. There is left-wing science and right-wing science, and it's super partisan. Denying left-wing science makes you a denialist. Well, again, we're talking about left versus right partisan things that shouldn't really have any bearing on objective facts, but they do. And that's how you know a lot of this stuff is nothing to be worried about. If there was anything real about climate change, it wouldn't be partisan left and right. If there was anything to the vax, mask, COVID-19 debate, it wouldn't be partisan. The right wing would already be dead. the vax deniers would already be dead. The anti-vaxxers wouldn't even be here. See, the thing is, anti-vaxxers would self-eliminate the same way that people who don't look both ways before they cross the street. You know, it's the process of elimination that happens naturally would preclude people who systematically refuse medication. It's a ridiculous notion that we're collectively sick and we have to be collectively healed. And I often liken it to sin as a construct. The religions want all the customers they can get. And if you don't believe you're a sinner, you're not going to make a very good customer for the priesthood. So they have to do everything they can to convince you of the error of your ways. So again, with the shape of the world being a conspiracy theory, well, look, the globe is a conspiracy theory. The flat Earth is not a conspiracy theory. It's just the absence of the belief in this particular conspiracy theory. If anything, it's just a whole lot of questions. You know, flat Earth is actually rejecting false explanations, not accepting false explanations. It's really been quite, I would say, a Jedi mind trick to shift the burden of proof from the promulgators of propaganda to the consumers. That's where the term conspiracy theorist actually has its advent. The CIA created the term to stain the reputation of anybody who didn't trust the mainstream news. So you're pre-convicted of being one of these theorists, which also has been conflated with racism. And that's becoming a bigger topic now, especially as we're dealing with a contested election. And this is the reason why I've been saying this is probably the specific reason why the term conspiracy theorist is given way to conspiracist, because conspiracist contains racist. Okay, one final line here. This is from freedomedia.co.uk. It says, questioning the moon landing or whether the Earth is flat is relatively harmless, and it even comes to be fascinating to those of us who are Kubrick fans or have taken advantage of its heyday to revisit and discover that the theory of flat Earth had already been rejected in the 4th century. The idea of a flat Earth has been rejected, but there are other messages that question the foundations of science that are growing out of control due to the restrictions on movement and freedom that came with the coronavirus. Undoubtedly, the thinking of the majority is always potentially dangerous, but the scientific and historical consensus is necessary. So what he's suggesting here is that even though it could be dangerous when we have uber conformity and everybody thinking the same in a complete hive mind, it's important to have a, quote, scientific and historical consensus. And these are two interesting points here. Scientific and historical consensus. The idea that consensus somehow equates to truth, that 97% of scientists agree, therefore it's true. That's been one of the lines that's been repeated for decades about global warming. This argument from a panel of experts, logical fallacy. If there is anything true behind your statements, you wouldn't need logical fallacies to back it up. And that's, again, typical. Consensus says many people who have never seen the space station will claim that, well, so many people have seen it, I know it to be true. Not a valid argument. You remove the valid arguments, and what are you left with? And this is, again, why I really think that people back away from the edge. You find out that most of your answers that you've accepted are probably questionable, or they are questionable, but they're probably flimsy, if not entirely worthless. All right, thanks for joining. Go to theflatearthreport.com, sign up for the newsletter, and the podcast will be posted there daily.
striking.
report back.
Alright, pop. Alright, pop. Kill scanner. I don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe I called you minion. Kill scanner. I don't know.
Alright, thank you for joining. Today is November the 23rd, 2020. Go ahead and share this stream. I'll be right back.
I have been patching up some pretty significant relationship issues. And now that I have patched that up, I will spot some macking. Pop, 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 pop. Alright, pop. Alright, pop, 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 pop. Alright, pop. Alright, pop, pop.
Alright,
Pop. Alright. Pop.
Okay, now that's a track which you can hear on the link below. Any of the music you hear at Infinite Plane Radio, you can find by going to tinyurl.com/infiniteplaneradio, where we have a growing list of tracks and something new, which I mentioned the other day, but I'll go ahead and just bring it up one more time. On Thanksgiving, we are premiering South Pole Season 1, Episode 1. It's the latest project to come out of the IPS think tank. The art, music, deepfakes, animation, script writing, and editing all took place in the member Discord server. This week's episode features tabloid drama, violence, pandemics, black market vax dealers, and more, but I don't want to spoil it for you. So if you want to join us this Thanksgiving, go to infiniteplanesociety.com and make sure you sign up for the newsletter or join at Patreon/InfinitePlaneSociety, and you won't miss it. You'll get a downloadable copy. In fact, it's intended to be a weekly, and it's poignant and educational as well as entertaining. Okay, so let's go into this. There's so much to talk about, and just to be clear, someone showed me a picture of the Washington Monument from above, and I'll just say it's pornographic if you know what it actually means. The word obelisk means ball's shaft, or shaft of ball, the organ of reproduction. And you look at the design from above, and it's pretty obvious what it means. Just so you know, the world's run by the ancient fertility cults, as it always has been. Here's another question I have for NASA, because I've been noticing some things about their claims. Like, one of the things they say they can do, and I understand you can defraud people out of certain things, maybe scare them into paying more taxes to avert climate change, but this is like next level. I mean, it's pretty bad that they're trying to create a market for moon rocks, whereas before, if you were trying to sell moon rocks, they would send a SWAT team after you. But now listen to this. Buried with the stars. Buy your deceased loved ones a plot on the moon. So space burials are no longer a thing of science fiction. And rich science fiction TV show producers are finally, this is disturbing, I think, because they're talking about firing your remains off into space, burying people on Mars. So my problem with it is, what happens with the actual cremains? So what happens with them? Are they stashing them illegally? Are they putting them in somebody's basement? Don Petit's basement, where all the stashed technology is. So it says they're only dealing with 6 pounds of ashes, says a retired NASA engineer. Our lunar service is going to be among the most popular. It will afford family and friends the permanence of an off-planet service and provides a constant reminder in the night sky of a loved one's resting place. Okay, it's only $12,500. Might be a little bit more, and you get to put them, look at this one. Another one, if you want a post-mortem orbit at the lowest possible expense, Elysium. They can put your cremains in a CubeSat 4x4x4, and it will be part of a secondary payload so it doesn't take up space on a bigger launch. And yes, you could have yourself in a little cube floating around the ball Earth. Very believable. My question is, where are they stashing the remains? Like, isn't it criminal to, I don't know. It's just, there's something about stashing human remains. I don't know if I would trust them. I also have a picture here. This is the NASA launch director, Tim Dunn. I brought this up the other day. He's the one, launch director, who put a penguin, an unauthorized penguin, I might add, behind his seat.
To launch another rocket. Sentinel-6, Michael Freilich, is the third NASA LSP science mission to launch on a Falcon 9, and it will depart Earth from Vandenberg Air Force Base at Space Launch Complex.
So, not sure what to make about it, but they have indeed put a big penguin behind his desk. I've been looking at a lot of space photography lately, and it's not getting any better, but it's about to get better, I think, when they get into the colonization part. It's a lot easier when they're out there. But as far as their space photography and the launches, I'm underwhelmed. And they're real-time texting GIFs, as in animated jiffies. So concurrent with the launch, NASA's Twitter feed is like, okay, here it is, separation, and they're sending GIFs. It's a huge scam. Now, here are some live feeds just for your consideration. You know, there's something wrong with this. Okay, they're on the dark side of the Earth, and this is one of the main topics tonight. I think this is one of the main points that I wanted to bring up, is the apparent lack of a true Terminator outside of any NASA footage. Like, does the globe have a Terminator? So what you're looking at is the Earth from the night side, as seen from 200 miles above the surface, or 250 miles up. I mean, it varies, but you can see it's black. And you can also see that the entire horizon, the whole curve, is glowing. And that's because a spotlight or a distant light source on a sphere will in fact cut that sphere in half. It will bisect it. And that line is called the Terminator. Now, the thing is, if there is no Terminator, as in if you're looking left and right and you're not seeing a line bisecting a ball, well, there's got to be a reason for it. And here's my point. You can only have a Terminator line if we're on a ball. If we don't see a Terminator, if the sun's light recedes into the distance, into a point like a candle before extinguishing, then maybe we're not looking at a distant source and we're not sitting on a ball. It would imply a local light source, like a spotlight on a flat surface. And I'll show you what I mean. But my point is, they're fabricating the Terminator line constantly on all of their sunrises and sunsets from the space station. But you can see that this isn't how it actually happens, not only from your perspective on the ground, but even from higher up. So this is just another point. The Terminator is another hoax. So another point about this is, you'll often see images of the Earth, like from Apollo, where the night side of Earth is dark. You don't see any cities. It's black. Pitch black. So you have a Terminator, then it's dark. There's a shadow that the Earth is in, and you cannot see the cities. But then in more recent photos, like even with the space shuttle, it's dark. But the more recent images that were shown of the Earth from space on the night side, it's lit like Christmas. So I have to ask, well, which is it? You know, is it lit or is it dark? And on more recent photos, it's actually dark. I mean, lit, but the ones from Space Shuttle before, dark. And sometimes SpaceX will goof, I think. But now there's something else too. The shadow is back. So there are certain angles when it's traveling and you see the camera arm, you see some other components, you see the solar array. Well, there's one particular angle and it's fairly easy to find. Boom, I just found it. And you saw me, I found it live. So here I am, an hour back from the Earth view, Earth seen from the ISS live stream. And I'm pointing the cursor next to some type of a mechanical arm, like where the elbow is. And what I'm pointing at is a shadow. And I knew this would be here because this is a mistake they've been making for a long time. I think this is the ESA. It's their side, the European Space Agency. But I hit play, and I'll turn on the soft calming music. And where the cursor is, and they'll say it's a smudge, but it's a smudge that's been here for years. It's actually a shadow that corresponds with the position of the ISS. It's the darndest thing. It's a mistake. I think it might be an artistic flair. Now, it's accurate. If this was real and the sun was there, it would have a shadow in that position. But the thing is, it's a computer model built to the specifications of the programmer. And the programmer didn't think this through. So good job, computer. You know, you correctly applied a shadow on the ISS. But the animator made a huge mistake. And it's, you know, they should have already corrected it. And I'm looking at the size of it. Okay, now here on the map I can see what could be, that's probably a city. It's bigger than a city. Have you ever had a shadow pass over your city? I mean, I'm in the path of an airport. I get planes flying over, and frequently the shadow blocks my window. But in this case, that shadow that I'm looking at, the spot on the Earth, and this is again a live stream, is probably bigger than Los Angeles. Like, it's a huge black spot. Again, I debated Red's Rhetoric and Fight the Flat Earth, two prominent NASA plants on YouTube, and they told me that I was crazy, that it's obviously a smudge. And I'm thinking, well, they've had, well, at least a year and a half to wipe that smudge off, and it's still there. And again, the smudge is perfectly tracking with the position of the space station relative to the Earth on this simulation. So I'd like your opinion on this, 833-311-1984. How do you feel about the shadow of the space station? 5 Minutes of Fame says, I have a video on my channel, Gravity on the Space Station. No one else caught it. Is that the video where the cosmonaut drops the screw and it clangs noisily on the floor? If that's the one, I'll play it now, because that's one of my favorite clips, one of my favorite bloopers. Okay, what are we seeing here? Oh, this is what I've been talking about. This is the type of movie technology that uses something similar to rear screen projection, but what you're really looking at is a series of LED panels that completely immerse you in this simulated environment. And what we're looking at is a movie stage that could easily be the place where they're faking everything. And that's something too. They will be able to, by using this technology, simulate any environment. Reflections and everything. No green screens. The usual stuff we catch them on, we're not going to catch them on. So what we're looking at here is a movie studio. Now, I don't know what movie this is for, because it looks exactly like actual NASA. So this could be a leak. I'll have to find out. And something else. There was a monolith. The other day, there was a monolith found. I believe it was in Utah. Okay, here we go. DPS crew discovers mysterious monolith from the air in a remote Utah wilderness. We are not alone. Mysterious object found in Utah. Now, I'm bringing this up. This is from November the 21st, 2020. Salt Lake City, Utah. The Utah Department of Public Safety helicopter was assisting a wildlife resource officer
Special edition of
when they spotted something from above. So they flew over it. They found it unintentionally. This was not part of their mission. They were counting bighorn sheep. Now, what they found is a 12-foot high object, and it looks like a Space Odyssey obelisk. Now, listen to this. We were there thinking that maybe NASA stuck something up there. Maybe there's a satellite bouncing off of it. They didn't think there was any scientific purpose to it. Maybe it was some kind of art form. He says, I'm assuming it's some form of new wave artist or something. You know, somebody that was a big 2001 Space Odyssey fan. Now, the reason why this story really stood out to me is that the Space Odyssey 2001, this is a movie from 1968. And I've been talking, since I've been discussing this concept of the metascript, how 1968 has been a template year for 2020. Even the little celebration of the death of Chadwick Boseman corresponding with the celebration of the MLK I Have a Dream speech. We were predicting many things that would be reoccurring elements. The riots, the DNC convention, and this entire summer has almost been a repeat of 68 on many levels. And we're not the first ones to comment on this, but we've been pointing out how these are intentional narrative frameworks. So it just doesn't surprise me that Space Odyssey, a film from 1968, centering around this monolith, this obelisk mysteriously appearing, would have a real-life counterpart happening here in Utah. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what that looks like. Again, it's a 12-foot tall...
Captain's log, stardate 11/18/2020. The crew of the Utah DPS helicopter traveled to southern Utah on a mission to count bighorn life forms with wildlife officers.
And he's like, whoa, 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 turn around. And I was like, what? And he's like, there's this thing back there. We got to go look at it.
The crew had spotted an object of unknown origin on the red surface.
Okay, the intrepid explorers go down to investigate the
alien life form.
In the middle of the barren desert stood a mysterious metal monolith.
I would say it's probably between 10 and 12 feet high.
It's just wild.
We were kind of joking around that if one of us suddenly disappears, then I guess the rest of us make a run for it. If one of us.
So you see that here. It's 12 feet high. They don't know what it's for. Is it some kind of art installation? Well, I think so, but I don't think it's an accident that it's corresponding with 68, which is, again, we'll talk about that particular year and how it relates to 2020 later. Listen to this comment. This is really something straight out of a science fiction movie. Yeah, you think? I mean, look, Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick, 30th anniversary of the Apollo landing. He had Eyes Wide Shut released, where he, even with The Shining, with all these movies, he's always giving away something about what's happening behind the scenes. So it's just not surprising that this would turn up at this time. Not quite sure what it means. I mean, I guess we're the monkeys and we don't know what's going on. Again, this is all just, I think, fake news, and it's part of this bigger Metascript concept. Oh, by the way, yesterday was the 57th anniversary of the JFK assassination. Very interesting bits of news related to the 57th anniversary, and here's something that came up just on this topic. It had to do, and someone kept bringing this up. They said, what's the deal with this Memo 57? So it's probably some QAnon news, right? They said, look up JFK Memo 57. Quite a lot here if you go into this JFK QAnon rabbit hole, because they actually do believe that Trump is an agent of the Kennedys. So there's a number of people talking about this JFK National Security Memo 57, activated by Trump, supposedly to, I don't know, bypass the CIA or something. Anyway, timing of it's interesting. JFK National Security Memo 57 and the 57th JFK assassination anniversary. And you know how they are with numbers. I mean, I found some interesting little things with Trump and the number 58 being very encoded into his life and his various incarnations on the screen. In fact, Michael J. Fox, who may be faking it, according to Rush Limbaugh and others, Michael J. Fox actually came out like a couple days ago, and he said Donald Trump is Biff Tannen. And here's Biff Tannen looking like a strange amalgamation between, well, Trump and Elvis, I guess. Michael J. Fox has not minced his words when describing President Donald Trump. There have been many phrases used, but what he uses is, Biff is president. Every worst instinct in mankind has been played on by Trump, and that's anathema. Michael J. Fox says, when you see your particular group mocked, it's such a gut punch, it's senseless. There's no way I get up in the morning and mock orange people. Well, he just did. I thought orange was the new black anyway. Like, why do people suddenly orange man bad? Fox, who was diagnosed with the degenerative disorder of the central nervous system back in 1991, went public in 98, but was able to continue acting. Now, I'm going to just skip forward to this. The Back to the Future star spoke about his second retirement in his new book, No Time Like the Future. So this is where the number 58 and Donald Trump connects with this whole narrative of time travel, strangely enough, which is a big part of Donald Trump's backstory. If you look into this Metascript and how his persona has been written into the world stage. But there's a number of things about his appearance as Biff Tannen in Back to the Future, which, by the way, anyone who's looked into it, Back to the Future, and all of you probably already know, most of you probably already know this, it's one of the movies that has, I think, the most significant amount of predictive programming about 9/11, years in advance. Which is something I've been bringing up again lately, because we're talking about this seeming scripted reality where major transformative events are planned decades in advance, and there are telltale signs. I've been finding quite a lot. And the symbols, the signs, the anniversaries are objective things that we can analyze. Someone says Justin Bieber performed at the American Music Awards after The Weeknd came out with prosthetics on. Yeah, I thought about that. Someone sent it to me. So if you don't know, it's a very popular conspiracy theory that Justin Bieber is actually deep faking it, wearing a hyper-realistic synthetic mask and portraying himself as Abel. Actually, his name is Abel something, but The Weeknd. So it's like his weekend gig or something. Now, the problem is it's tantamount to blackface, but maybe he's just trying to reach a different demographic. So I'm suggesting that The Weeknd does not exist. And I'm not the first one to suggest this. And I'm not going to go deep into the story, but there is a lot there. In fact, there's one article I think I would point you to if you wanted to look into this at all. And it was a Weeknd article from 2017. The Weeknd is the king of sex pop, GQ. Now, a couple of things about this. At this time, this is when I first looked into it, there was some article about he showed off his arms for the first time in his life. Like, how do you become, well, a massively successful performance artist and never show even, I don't know, your forearms? Nothing. But if you listen to this, this is from GQ, quote, "Here's something weird about The Weeknd. For a long time, The Weeknd didn't want anyone to know who he was. When people first became aware of him, no one knew what he looked like. They didn't even know if he was a person or a group. He was just a unique voice trained in the sacred arts of Michael Jacksonism, disembodied from the human who had possessed it." So when you dig into it, you find that he's kind of a recent invention. And there's some stranger stuff when you get into how many overlapping girlfriends and wardrobes he has with Bieber. Total side topic, but commenter brought up that The Weeknd performed. And I did see when he performed, he was wearing this bizarre headdress. Like, it was like a bandage around his head. Like fake wounds. And I'm like, is he just trying to really distance that? Michael says Justin Bieber performed, and after The Weeknd came out with prosthetics. Yeah, the blood part, right? The bloody stuff. Like, he's portraying the role of someone who just got beat up, like, I don't know, Rodney King or something. I don't quite get it, but his video for Blinding Lights came out long before the lockdowns, and it showed a locked down Las Vegas. And that was one of the songs that the dancing nurses were dancing to. It was part of the Blinding Lights challenge. A lot of predictive programming in that video. The Weeknd wore gloves at the AMA Awards, says Michael. Right, that's because people have noticed the matching hands. Kevin Defoe says Bieber plays 3 roles. No, now look, this is not a path I want to go down necessarily, but I'm just pointing out that you're looking at a Disney creation, and he's not the only one. It's actually kind of widespread if you want to follow this trail. There's every indication that Ayesha Curry is also a fictional character portrayed on the world stage. And this is a hard thing for some people to grasp, but you have to think about it like this. You know the actor, you know the movies they play, but they tell you it's a movie. Well, what if they don't tell you it's a movie and you get snippets of a fictional character's life over a period of time? You know, you're just talking about really a movie played on the world stage, a psyop. And many psyops take the form of soap operas and dramas. It's not always the shootings and the terror attacks. A lot of psyops are apparently meaningless, but not really when you look into how these influencers are used. I mean, Alyssa Milano right now is really a shilling for that COVID crisis actress money. And that was probably her point. I mean, a lot of these actors and actresses, it's like, well, why is COVID, well, 2 questions. Why is COVID only killing politicians and celebrities? Second question, if that's the case, why do we care? But really the answer to the first question is the reason why it's only hitting celebrities and politicians is because they're actors and they're playing roles. So yes, Miley Cyrus, who, by the way, bought a 5-foot pizza for her dad for his birthday, along with drugs and a bubble bath for him and his pizza. I mean, this is what they said. This is what Miley said on a Joe Rogan podcast. She said, "It's my dad's birthday. He lives in the middle of the woods. No internet. I'm going to drop off a 5-foot pizza that I caught, along with some marijuana and a bubble bath." I just thought that's just the strangest thing. I mean, are there even ovens big enough to make a 5-foot pizza? I mean, she caught a 5-foot pizza, and this was on Joe Rogan. So you can make of that what you will. But knowing what I know from WikiLeaks, I kind of suspect that she caught him a slave. What else could it be? Oh, did you know that Governor Cuomo is getting an Emmy? Governor Cuomo is getting an Emmy for his performance over COVID-19. I kind of think we should give one to Kyle Rittenhouse. There's a Taurus World Stunt Award. It's a yearly award ceremony held mid-year that honors stunt performers in movies. It's held each year in Los Angeles. So this was an award created by Dietrich Mateschitz, the founder of Red Bull. Does anybody here know if Gage Grosskreutz has been spotted? Has he attended any protests, or is he still in hiding? A lot of people want to see that arm to know if he is indeed, if he was indeed part of an actual shooting, or if that was something elaborate. And if it's not real, it's one of the most elaborate psyops that we've ever seen. It would probably require something like a lot of crisis actors, a closed set, but you're talking about a closed set in the middle of a city, no walls. So it's really something. But when you look at the money flowing into these places, after the 3 days of riots, Kenosha was given $42 million. And that's a common thing that we see with a lot of psychological operations. I remember after the Charleston shooting hoax, there was something like $29 million dropped off. I mean, really cashing in. That one was a whopper. Do you remember that? After Dylan Roof shot up the church, they took him to Burger King for a Whopper. And this was just meant to outrage people. Like, look how well he's being treated, this racist killer. I mean, clearly that was, I think, a jab. Just kind of giving away that the thing was a joke. Okay, look at this here. This is a picture. I just noticed something. I mean, I've always seen this, but it's starting to make sense now. Whenever you look at NASA working with their satellites, now we all know this is just bad art. Like this is just symbolism. This is religious art. I mean, it looks like shower curtains and Scotch tape and basically stuff you could find at Home Depot. It's meant to kind of mystify. Religious icons and artifacts are meant for the priests. But the thing I'm drawing your attention to is that they've always worn PPE because humans are too dirty to ascend into heaven. That's probably what it is. But it's actually more about, I think, the high priests. So the high priests of the New Age with our space heaven have already been wearing the PPE garb that we're all being introduced to collectively. And it is the scientists who are the priests in this new paradigm. And the ones who work in the space program are the high priests, the elevated. And that's just something I'm pointing this out because I think we're getting acclimated, into this new age religion where they've replaced all of the components of the old religions with modern counterparts that are far more palatable to people. People who don't believe in sin believe in viruses, and they act puritanical as a result. Now, just to give them the benefit of the doubt, it's possible that many of the dupes working in the space agencies don't know what's really happening with their art projects. I think the only person, though, I think more than likely we're dealing with sellouts. I think the only person who legitimately believes they've ever actually gone into space is probably Don Petit. I mean, have you heard of that show, Space Cadets? It was a British reality TV show where they had 5 people convinced they were in low Earth orbit. And this is how they did it. They had to pre-screen all of the contestants. And here's what they looked for. So you had 10 people, half of them were actors. And the actors were there to keep the people from knowing that this thing was a hoax. So it says, in order for the hoax to stand a realistic chance of succeeding, the cadets would have to remain unaware of the true nature of the show, even given any production mistakes and implausible explanations. Now, this is key, because even though we're talking about people being recruited for a TV show where they're going into space and it's all fake, this pertains to each and every single one of us, because the metascripters, the ones who are formulating our shared worldview, they see us as cadets. We're space cadets on Spaceship Earth. So if we just reread it, in order for the hoaxes to stand a realistic chance of succeeding, the cadets have to remain unaware of the true nature of the show, even given production mistakes and implausible explanations, as in conspiracy theorists. And they don't want conspiracy theorists talking because they find out the thing's a show. So listen to this. Here's how they filter out the inappropriate applicants. Psychological tests to single out highly suggestible, those who conform to groupthink. So, 1, they're choosing sheeple. So groupthink is a psychological phenomenon that occurs when a group of people in which the desire for harmony and conformity results in an irrational decision-making outcome. Oh, like putting a diaper on your face? Physiological tests to determine claustrophobia. Oh, here's another one. So in order to get on this spaceship, you had to dance blindfolded, without music, with others watching, to gauge your inhibition levels. So it says the intention was to obtain a group of cadets who were gullible, conformist, and ignorant about the show's matter. So they're ideally suited for appearing on reality TV. It says also that they sought extroverts, attention seekers, and characters who would catch the public's attention. Now this pretty much, though, it does tell you almost everything about what they seek out of, the regular news consumer. What they're seeking are people who are gullible, conformist, and ignorant about the nature of the show and the show's subject matter, as in they don't know it's fake. All right, let's move on. Again, that was Space Cadets. And there's going to be a new TV show on the ISS, actually. So the ISS is going to have a TV show, and then, of course, you have the Tom Cruise going up to the space station. But listen to this. A show called Space Hero will scour the globe for everyday people who will compete for a 10-day stay aboard the space station. So the only way they can do this is if the people that they pick, the space heroes, are in on the whole thing. I mean, there's no way they're going to be able to hook somebody up to harnesses and let them live in the space station for a few days. But my point is this. Space Cadets was introduced openly as a hoax. So you watched it knowing these people were being duped, which is kind of how the elites watch us. But when this new show comes on, where they spend 10 days on the space station, the public is going to think it's real. And they've been angling for this for some time. I think they need to really do something to cement the existence of the thing, just in the face of all the contradictions that are being pointed out by people like us. A couple things here showing how scripted the world really is. Professional strongman Aaron the Rage Page dies at the age of 33 of COVID-19. Probably fake. Here's another one. Lil Nas's ex-Roblox concert was attended 33 million times. The show gathered 33 million views in total across the performances, which started Saturday and wrapped up with an encore. Right. Seems legit. Now this is Ice Cube. Now this is a fascinating one here. This is Ice Cube in a show called Are We There Yet?, where he admits that the CDC uses drills to test their system and that they can falsely put people into quarantine.
Yeah, how serious is this monkey flu? Not serious at all, because it's not true. See, the government likes to covertly test the emergency response system every once in a while to see how people mobilize, the authorities respond, and the public react.
Wait a minute, so this is just a drill?
Exactly. They do it all the time. You remember H1N1?
Yeah.
A drill. Remember SARS? Yeah. A drill. Y'all remember the bird flu? Was a drill too? No, that one was true. Don't mess with them birds. Well, what about my mom? Did they say she was a carrier? Yeah, she just got back from Mexico. She got all kinds of symptoms, like cramping, vomiting. Did she drink the water? She said she just had margaritas.
Straight up or blended.
Okay, so you get the point here. He's talking about the drills being used to test the system and that these previous events, like the monkey flu, were fake. And then at the end here, he says, even though it's fake, they have to stay in quarantine because they're not supposed to know.
No, y'all have to stay here. See, the head of the CDC, they the only ones who know it's a drill. So if y'all leave, I'm sorry, they're going to have to take you out.
We're stuck in this house for 12 more hours?
That's what the cards are for.
You're stuck in the house for 12 more hours. So he laughs about it. He leaves. This is Ice Cube, a show called Are We There Yet? About, again, quarantine under a false premise. In this case, in order to test the system. But who knows what else. I mean, that's pretty much the story. Okay, I have a few voicemails I want to play. Okay, it looks like we have 5 or 6 voicemails. Again, 833-311-1984. We'll start with, I think this is Donnie.
Hey, this is Donnie of the Dead from the Discord server giving you your, I guess, monthly COVID update from Southeast Michigan. So our hospitals are not all full. They average about 73% capacity. What's significant about 73% capacity is that's like flu season, and that's like general hospital capacity. They have to keep people in beds to keep the lights on. So surgeries and so forth, we never sit at like 10% capacity ever. If they do, they send half the staff home on a regular basis. And we do see lower numbers in the summertime. So that's when we can be at like 50%.
Okay, he's talking about the whole thing about the capacity limits at the hospital versus what the media is reporting. I mean, I'm getting a lot of film your hospital related calls. A lot of people are doing that. So I'll be getting to that very soon when I revamp the site in the next couple of days. Filmyourhospital.com. I'm going to have to update it. 99% of the videos that I archived there have been banned.
Hey, what's up, Tim? Hey, this is Kevin from last night.
Okay, this is a caller. Let me see what he has to say here. Oh, he's talking about this is the December 21st Jupiter-Saturn conjunction.
What was another thing? Oh, so I was looking into the celestial event that's going to happen in the 21st of December, and it's very confusing and complicated. I'm just kind of learning about it myself, but I really feel like if you can understand it, I think that people need to hear from someone that can put it into words that we can understand and we can make sense of it. I really, I don't know very much about astrology, but I am listening to people that seem like they do, and it seems like this event is a huge event because it is between 2 solar eclipses. So you had the one in 2017, and then you have the one I think that's coming up in 2024. So this Jupiter, Saturn, retro causality, or this collision that they have, or where they come together, is a really big event. And I don't.
Okay, so he brought this up before. A lot of people are looking at this great conjunction. We'll get into that. I just got this link here. Somebody said that Chris Farley plays the role of a penguin named Spod in Billy Madison. Now, the significance to this: one, Chris Farley, another 33-year-old death faker, most likely, in fact, certainly came back as Rob Ford, Toronto mayor, had a second death possibly faked. But apparently he shows up in Billy Madison as a penguin named Spod. And if that's true, it's unusual, because Spod is one of our hashtags, speak penguin or die. Just a reference to, well, the only way to really do anything with this flat earth topic is to go south, or the movement or the concept pretty much dies. So let's go ahead and see.
Holy jeez. Look at what we got here. A silly...
Just remembered why I don't watch movies. Okay, so this is... What's his name? I'm glad I don't remember a lot of the... Adam Sandler. In fact, you know what's funny? Is Adam Sandler, I believe he had like boycotted, or not boycotted, he'd kind of like stepped down from SNL for some time, and he had not made an appearance on Saturday Night Live up until like a year and a half ago. Let me go ahead and bring that up so I can show you what I'm talking about here. Because he went on to talk about Chris Farley. Okay, watch Adam Sandler pay a tribute to Chris Farley, and this was in May of 2019. And again, this was kind of an interesting thing because he hadn't been there for some time. And the reason it's significant is this was right after we started talking about the Chris Farley Rob Ford connection, which is not a difficult one to kind of reverse engineer. But anyway, let me check out this penguin scene. I want to see if this penguin's name is indeed Spod.
Here I come!
Okay, well, anyway. You know, one thing I won't miss, I mean, I hope Hollywood's dead. I hope people have given up on all these disgusting celebrities and this trash. Their movies are so senseless, and it's all brainwashing and propaganda. There's no really reason to watch it at all. It's all just to conform you. The entertainment is a side effect of the brainwashing. Kevin Defoe says, did you know that Laura Silsby tried to smuggle 33 kidnapped kids from Haiti? No, I didn't. Laura Silsby tried to smuggle 33 kidnapped kids. I kind of think I remember hearing something about, was she an, yeah, this is the one. Found it. Idaho woman. Now, Idaho woman says she was trying to help, but yeah, she was illegally abducting 33. What is with that number? You know, just the other day, some 33-year-old called into the Rush Limbaugh show, crying about how he's ready to die for Trump if he has to. Side topic, but okay, so that's fascinating. She said she was trying to help, but the Haitian government is accusing Laura Silsby and 9 other American missionaries with illegally abducting 33 children. So that's kind of concerning. Not sure what came of it, but again, an Idaho woman, that kind of strikes me as interesting, because if you look at Idaho, and this was something that just came to my attention this summer, it definitely looks like, well, if you look at the picture of Idaho, you have to see for yourself, it looks like Joe Biden's profile. Like when he's sniffing. Like it's literally that. Okay, I have a few more voicemails I want to play, but I'm going to go ahead and open phones. Anybody else wants to call in, 833-311-1984. But yeah, it's pretty clear. If you look at Montana and Idaho, it's clearly Joe Biden. Don't know how they pulled that off. Is that a Mandela effect, or was it always like that? There are Mandela effects that affect geography, apparently. They say that South America used to be right below North America, and then it moved. And it shifted or something. Okay, so let's go back to the topic of the day. So many things. We're talking about this. Well, Kyle Rittenhouse being out, that's kind of an interesting thing. I think it's part of a broader story. His attorney is very popular right now, and he's one of the major proponents of the notion that the election has been stolen. And it's such a huge divide. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, good morning, Tim.
Hey, what's up? Hey, 1 second here. There you go. What topic are you calling on?
I probably could think of 3 or 4, but we'll start off with post-election, the state of America, I guess the world too, because whatever we do here kind of affects the whole world.
Right. Well,
so where's the president? I'm actually getting nervous because I'm like, where is the president? This guy's been all over TV for like the last 5 years or whatever, and I haven't seen him like anything new where he's getting out there and kind of defending his position. Haven't seen it. What do you think is going on?
Oh, yeah, it's probably strategic. How many days has he been missing? 17? I mean, I think it's all a game. I kind of think it's written in advance, the outcome. So what I actually expect, and I've said this a few times, and I actually put my money on this on BetMoose, I think that it's meant to divide the country and to create such a schism that the left will hate the right and we won't unite against the medical tyranny. And the way they'll accomplish this is they're going to let Trump take it after the left steals it fair and square.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like what could we use to predict the future. I'm in my early 40s, so I grew up with like Star Trek Next Generation in the 90s, and that was like a lot of programming. You know, I remember being like a teenager. Not everybody had cell phones yet, and I remember like watching Star Trek back in the day and said, they've been showing us these communicators for 20 years and we still don't have them yet. And it was like funny, like 5 years later, everybody had a cell phone. So there are some things that they showed us in that show, years ago that come to reality, like one little bit at a time. So I'm guessing eventually we're all going to end up having to fight the board. That's what's coming.
Now, have you seen the Back to the Future series where Donald Trump is clearly written into the character Biff Tannen?
Yeah, I saw them all in the theater, every one of them.
Okay, now check this out. This is why I think that this stuff goes way far back. There's a show, a Western, that came out in 1958. And the release date was May 9th, 1958. And the episode was called End of the World, about a guy named Trump who becomes a leader, builds a wall, and they kill him. That was 1958. Well, 58 years later, he becomes president. And then what's weirder is Quantum Leap, the time travel show, has an episode that takes place.
That show. I used to watch it when I was a kid. Quantum Leap, that was a good show.
Well, they have a show where the episode date is May 10th, 1958. And in that episode, Donald Trump appears with his father, and he's only 12 years old.
I think did you play a clip of it? No, maybe I found a clip of it. I think I just went on YouTube and typed something like Donald Trump the Time Traveler, and I think I found like just a 3-second clip of the Quantum Leap episode. So yeah, that's pretty weird.
Oh yeah, and then
another weird thing about that show is I was thinking about it. I said, yeah, on that show when I was a kid, he was always talking to his hologram buddy. Now, that show was like 1985. I'm like a little kid at that time. And he's like talking to his hologram, and his hologram buddy is holding this thing all the time. Like, he was like, hey, we got to figure out what's going on. We got to find out, He's always trying to like solve the case or something, try to like fix the future. That thing he had in his hand was like a smartphone. They were showing us smartphones back in like 1985, and now everybody has one. It's pretty weird.
Oh, that's a great point. And that's kind of prescient because, not even The Matrix and other futuristic films caught the smartphone as the next development. They were still using landlines, when the author of that series predicted the future. But the thing is, yes, Donald Trump has been written into the world stage back for decades. And it's timed with it's coordinated with numerology. For example, 58...
I had the Donald Trump board game in like 1987. There was like just a board game, like Trouble the Pop-O-Matic Bubble. There was like the Donald Trump edition. It wasn't Trouble, but it was something like a game, a card game. I don't remember. But we had it in my house. So yeah, Trump's been like a household name. my whole
Right.
life.
Well,
He's
so-
been part of pop culture.
That's exactly. So like, there's no way you escaped him. So he's in this show in '58, and then 58 years later he becomes president. Then 1985 is the year where Back to the Future takes place, where he's Biff Tannen, and it shows a future Donald Trump as president. And they consciously made it about him. Then you have the Barron Trump Time Traveler series, which has all kinds of weird coincidences. But my point is,
creepy.
Between 58 and his election is 58 years. And do you know how many stories Trump Tower is?
No idea. 85 floors.
That was my guess. Actually, it's 58.
I have no-
58. Plus, he was
Okay.
58 when he married Melania. So it's called the Trump 58 Matrix. And what it is just all these startling coincidences, highly indicative of a person who was planted here to play a specific role.
Just a little while ago, you were saying everything on TV now sucks. It's funny how we can all rattle off all these great pop culture movies, Indiana Jones, all this stuff that came out when we were kids. Like, I don't know anything that's new. I don't know anything really past like 2005. Everything's like garbage now. I'll try to watch a movie every once in a while, and I can only make it like 15 minutes, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna go back on the internet and see, because I can I guess I could, browse 3 or 4 subjects, at the same time. I could listen to this. I could watch a little documentary, then I could switch to something else. And like the old media just sucks. The old news sucks.
Good point. Old media sucks.
Funny.
I was watching Blade Runner with some friends, and I was embarrassed because I recommended it. And I'm like, wow, this is so boring, so ugly, so god-awful. What a waste of time. And it was boring, but they had a captive audience. But yeah, really, so much garbage out there. And that's why I hate having to dig back through this stuff, but I mostly get it through clips. Newer stuff, Netflix, I've watched a lot of stuff on Netflix to predict the future, and you can tell it's far more overtly political than ever. It's practically a documentary, propaganda, and entertainment mixed into one. It's really just a sick amalgamation, and they don't even hide it anymore, that it's just purely agenda-driven.
Yeah, sometimes I'm having a hard time figuring out if this world is actual physical reality, or are we stuck in some kind of ginormous holodeck? I guess it wouldn't really even have to be that big if they really had holodecks. I mean, it could just be like the size of it could be like a really big Chuck E. Cheese for grown-ups in the future. Just like all the walls are moving. Just like you were talking about, like there's the new technology, like where they're getting rid of blue screens and green screens. So, like I was saying with Star Trek, Next Generation, Picard, all that cool stuff in like '94. Every once in a while he would just go take a trip in the holodeck, the captain. He would be like James Bond and stuff, or what was it? Not James Bond. He would be like Sherlock Holmes and stuff, trying to solve the case. And sometimes I look at our world and I'm like, what if I'm just a character stuck in the holodeck? I'm not even the main character, just a little blip, like an NPC. I don't want to be an NPC, but I got a question. How do I know?
Have you looked at Westworld? That TV series, I think it's HBO.
Yeah, it's a really good show. I watched that. That's about it. There hasn't. You were asking the other day, like, does anyone still watch The Walking Dead? There's like probably 3 or 4 shows that I watch. I've watched all of Westworld, The Walking Dead. It's a good show.
So the Westworld has this concept of NPCs finding out what they are, that they're not the main players and they're not in control, and then that the people who go to Westworld are able to do whatever they want, and they're stuck in something like it's sort of a Matrix thing, right? The Westworld concept. But the thing about Westworld is you have the creators around a table, which is a miniature, a scale model of where all these NPCs are. And to me, that reminds me of the Hunger Games, where you have the elite gathered around a table and they can influence what happens on the actual game board. Same with Clash of the Titans, the gods around a circular table. And that's such a reoccurring symbol that, yeah, sometimes I think we're in if not a simulation in any metaphysical sense, but yeah, we're in a false paradigm, and who knows? But I just get the feeling that it's run by people who aren't among us.
Yeah, Clash of the Titans. That's another good movie. I even like there's the old Clash of the Titans from the 80s, and then there was another Clash of Titans came out in the early 2000s. Either way, if we're just an electronic simulation, or even if we're like a simulation of flesh, meaning maybe our whole world is real, but it's just kind of owned by like these, 20 gods fighting and playing with our world. Maybe not even fighting. Maybe it's just like their entertainment world. And I started thinking the other day, it's like maybe we're the actual currency, the people. Like we're like those social security numbers. Those are like receipt numbers. Those are ownership numbers, and we're the currency. And maybe they can take us over every once in a while. Like so, when you hear about like MK Ultra stuff, and people just start doing funny shit, and then they don't remember it. Maybe the gods just took you over. Play with you for a little while.
These are interesting ideas. I mean, the concept of possession is very fascinating to me. Last night, somebody brought up the idea, I think it was a caller, who thinks that the elite have some technology to reincarnate into new cloned bodies. It sounds insane, but they're talking about a science behind transplanting consciousness itself. And that's kind of analogous to the idea of AI, of finding some way to house disembodied consciousness in a physical receptacle. And that is it's one of these areas where it's sci-fi, but magic kind of crosses the same territory. In fact, the guy who wrote The Matrix, William Gibson, wrote a book called Count Zero about spirits in the voodoo pantheon mixing into cyberspace in the future and possessing people the same way Agent Smith would.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, science fiction, though. Science fiction has always been one of these areas where it's a mix of, I think, predictive programming and pretty much just telling us in a new paradigm what they're really into. So much sci-fi just seems to be a cover for something else. So what do you think about the prospects of shipping people into simulated Mars bases underground? You think they're ready to pull that off? The public's sufficiently brainwashed?
Yeah, of course. I don't know who would want to go though. I don't know if like people still have that, the exploration spirit. Like who really? Why would you want to see the stars? They keep telling us that there's nothing out there. That's the weirdest thing about space is like, wouldn't you think if it's as old as they say? When you look out in space, you should just see like flying cities everywhere, but there's nothing out there. So that's when I look kind of like that's all got to be fake, or there's just nothing there. That's not even there. Could all just be a hologram. I had like this idea the other day. I was like, what if you could like just freaking make it towards the ice wall, and you just like go right through, no problem, like a hologram. Like it's not even there. It's just like a big pixelated hologram, and on the other side, God knows what. I mean, like you said, it could just be more land.
Yeah, I think that's more likely.
If it's like the future,
given the nature,
like the future.
Well, if greed is the main thing,
we're on the village. Yeah, we're on the village. That's where we are. We think it's 1775, but out there, it's actually a whole modern world, and that's a fun idea to try to think. Geez, what the hell is out there? What if it's like actually the year 3500 or something? Something ridiculous. And so then why did they invent this world? That's even a really fun game to play, because then you can think in your head, there's at least 5 different reasons somebody would make this place. One, we wanted to make it because we hate the outside world, just like the village. We wanted somewhere kind of peaceful where it's always 1985. Or we could be their entertainment. We could be like their TV show and they're just watching us for shits and giggles. That's another option. I don't know.
Now that one sounds very consistent with the character of the gods, especially if you look at the Homeric epics like the Iliad, or the gods are cruel. They laugh at man. They mingle. They can't. Yeah, and they can't keep their hands off human. So to me, I kind of think it could just be not necessarily a cruel joke, but I don't know. There's something like the demiurge concept that sometimes I wonder. There's something so diabolical about the use of psychological operations to manipulate billions that, yeah, I think there's something else here. And let's say that you're right, and that we're in the village, and that there far more advanced if you make the exit. That's quite an incentive to GTFO because you probably can get your hands on life extension or who knows what.
Yeah, Elysium. I was thinking in Elysium, like that's like the moon. That's like the other side of the moon. I have a hard time with the moon. It's like you never see, like, if you're into art, like I know you're an artist. I used to do a lot of art and when I was a kid, and you learn about perspective early on. None of these moon shots ever, like you don't ever see miles and miles and miles of distance of perspective. No, it looks like a freaking stage the size of a auditorium. That's it.
Yes, because the old school rear screen projection and even their original moon landing footage, that was all done in a small area trying to give the illusion of depth. But there was no accurate parallax with the distant land features. And so, yeah, it looked very compressed and there was no moonscapes. But the new stuff they're going to do when they get back on the moon, it's not going to be like that. We're going to see miles of moonscapes. And it's going to be impossible to debunk.
You know what I hope it is? Like if there's all this different predictive programming and something that we've seen in the last 20 years in pop culture is about to happen, I wish it were The Walking Dead. Oh, that'd be great. If like everybody was just like getting this little tickle in the back of their throat, like, cause like we're all already infected. And then just one day you're going to be driving to work, driving downtown, and you're going to see some Walking Dead. That would be awesome. I don't know about like World War Z super running zombies. Wouldn't be cool. We wouldn't stand a chance. But I mean, if you gave me like a katana and a samurai sword or something like that, you know, Walking Dead, that would be pretty cool. If I could pick, I don't think it'll ever happen, but if I could pick, that would be the fun. And you know what our gang would be? There's always gangs on that show. Our gang would be the Penguins. We'd all like wear badass masks to it like penguins.
Well, look, I've looked at all these various movies, and you know, one thing, the newer iterations, and even George Romero, who did Night of the Living Dead, and Night of the Living Dead, by the way, that came out in 1968. Another interesting 1968 film that has relevance in 2020 for a few reasons, but that movie was the first to feature a black lead character, and he was killed at the end by the rednecks who didn't even bother to check if he was a zombie. They just shot him. And that was, of course, the year that MLK was shot, and people thought it was a very sinister or twisted thing, or it was just to draw some attention. But whatever it is, in that movie, the dead were like the dead. But in the newer ones, like World War Z, they move like the Terminator. And it's like they kind of destroyed the whole concept. And I think George Romero had some issues with that because the zombies are supposed to be a certain way. But what we have right now, though, it's not really zombification. It's more like invasion of the body snatchers than anything.
Oh, totally. Yeah, that's a good one right there. I just thought about that. It's weird how in I Am Legend with Will Smith, man, talk about a crazy actor. This guy has fought off zombies, aliens, artificial intelligence. I mean, that guy should run for president in another 20 years because he's already faced all the worst that nature can throw at us. But in I Am Legend, that was the first time I ever heard of the concept of somebody or scientists using a disease to battle another disease. Like in the beginning of the movie, they said, well, we're trying to defeat cancer with a modified measles or rabies. Well,
Yes.
like now, 20 years later, they're saying, well, yeah, we're trying to engineer viruses or whatever to battle other viruses. I'm like, Jesus, how long is it going to be before we get those I Am Legend vampires? We're going to be screwed.
Well, I think it was in 28 Days Later, the virus was like they had isolated the hate gene or something, and it had turned everybody wild or something. The zombie movies have been a mainstay for a reason. It's all propaganda, and it sets the premise of this universal enemy that can be anybody, and the government has to step down. And I think that's one of the big scams. And right now, the movies are all kind of the same. They're all pretty much post-pandemic. There's a movie right now about COVID-23, and it looks like a horror movie about being locked down and the police going into people's homes and seizing them. It's like they couldn't create it in real life. But if they can create the impression of it on TV, the quarantined people will think it's really happening like that. Because, I mean, were you listening to this channel back during the Film Your Hospital period of time? You know, March, April, May?
This year I started listening again around July.
Because what we
I was following you back in 2017. I stopped listening for a bit. I think you just disappeared and I didn't know how to find you. But this year I found you around July.
Okay, because the thing is, we were looking at the Film Your Hospital phenomenon because you had all these nurses just twerking and dancing and fooling around in the hospitals, and it was so widespread that, you know, eventually people figured out that nothing was really happening to correlate with the news. But as long as people were quarantined, the illusion worked. You would look out your window if you lived near a hospital and you would see tents outside, like they were so full that they needed more room outside, which is a ridiculous notion, but empty tents everywhere convinced people of it. So I'm just saying that, you know, whatever they put on the TV replaces reality for the people who never leave their homes. And this virus meme has just been like a mainstay of sci-fi for so many years that nobody's ever really questioned it. So what's your stance on that, by the way? Do you think it's exaggerated or altogether fake?
What, the virus?
Yes.
I don't know if any viruses ever existed. Now I'm wondering, you know, is any of that true? You know, that germ theory is true. It goes back to another movie, 12 Monkeys, where Bruce Willis is in the nut house. It's a time travel, ends up in a nut house. He's talking to the Brad Pitt character, and he first talks about Semmelweis. I was like the first guy to say, hey, you know, there's these germs, and nobody believed him at the time. And I couldn't imagine that, you know, 25 years later, now I'm actually questioning the germs even exist. I mean, I own a microscope, not a really, really great one, but good enough to like look at like maybe an amoeba size something or other, but you can't see viruses under anything like that.
Right. It's almost like a superstition analogous to demonology or something. And I think that's the case. You know, we're given this notion that people used to use superstitious explanations for scientific things or things that science would later discover. But what I'm actually finding more often than not is that superstition is masquerading as science. Because, I mean, look at the power of the existence of a virus to reshape the world. How convenient for all the authoritarians who can now regulate every single person and monitor and track their every transaction. And it's remarkable. And it's just it's a complete reset of society based on this invisible threat that has a practically 0% chance of killing you. If you know, I mean, this is the other thing too. Where's the bodies? You know, if people saw bodies, maybe this thing would work for a long time. But I don't know. This caused me to become such an absolute skeptic that I'm actually doubting the very existence of viruses themselves.
I can't get sick. I cannot get sick. Let me tell you, I lick my fingers. I put my hands on my face. The more they tell me not to do it, I'm going to do it just to see. Would I get a cold? Would I get a sore throat? And this is like the first year of my life, I can honestly say. We're almost in December. It's almost the end of the year, and I haven't missed a day of work. I mean, this is supposed to be the apocalypse, right? I mean, it's supposed to be like the time people are supposed to get sick, and I haven't gotten a cold anything all year. I've done some nasty shit where I thought I was going to get sick, and I won't.
So do you think 2020 is as bad as everybody says it is, or have you been having a more or less good year aside from the psychodramas?
I mean, everything that sucks about 2020 is engineered. They made it happen to us, but we didn't have any hurricanes this year in Florida, in this part of Florida. No crazy storms. I mean, overall, I worked every day. I made money. Yeah, everything that bad that happened was either on TV, on the news, or, you know, government is making it happen. There's no natural catastrophes happening in my part of the world. I don't know.
Right. It's mostly a perception thing. I think it's a psy-war. And the mask is something that makes it real. And I don't even stress about it. You know, to me, there are more important things to worry about. But I actually think that the mask is a psychological prop analogous to the post 9/11 flags. And the main purpose of it is virtue signaling. One was to make you more patriotic, and the other one's to make you stand in solidarity with the global government. But it's the same kind of ploy. And everybody had like a compulsory let's roll American flag bumper sticker after 9/11. And you didn't speak out against the country. You might as well put a American flag bumper sticker over your mouth. So to me, the mask is just a way to signal compliance, but I don't really think it's going to stick around. And so I don't really feel that 2020 is as bad as anybody is really saying it is.
Yeah, let's hope 2021's better. I'm still trying to figure out if I can trust what's happening with the president. I mean, there'll be like times where I go through moods where I love the guy more than anything. Like, am I really like, succumb to the mind manipulation? For our side, there's like competing frequencies out there trying to like own your mind and take over your mind, possess you, like you were saying. And there'll be times I love this president, and then it's like, wait a minute. Maybe they got me. Maybe they got me with their funny radar. God knows. Is he gonna fix this damn country? Because I mean, like, I don't hate everything about the left, but like, what they've turned into. Like, look, Democrats from 20 years ago, I didn't hate them, but now it's pretty much turning into: are you a globalist or not a globalist? I'm not a globalist. I'm for freedom.
Right.
So,
and I want to make that clear too.
Do we have anybody fighting for us?
Just because somebody has a different political opinion doesn't mean you hate them. A lot of people get so polarized, and it's like, I don't really hate any Antifas or Democrats or protesters or whatever. I just like, we're analyzing this thing objectively, and so that's not really where I'm coming from. But yeah, when I'm looking at this big story here, it's kind of like, well, is Trump a rogue? Is he opposing the New World Order? He seems to be in certain areas. You look at the Paris Accord. You look at how flippant he is about the global warming scam. He admits the scam meant to economically cripple people. So I could see why people would, put some measure of faith in him. It's certainly a better option than Biden. But as far as getting emotionally enraptured in the whole thing and getting ready for civil war, I don't know. I'm reaching for my popcorn, not my ammo.
I think you should have a combination. You should have a combination of Glock magazines, boxes of 9, because it's like a good intermediate round. You can store lots of it. You should have a machete. You should have a tomahawk, and you should have bags of popcorn, maybe some tuna fish, and just in case.
Okay, wait. You brought up a machete. So I was watching very closely a lot of the violence on the riots, and I saw an individual with a machete running out to defend a bar that he liked. And they took him down with rocks, and once they took him down, they kicked him until he was just contorted like a pretzel or something. So I was like, well, how do you deal with mobs in close quarters? Because one thing I realized about mobs is that the individuals who are part of a mob no longer worry about their individual safety. They become part of a Borg, like Voltron or something. And I think
I don't know. I live somewhere where there's more of us than there are of them. I hate to say it, in the part, it doesn't even matter if I tell you where, but in this part of the country, there's more patriots. So there would never be a riot here. If it happened, you would see just regular people getting out of their cars. Everybody's armed. We have some of the best gun laws in the country, and there's no crime here. I mean, compared to other places I've lived, it's a very safe place. So we don't take any shit in this part of the country. I'm always armed. Usually today, when I go out into the world, I have 2 guns on me. I have a full-size Glock in my, my balls, and then I'll have, SWAT 380 in my pocket because the world is that dangerous. And then a backpack with at least 6 loaded magazines in it, just because the world is nuts. Not that I have the will to do any harm, but if you pull me out of my truck, I'm going to go out shooting. You're not going to stop my head in. Hell no. But that doesn't happen in this part of the world.
That's one thing that I did see as well. The people who thought that they could argue with the mob, like, so they're at your car. It doesn't matter what party they're a part of. If it's an angry mob, it's not like you can debate with them. And if you don't have overwhelming force, you pretty much lose. So yeah, you're better off with guns than a machete. I think the best option, of course, is to obviously avoid those types of things anyway. But
don't even move to those parts of the world where that's a possibility. You think I'm going to go to Detroit? Never in a million years. You think I'm going to go to Portland? No way. Where I live here, it's pretty damn safe because everybody knows that everybody else is carrying too. So you'd be foolish to start shit.
Yeah, Portlandia is a mess. And that's an interesting thing too. Chazistan, Portlandia, just watching it this summer live, it was like watching Animal Farm, where you saw...
We have the right to shoot looters here. Our governor just passed a law where you have the right to shoot looters. If somebody tries to pull you out of the car, you don't have to explain anything. The cops aren't going to say, they're not going to say what happened. They're going to know there was a riot and you were defending your life, you know?
Wait a minute. You can
our governor's pretty kick-ass here.
You can go Kyle on it. So what does that mean exactly? Like, so there's a riot downtown. It means that if you have a business there and they're in your business, I mean, because clearly they wouldn't want people actually going out
Start
there.
shooting from the rooftops. You start shooting from the rooftops, just like the Dawn of the Dead remake when they're on top of the mall with bolt actions. We have the right to do that shit here.
Interesting. Well, to me, the whole thing was so scripted and planned. A lot of the looters and rioters were bussed in, and you know, clearly, I think it's just it's an election year strategy, and I wouldn't be surprised if Trump wasn't. Well, I don't know. I don't say he paid for it, but I will say I think he benefited from the riots because it gave people a pretty clear dilemma where you have to choose law and order or chaos and revolution. And that's not a hard decision for working people to make.
Yeah, I'm for order, man. I'm all for order. I mean, there's a time for a little bit of chaos. That's like what video games are for. We all have this urge inside of us, like an animal to just punch something sometimes, you know? Sometimes I think to myself, if we were all alive at any other time in history, 1,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, what would your chances of making it to full adulthood and never having to kill another human being? Maybe it's just part of nature, and that doesn't happen anymore. Our world is so safe, and it's causing some kind of like reaction, like maybe that's where certain personality disorders come from, because we don't even have the ability to express our instincts anymore. Almost like if you took a chimpanzee and put him in a zoo, he would be like rocking and shaking in the corner because you put him in a concrete cage. He can't climb a tree like a natural chimp or whatever. That's what's happening to people today.
I think you're right. I think
you're become tame.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And I think that this is one of the things I've been following here. It's the meta-scripted storyline. Like you got the Derek Chauvin and the George Floyd drama. These dramas, I think, are playing on existing tensions that they create. And so I do think that that when I say they, I mean whoever's controlling the media. I think they believe that they can convince people that they are indeed, you know, violent and that that's the way life is supposed to be. I think that's kind of like misinformation and slander. Like they want us to think that we're inherently violent were it not for the state. But, you know, I don't think that the human, I mean, all the zombie movies kind of suggest the same thing. Like if the government shuts down, we're instantly going to become cannibals. Like aside from Alex Jones, you know, most people don't think that way.
I got to go to work, Jim. I'm going to tell you right now, this show, Infinite Plane Society, is in my top 3 favorite things about the internet. You know, I don't know what the other 2 are. I'd have to sit and think about it for a minute. But this show, I don't watch TV anymore. Everything's boring. I'll watch little clips of things, and I always come back to this. I'll listen or watch it for a couple hours, go do something else. It's always there. You're always in rotation. And I think you're doing a really great job. Long live the Infinite Plane Society. You have a nice day, brother.
Hey, I appreciate it very much. Have a great day. Join us on Thanksgiving. We're premiering South Pole. We appreciate the call. Good night.
You know it.
All right. Caller has to get to work, and an essential worker, obviously. And yes, on Thanksgiving, we are premiering South Pole. So if you go to infiniteplanesociety.com, I have a blog post. It says South Pole season premiere 11/26. I brought this up earlier. I'll put a link in the chat. It's going to be a weekly cartoon you want to get on the waiting list, it's not going to air for 3 more days. If you're in our Discord server, it's always in production. We're actually working on episode 2 as we speak, so you can get involved. We need voice artists, meme artists, illustrators, animators, writers, meme techs, really anybody with anything that they would like to enter into it. The whole thing has a musical score. There's music, and it's eminently bannable. It's as offensive as could possibly be. Imagine if, well, I'll let you make up, I'm not going to give you any spoilers. That's the whole thing. I don't want to set your expectations, but yeah, it's going to be in 3 days. Okay, I have another voicemail here. It looks like a bit of numerology. Let's take a look.
So 239 days is a number that came up. And like I said, it was 239 days from 3/11 until 11/9. And that was the day 11/9 that they came out and they said they had the vaccine. So I kind of looked at they birthed like their savior, their savior for, the world religion. And then I saw a bunch of bizarre coincidence today about 239 and the date in which we had our last solar eclipse was, I think it was 9/23/17. So again, you have the 239 in there with the 9/23.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to have to look at a calendar here, but look, there are some alignments that they do go by the day. We were looking at this peculiar thing back in July. It was actually July the 13th, where there were 3 different 33-year-olds who were killed on the same day, which happens to be 113 days from November the 3rd, or 113. A number of strange alignments like that. And you can find other things, like, for example, after September the 11th, 2001, exactly 911 days later, you had the 3/11 attacks in Madrid. Or you have, on the 19th anniversary of 9/11, 19 million recoveries from COVID, 911 deaths. Much more as well. Rudy says, cannot wait. It's going to be epic. South Pole. Yeah, South Pole is a concept we started working on actually a couple years ago. We kind of came up with it, but now we actually have a team of animators working around the clock. It's a lot of fun. Again, we need all the writers we can get. We're trying to do this every week. And as you'll see in the Discord server, if you go to the South Pole section, we're definitely keeping it topical. All right, let us go ahead and continue. Yeah, I'm not going to give any spoilers. Okay. I got so many damn memes, but I don't want to get lost. Okay, AMA says racism is a threat to public health. So the 3 pillars of the New World Order Church, these are 3 things that you have to accept. It's like a trifecta. What you have is global warming, the pandemic model, and systemic racism. Global warming is your eschatology, your judgment, your wrath of God. Virus, the pandemic model, is the sin. COVID-19 is your devil. And systemic racism is how they've redefined evil. And this is the evil they need to purge from the world. So this is all, again, a religious overhaul of society. That's why they say if you're not wearing your mask, you're being, quote, selfish. They're converting people into a collectivist mindset where your selfish interests take a back seat to the collective. So that's where we are headed with this new church. And systemic racism, if you ask me, is a conspiracy theory. It's a leftist conspiracy theory. And they're always calling others conspiracy theorists, but this is a big one. And it's very damaging because, much like blood libel, it assumes a certain group of people are inherently damaged, evil, biased, in need of a cure, in need of re-education. It's a deep slander here. So it says, as physicians and leaders in medicine, we are committed to optimal health for all, and we're working to ensure that people and communities reach their full potential. Recognizing race as a social construct, We will have additional moves to promote anti-racist practices, support the end of the practice of... Anyway, this is, to me, politicizing science. And it's all part of this medical tyranny anyway, where your scientists are now able to talk about right now they're actually having a huge impact on free speech. Like your thoughts, your opinions are now a threat to public health. There's actually a blogger. His name is, well, I don't even want to say his name, but there's this blogger who accused me or blamed me for deaths. He blamed me and Infinite Plane Radio for COVID-19 deaths. That people who are dying because they don't believe it or they don't believe it's real and it's my fault. I mean, that would be like saying that, oh, well, Christopher Hitchens, an atheist, caused people to turn away from the church and so God punished them. Like, how does he know? How do you establish that I'm somehow responsible? And a lot of it's on them. The ones who wear the masks and still leave their houses. The ones who drive with their masks on. The ones who believe that they're super spreaders and agree with the lockdowns. Like, if you agree with the lockdowns, you should never leave your house. And I don't see any legitimate fear anymore. I remember when this thing first started, I would see people's eyes and they would look a little leery of everybody. Now, I don't see any fear. Now it's almost a smugness. You know, it went from fear to embarrassment. Now they're smug. You know, it's just a series of transitions that people went through to where they're part of the new normal and they're no longer actually afraid of anything. I don't see it. It's one of those things you can't even prove it. You can talk about the damned souls in hell who didn't get saved. They didn't get vaxxed before they died, so they couldn't get to heaven or whatever. You know, these are just metaphysical threats. You know, you're angering God by not recycling, so you're going to get global warming. You know, these are just threats playing upon primal fears. Fear of the sky is a big one. You know, I always notice the dog starts shaking and hiding whenever there's clouds because they know it's going to rain. It's a very primal thing. You know, it's just they instinctively go into this response mode. Okay, I have to get cover. And I think it's the same with human beings, that we're threatened with very primal things. And you saw how people responded with the race to stock up on toiletries. There's some kind of nesting instinct, but it's all about tapping into deep insecurities. You know, I've pointed out before that to me the vax is nothing more than the holy sacrament to get you into the New World Church, separates the saved from the unsaved, those who accept the priests versus those who don't, those who accept the MSM, which is the World Church, and those who have left the World Church. In a way, this is something of an apostasy, like a new reformation. And the people who are anti-vax or who are rejecting the lockdown measures, in a way, represent Protestants. And it's that big of a split. It's that big of a divide. This morning I was actually watching videos of people burning their masks, and I saw this video where it must have been 30 or 40 people gathered around a bonfire, and they were chanting, burn the mask, and they were throwing the masks into the fire. It might have been out there at Huntington Beach, where, I mean, people are protesting the lockdowns. The media is kind of ignoring it, and it's not Antifa. Antifa's not taking off their masks and burning their masks. No, they're still wearing their ISIS costumes. Now they're carrying shields. And, you know, I watched a video with Antifa beating their shields with their black police garb, police state garb. And I'm like, wait a minute. When did Antifa become SWAT teams? They literally have. Well, I was watching the mask burners, and it got me thinking about this thing called the Black Mass, which, I mean, there are various forms of it, but the one I'm speaking of is a form of parody of the Catholic Mass. And the purpose of it, as far as it was practiced by the Hellfire Club, was to get people to break the spell of the priesthood over their minds. So they would realize, well, if you read the Lord's Prayer backwards, you're not going to get struck by lightning. They engaged in blasphemy. They burned Bibles, etc., because they were rejecting the worldview, and they were doing so in a cathartic way. Like if you can imagine smashing your TV set or something. So in a way, it was a spell-breaking thing. It wasn't actually venerating the devil or something. But anyway, you get the idea of, the Inquisition hunting people. Did you attend a black mass? Like in the Crucible. Did you attend these rites? Did you cavort with the devil? And they have to contact trace anybody who might actually be part of the coven, because they could contaminate the sheeple. So the Inquisition's job is to keep the sheep pure. Well, the sheep are the vaxxed. The people who are carriers, the super spreaders, who don't wear the masks, who don't take the vax, which is like a communion, well, they're the ones who are of the devil. And of course, the virus is the new sin, and they're not fearing the devil. They're not actually taking the precautions, so now they're a threat to everybody else. Heretics, you could say. But anyway, I'm looking at the mask burning, and I'm thinking, well, they're going to have to be contact traced. These are people who are flaunting the lockdown measures, not wearing the masks, not social distancing, and they're talking. I mean, the scientists say that speaking spreads COVID. Shouting spreads COVID. Okay, let me see here. And look, that's one more thing too. You're rejecting the state church. You're an apostate, and that's why they hate so much. The reason why the ones who are protesting the lockdowns, are hated by the media. Meanwhile, the people who are protesting the police are not hated by the media. Well, the reason why, it's pretty clear. It's the political left and their protests. They're actually on the side of the medical tyranny and the scientists as authorities, and the right isn't. I mean, it's such a perfect divide what they've done. Ron Valentini says they found an obelisk in Utah as per the third phase of the moon. Yeah, I brought that up earlier because it looks exactly like the obelisk from Space Odyssey 2001, which came out in 1968. 33 years, between 1968 and the Twin Towers falling. A lot of interesting things, though, from 1968 worth bringing up right now in context. But there was a very intentional effort by the mass media to recall to the public's mind and have everyone relive 1968 in particular. It's not the only year. People have found a number of we've been finding a lot of really strange things or patterns. Predictive programming is just the beginning of it. What movie aren't we living through right now? Running Man, for sure. The Purge, The Division, a Tom Clancy. We're living in a Tom Clancy movie. A Dark Winter is what we're moving into. So the Dark Winter concept is, I guess it has to do with blackouts and some sort of cyber equivalent of COVID-19. Some kind of some type of a computer virus. And they've made these correlations anyway. Notice how often they refer to misinformation as being a virus. It's going viral. Now, we can't let that meme go viral, or that meme, it's funny, but it contains misinformation. So it's said to have bad virality. Okay, I'm going to move on. I just wanted to bring this up. It's just really disconcerting, I think, that you have medical professionals now pontificating on systemic racism. It's like, why don't they stick to treating disease? And it's all because they are the new priesthood. And like I said, the new concept of sin is the virus, but also evil is actually now systemic racism. It's been a long multi-generational process to get people to move away from traditional religions. and join the Church of the New World Order, but people largely have. And if you accept the premise of global warming, virus, systemic racism, you're in that church. And if you accept space travel as a reality and probably an eventuality, well, then that's also an indication you're totally immersed in this thing, because outer space is actually a metaphysical construct. It's how they rebranded heaven for the atheists. The atheists think they're going to heaven, but they call it outer space. And what do they get up there? Well, transhumanism, life extension, sustainability, maybe get your mind uploaded to the cloud. All the old promises that the religions would offer to their believers, the true believers, have been offered again under the guise of science. That's why, here's another example of how perfectly divided things are. That's why when the UFOs come, the right wing's going to get their rifles and shotguns and shoot. The left wing's going to say, beam me up. Give me one of these upgrades. Put my brain in a robot body so I can get rid of my carbon footprint. Nick T says virus translated is poison. Right. Well, again, my take on it too is that it's just too useful. So you couldn't have priests walking around telling people, hey, you guys shouldn't be holding hands in public. You're going to piss off God, and God's going to punish the rest of us with a plague. You would say, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But now they say, if you